So what we're going to be doing today is a tier list ranking every single Pokemon in the Scarlet and Violet decks for Regulation C. We got the Ruin Mons, we got the Paradox Pokemon, we got things like Garchomp, we got things like different Rotom forms, different Tauros forms, literally everything in the decks that's like fully evolved or even halfway usable is in this list, and we're going to be ranking them, explaining how I think we should use them, partners they should get used with, and explaining why they're in each tier. It's going to start in the S tier with the super broken Mons, go all the way down to the F tier, which are things that are probably not that great. One thing that I was just talking about is I like to be very stingy with my S tier. A lot of people just throw all the Paradox Mons, all the Ruins Mons in S and be done, but I'm going to try my best to probably organize them between S, A, and B tier, just because I think that there's so many things that have like costs. Like we were using Annihilate as an example. Like Annihilate, some people said should be in the S tier, but I think it's probably going to be ending up going in A because it has to. If you don't want to get burned or put to sleep, you have to change your ability or your item or things like that. Annihilate takes a lot of little babysitting, and so it's not like absolutely broken like something like Bundle or Flutter is. So that's my little spiel going into it. But hopefully you guys like these tier list videos. I'm probably gonna make a lot more of these because I haven't in a while. I don't think I've made any tier list videos for Scarlet and Violet, and I used to make them all the time. So let's just get right into it and start with Abomasnow, right? Abomasnow is going to be really good. I will also say we're going to be using Showdown to help like explain a lot of these things. So let's just plug up Abomasnow right now and go to Reg C. Like Abomasnow is a very, very good mon. And I really think that Hail teams still will be viable. I think Hail teams are the most slept on team in this format. I think like Hail teams are really, really slept on, and because they're so easy to play, right? That's the thing. They're so easy to play for like such a big reward. You can go Blizzard with this, you can pair it with like a bundle, you can pair it with other Blizzard mons, and just absolutely trade effectively in so many situations. So Abomasnow being a pivotal Pokemon on that team, I think I would put Abomasnow in A. And I think that most people put Abomasnow like B and C, but I think Abomasnow, now that it has Earth Power, is absolutely amazing. Click Blizzard, get Freeze, absolutely like busted. It's also in the A tier for Abomasnow, so it just makes sense. I'll also try my best to like organize these Pokemon in their tier based off of like where in the tier. So let's say we have like 20 Pokemon in the A tier. We're going to try and organize them depending on that order. And now everything is in alphabetical order, I'm just realizing. So we got this thing. Is it Alomomola? I don't think anyone's ever used this in VGC. What's this thing called? Alomomola. This Pokemon's, I don't think anyone has ever gotten circuit points with this thing. I don't think anyone's ever top got anything. It gets Regenerator, which I don't think people even know. Hydration and Healer, it's not that great. It's a little bit too fast to be played in Trick Room. Its base HP is way too high. It's pretty much like a really, really bad Dozo. It gets like some decent moves, but like in reality, this Pokemon's not that great. It gets things like Icy Wind. It gets things like Pain Split. It gets things like Skill Swap and Sub, but realistically, it even gets like Wide Guard, but I don't think this Pokemon's very good. I don't think it's very good. Maybe one day we'll make a team with it, but I would definitely put this thing in, I'd put it in the F tier, realistically. It would need too much babysitting to do well. It's like everything that Mantine brings to the table without like the Water Absorb that Mantine brought in past formats. So I just don't think I would realistically put it that high. I think things like Hydration are cool for like rest strats on rain teams, but again, that's too much babysitting, that's too much team investment to power up a Pokemon that's not something that's like a Ruin Mon or a restricted of some sort. Skill Swap or Generator Bundle, dude, you're getting it. You're getting it. You're picking up what I'm putting down. We got Altaria. Altaria is actually a pretty cool mon. And it does things that a few other Pokemon can't. Notably, it gets Natural Cure and Cloud 9. I think Cloud 9 is what most people use to turn off Weather. I don't see Weather being super big in this format, but Altaria is one of the better users of Weather. One really cool thing that Altaria gets is obviously it gets things like Roost, right? But it also gets Fire Spin in this gen. Not Fire Fang, Lamau. It gets Fire Spin in this gen, and so you can actually trap things with the Altaria Fire Spin, put up that dot. We built a couple cool teams like this in the past. You kind of just trap their Weather user with like a Fire Spin and have the Cloud 9 and make them useless, and you KO them, and even if you lose the Altaria, you're still kind of fine. There's a bunch of other really good moves that Altaria does get. Things like Cotton Guard, it gets Defog for singles if you want to be that guy. It also gets Haze for things like Dozo, right? So I've made a couple teams for Patreon's members that really like Altaria. It also has like a really, really cool shiny, like obviously, like really, really cool shiny, obviously. So I think Altaria is like viable. I actually think Altaria is viable, so I'm going to put it in the C tier for now. And the way I would be organizing this is like S tier, like super broken. You want to use these Pokemon in your team. A tiers are what you're going to be also using in your team, maybe 1 to 2 of these A tiers. B tiers are those niche mons that are pretty good, better than some other things, but probably not as good as things in the S or A. C, completely usable. You can use these teams maybe as like a one-of mon in one of your teams to fill a very, very niche role that other Pokemon can't do. D is like suboptimal things that are, you know, not as good as things in the A, B, or C tier, and F is just things that I generally don't think are viable in doubles. I think Altaria also gets Sing. Yeah, there's a few other moves that Altaria gets that are pretty good. Amoonguss, right? So Amoonguss is one of like the best Pokemon in the game. Let's plug in Amoonguss here. Amoonguss, all right. So Amoonguss, one of the best Pokemon in the game. It gets Effect Spore and Regenerator, both amazing abilities, and people sleep on Effect Spore, but it's actually a pretty decent ability in this format. I think Regenerator is still better, but Amoonguss is very, very good at helping opponents, helping its teammates do well through the use of like Rage Powders. It gets Spore, it gets Pollen Puff. So Amoonguss is like the gold standard for what is like a support Pokemon. If we're going to be taking a look at like Wo-Chen later, and I think Amoonguss is just better than Wo-Chen in almost every way. Amoonguss also gets access to things like Clear Smog to beat Dozo. Yo, we got a sub. Dude, we already getting these subs out here? Holy moly. What a lucky day. Also, guys, we had a sub goal. If we can get 5 subs today, we'll make more of these tier lists, right? Make the sub goal the same for YouTube, too, if we put this on YouTube. If I can get 5 subs on YouTube today, we'll make more of these tier lists. But thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, Amoonguss is really good. It gets access to Clear Smog, it gets access to Foul Play. Even like Leaf Storm, Giga Drain is usable. There used to be situations where people would run Stomping Tantrum on Amoonguss because it has a pretty decent attack back in the day with like Ground EMZ in like 2019. So how are you so good at presenting this? It's almost like I play the game. It's almost like I play the game. So Amoonguss is very, very good. Most people like to play it on like Palafins. Yo, Structuralist gifting a sub. Yo, helping us getting started. I appreciate it. It has to be scripted. It's not scripted. This is literally my job, right? So I'm doing my best. But thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think Amoonguss generally, it is the gold standard for what a support Pokemon should be. It has redirection. It has moves that can heal your teammates. It's basically an auto win versus like Garg teams and other teams that are built around like Glamora Stall. So I would definitely put Amoonguss in the S tier. I don't think there's a single redirection Pokemon that does what Amoonguss does with its defensive typing. Really, really good defensive like typings, like Grass and Poison are amazing. With the ability to go Regenerator, switch out and play a little bit of a longer game, Amoonguss is great, and most teams should feature one. Even over those Ruin Mons. A lot of those Ruin Mons are single target attackers. Amoonguss with the right Terra can actually completely wall them. So thank you guys for the subs, though. I appreciate it. We're going up into Ampharos next. I made a video with Ampharos recently. I think Ampharos is a very fun to use Pokemon, but it's a very specific Pokemon. Static's not going to be that great of an ability, but plus, it works when you're paired with a plus or minus Pokemon. You can have 2 Pokemon with a plus ability, 2 Pokemon with a minus ability. It doesn't matter. Yo, Salty's here too. Appreciate it. Good morning, y'all. How are y'all doing today? We're doing good. We're doing good. Yo, we're gifting another sub. Yo, we're helping it. Yo, we're going on the hype train. We're going on a trip. Yo, gifting a sub to Salty Dolphin. Salty Dolphin, thank you for stopping by. It was great meeting you at Charlotte. Sorry, I feel like every time we talked, I was super busy, but always good. You think Ampharos is going to go C tier, huh? You think Ampharos is going to go C tier? I think it probably will as well. But Ampharos is really cool. It's the only Pokemon in the gen that gets Electro Web, if I'm not mistaken. Like, let's just find out. Electro Web. Magnezone gets it. All right. Sorry. I mean, Magnezone's better than Ampharos, but you know what I mean? It gets Electro Web, which is a really, really good move. It's like it's an Icy Wind, and if you compare it next to like Toxtricities, there's a few other Pokemon that get plus and minus. I've made videos on this in the past. I think there's rental codes up with my Patreon that feature Ampharos in a really fun way on like rain teams. It also gets Cotton Guard, right? Cotton Guard's gonna be really, really good. We already talked about Altaria getting it with like leftovers on a really, really bulky Ampharos. It's a fun mon to play, and it does some unique stuff. So that's why we're gonna put it in the C2. We're gonna put it behind Altaria. I think Altaria does provide just a little bit more team support, but Ampharos is a really, really cool mon. I thought no one got it this gen so far. I like the idea of Electro Web. Yeah, I love Electro Web. I think that you have to get it through raids and then pass it that way, because it's like an egg move, but nothing really breeds with it to get it. I wish Electro gets Electro Web. You just want Regieleki. We have Regieleki at home. It's Iron Bundle. All right, here we go. We're gonna go up to Annihilape. So we were talking about Annihilape, right? And where should Annihilape go? Is it in the A tier? Is it in the S tier? It's probably, I actually think, the best non-legendary Pokemon ever created. Like, I'm just going to say that. I do think that. It has, its stats are perfect. Its abilities are amazing. It has a unique move in the Rage Fist. And it can also be built with, like, Final Gambits and stuff like that. Annihilape is played on a lot of teams like a checkmate piece. You basically protect it enough, and then you set up, like, a flowchart situation where, like, you win in, like, X, Y, Z amount of turns, just based off the fact your opponents aren't going to be able to KO this Annihilape. That being said, I think Annihilape takes a ton of babysitting. You have to usually play it with a mouse or like an Amoonguss, or it has to have like a dedicated mon that helps it succeed. So I actually think Annihilape is a perfect example of a Pokemon that is like the very tippy top of the A tier. And I think a lot of people are going to say, you actually think Annihilape and Abomasnow are as good as each other? Abomasnow is going to be like all the way over here. Because I think Hail is like a viable weather for enabling things. So like Hail makes Bundle better. So that's why Abomasnow is this high. It's like, for example, in past formats, Torkoal wasn't good. It was Lilligant that was good, right? So like Venusaur, like it wasn't that Groudon was good even though Groudon was good. It was like, Gmax Venusaur was good. So it's like the weather setter's getting dragged up from the fact that things that enables is really good. And I think Annihilape's very, very good. It can go Choice Scarf sets. It can go Bulk Up sets. So many different things it can do. Very, very solid mon. It just takes a little bit of babysitting by its teammates to make work. Oh man, do you guys see the next Pokemon? You guys can't even see the bottom. You guys can't see the bottom, so you never know where I'm pulling from. It's Appleton. I think when you go to my Patreon page, right? There's a video of like a team review I made for Dallas Regionals where I built a team around Appleton. So that means that like I like Appleton a lot. And Grass Dragon is actually my favorite type. Mega Sceptile, Appleton, same thing. It gets a few really good abilities actually. So it gets Ripen, which means it doubles the effectiveness of berries. Gluttony means it uses berries early. I like Thick Fat just because it turns off your weaknesses to ice a little bit and it makes it so fire moves. It makes him take a lot less damage. Let me read this. Fargiraffe is considered a regional evolution while Annihilape is considered a new evolution. Okay. I didn't know that. I learned something new today. If we had a low Ninetales, would you rank Abomasnow lower? Probably not. That's a good question. Actually, I've seen a lot of people talk about that. I've seen a lot of people say, man, we just want a low Ninetales. If we had a low Ninetales, it'd be so good. I would still play Abomasnow because Abomasnow has the coverage. Grass typing is probably, I'm not going to say it's the best typing in the game, but like it's the best defensive typing in the game. And being able to stab those grass moves, like, oh my gosh, it's so good. And then it also in this gen has access to earth power, right? So like you can hit steels, you can hit waters, you can hit flying types, you can hit dragons, right? It's so good. Abomasnow is amazing. What I would actually do is probably play both, right? I would just play both of them. Oh, Ninetales is good, but like, all right, if you're in a situation where you're using a Ninetales and they're using like a Flutter or a Bundle, you're still gonna lose. But like against a Bundle, you could just Giga Drain that fool. Like he's donezoed, you know? I feel like Abomasnow has a lot more like intangibles than Ninetales does, whereas Ninetales is just a little bit of a sweeper. And I feel that like Grass is just a better defensive typing than Fairy is in this gen specifically. I also think like Ninetales is gonna lose out a little bit more to things that are checking other mons in the format. So Ninetales has like similar types as other Pokemon like Flutter, we have the Fairy sharing, and like Shenpao. Obviously they're both ice, but like Ninetales has that 4 times super effective to things like Bullet Punch, right? So I think like realistically Abomasnow is still very, very good. And I've just used a lot of Abomasnow and I'm very comfortable with it. I think Abomasnow is a Pokemon that always trades like 1 for 1.5 or 1.2. And I just really like it. Yeah, it's super bulky too. You don't even need to sash it, but I think sash is what I would do. Yeah, I like Thick Fat on the Appleton. Appleton gets a bunch of cool moves. It gets Apple Acid, which has a 100% chance to lower the target's special defense by 1. Really, really good. I like Appleton on Trick Room teams. I think Appleton's just a great mon for being able to wall people out. It gets Recover, obviously. It gets Leech Seed. It's probably my favorite Leech Seeder in this format. And so stuff like this is like, stuff like that's just really, really standard. And some people like to put Amnesia here. This is what I used. So this was the Appleton set that I used in previous formats. I think it's just such a good mon. Some people also like to play it like super, super aggressive with like a weakness policy and like policy proc up and just destroy things. So I think Appleton is actually definitely usable. And I would say, see, this is where it gets hard. Is it more or less usable than Ampharos? I'm going to say it's more usable than Ampharos, and Ampharos is definitely usable. So do you think that Grass is good defensive because of the number of ground types in the meta? No, I think Grass is good defensive because of the water types in the format right now. Grass is good defense because of the spores, right? And because like that stuff like that. Yeah, Apple Acid's cool with Illumina Crash, right? Maybe it's just your bias because I adore Giraffe, but I prefer Armatail because it lets you use Fake Out. What is that? Because it lets you use Fake Out. Oh, it's definitely good. I think Fargiraffe's great. Yeah, Powder Munis are great. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. I've been talking for 20 minutes already. Someone was like, this has to be scripted, and I'm like, I just gotta think, you know? All right. Next Pokemon's going to be Arboliva. Arboliva's a good Pokemon. It gets Seed Sower, which is kind of like Grass Train, which you have to get hit by an attack first, then it activates it. This Pokemon's okay. It gets low enough speed, but not super low. Oh, you guys can't even see that. You guys should have told me you can't see the speed tiers. There we go. So low enough speed, but not super low. It gets great speed def, great special attack, and then setting the Grass Trains is really good. I think this Pokemon's okay. I think it takes a little bit too much setup to work on like an aggressive Trick Room team, so that's why you don't see this thing on like Sunroom teams. It just takes a little bit too much to get going. So I would say Arboliva is definitely like a B tier mon. There are Pokemon that do its job better in a Trick Room team, and there are Pokemon that it does a better job of just like existing with. I would also say a cool thing about Arboliva is you don't have to use Seed Sower. Harvest is a great ability that makes it like being able to cycle like Citrus Berries forever. So very, very cool Pokemon. It's not generally one that I have big success with, but I know that it's viable. It's definitely usable. Arboliva pins the water Ting-Loos. I mean, there are other Pokemon that do it as well, you know? Yeah, I think Arboliva is cool. We got Arcanine next. Arcanine, all right? Arcanine. So Arcanine gets Intimidate, Flash Fire, Justified. All three of these abilities are going to be good in this format. Intimidate's what most people would use. Flash Fire is good because there's going to be so many people that are like abusing Ting-Lu, and you can just like you can just do this. You can just be like, okay, well, I'll just go Fairy Terra Arcanine with like Flash Fire. Good luck, have fun. Your Chi-Yu doesn't get to come to the matchup anymore, you know, right? Flash Fire makes so you can't get hit with the fire attacks. Fairy Terra blocks the Dark Pulses and Snarls. You're good, right? I think another thing about Arcanine's Justified is going to be viable because there's going to be a lot more beat-up mons in this format, and Arcanine is one of the better Justified users. So I think Arcanine is really cool. A lot of people also like to just, what I'm doing is going like a normal Terra Arcanine. Going like normal Terra, like Choice Band, Extreme Speed, pairing next to Shenpao. So the cool thing about Arcanine is it can be used in a wide variety of situations, and it doesn't take that much babysitting, but there are some matchups where if you're going to be using like a standard Intimidate Arcanine, you almost become a liability, right? So if your opponent has a couple Defiant users or things Arcanine can't come with, so like if your opponent's going like big with Palafin, big with King Gambit or Annihilate and things like that, and you can't really bring Arcanine to that matchup, but your team's structured to need Arcanine to actually pivot and work correctly, if you're playing that reactive of a core, Arcanine can become a liability at that point. So I actually think that because of that, I wouldn't put Arcanine in the S tier. I wouldn't put Arcanine in the S. I think that Arcanine's just kind of okay, and there are better Pokemon that do its job in a bunch of different situations. I'd put it in the A tier. Obviously, I put it behind Annihilate, and I'd put it above Abomasnow. But I think Arcanine is kind of just okay in a lot of formats. Like, Arcanine's that mon you just throw on your team when you need just a little bit more of this, a little bit more of this. It's not a meta definer, right? I think it's very, very good, obviously. Like I said, I'm very stingy with where I put stuff at the top. Like, I get very stingy with it because I think that those are the things that, like, demand checks. You can't even play the game unless you check the things in the S tier or have, like, matchups against them. Things in the A tier, you can, like, for example, Arcanine, if you bring on an Earthquake user after they've already done their Intimidate, like, 90% of the Earthquake users in the format outspeed the Arcanine. They'd have to force a Terra, that's them using resources to defend a Pokemon that's not even an integral part of their team. And so I think, like, stuff like that are reasons why Arcanine's not, like, that high. That's just my opinion. All right, we got Armarouge. Armarouge, all right? Armarouge is great. Like, obviously, Flash Fire is good against Chi-Yu. You can go change to, like, a Fairy or a Dark Terra to make it so you're just absolutely walling that thing. But the thing is, all the moves that Armarouge uses, like, things like Expanding Force, it's the only mon in the deck that gets Expanding Force, I think. And things like, you know, Armor Cannon and Heat Wave, right? And, you know, sometimes they even like to go Grass Terra and use things like Energy Balls and stuff like that. The problem is this thing gets super walled by Chi-Yu as well. So I think in previous format, Armarouge was like an easy A. And I'm still going to put it there, but it's going to be a little bit lower in the A's. So, like, as we start to flesh out the A's, it's going to be more back here. I think Armarouge is still very good, but I think it's the mon that you want to be, like, it's the Hatterene of this format. It gets Expanding Force, it sets its own Trick Room. It also gets access to things like Wide Guard, it gets Ally Switch. There's a bunch of cool moves it gets. And I know a bunch of people that are actually taking it to the regional this weekend. It's still very good, right? But it's not, like, as good as it used to be. Too many dark types. That's the thing is it's going to require a Terra. It's going to require an Indeedee. But I think the value of Expanding Force in general it basically says, like, if you're using Armouge, I'll just tell you right now, if you're going to a regional and you're using Armouge and you're doing it correctly, like Armouge, Indity, and then a good Mon to capitalize with, maybe like a Torkoal in the back, you're not going to go negative at that regional. That's going to be like a 5-4 team, a 4, maybe a 4-5 if it's an odd number of rounds, but like you're usually going to go even. That's like a 5-5. You're going to be able to beat a lot of the people that shouldn't be there. And so you're going to be able to get to Master Ball. Like Armouge is pretty easy to play. It's definitely like just a very standard thing. Yeah, into the TR, never lucky. Up next is Avlug. Do you think Sharpedo would be good in this format? I don't think Sharpedo would be good in doubles, but it'd be usable. I would put Sharpedo if it was in the game, probably in the upper ends of the C tier, because Sharpedo is definitely viable in a lot of situations. Maybe even like the bottom of B, just because Sharpedo does a bunch of stuff. It's a weird mon. We got Avlug, right? And I don't think anyone's ever tried to use this thing. It gets 30. It gets its own tempo. I know Neve has used this Pokemon a lot, and I actually respect it a little bit. It gets things like Aurora Veil. It gets things like Body Press. It gets Curse. It gets things like Icy Wind, Iron Defense. It's decent. It also gets Wide Guard, right? So I think this Pokemon has all the tools to be usable, right? It's just that people don't really use it because there's better Wide Guard users, there's better Body Press users. That being said, like if this thing had Yawn, it'd be really good, and it doesn't. And so that's the thing, is like a lot of those Body Press Waller bulkier mons, they usually have Yawn. This guy doesn't. So I think I'd put this guy in C tier though, and I think it's worse than Ampharos, but it's definitely viable. It has a lot of the tools, and yeah, I think it's an okay mon, but I think there are just better options. Who knows? The meta might change a lot, and this thing could be really, really good. But I think like just standard ice, it would require a Terra, and it'd require like a lot of harder to play stuff. Up next is going to be Azumarill. Right? Azumarill's gonna be great. I actually built a team. I don't know if it's up on Patreon, but I built a team, yeah, with like Pyro and Azumarill. This Pokemon's really, really good right now. You could use Thick Fat, Huge Power, or Sap Sip, but they're all viable. I think Huge Power is still the really good one. It's basically a Palafin without having to like switch out. It's just a super, super, super good Pokemon. And I think it, like the fact that it gets like Aqua Jet, gets Waterfalls, Play Roughs, all those things, super, super good. And you don't have to take the time to like switch out and bring it back in. It's kind of just strong as it is. Remember, Huge Power is going to double its attack stat, so it's going to be really, really strong. I like pairing this on like Armouge Entity teams. And so like I think Azumarill is definitely like a B tier. It could almost go in A, but I do think that it has a bad matchup for Samungus. So just that. So like you see what I mean? Like not being able to have a good matchup against the things in the S tier, I think Azumarill falls just a little bit short. And you know, other than that, it's a fun Pokemon. I think it's a lot better in singles than it is in doubles. But I would say B tier is a good spot for Azumarill. Let me check my phone. I have a dentist appointment on the 5th. So I had to do this. Wet Kirby, Wamau. Alright. What is Regulation C? It's the new format. It's the new format for Pokemon. And, you know, it starts on the 1st. Huge Honest, how's it going? Oh man, this is gonna take so long. Like, look at this list, dude. We gotta get through all these. It's fine. Because up next is going to be Bannet. Bannet. I think Bannet is really, really unique. It gets Insomnia, Frisk, and Curse Body. Frisk doesn't really work in regionals anymore because there's the open team sheet. But on ladder, Frisk is a very good ability. Curse Body is usable in some formats. And Insomnia is a great ability going up against Amoonguss. It means you can always switch in on those spores. So you can make your team really weak to Amoonguss, but then being able to switch in Insomnia there is really, really nice. It also is one of the few Pokemon in the game that gets roleplay. There's not that many. And you can like role play a couple other situations to give your teammates some really, really cool, unique abilities. I built some Patreon teams with Bannet. It's definitely one of the more unique Pokemon. That being said, I don't think it's very viable. I'd say it's definitely down here. It's not in the D or F where I think a lot of people would put it. It does some really, really unique things. It has a great attack stat, right? So Bandit's rocking like a 115 base attack. 65 is good enough. It gets things like Knockoff. It gets things like Destiny Bond still, Curse. Fling, it gets Gunk Shot, Icy Winds. It gets a bunch of really, really unique moves. And I've always liked Bandit. It's probably my favorite ghost type. And yeah, I think it's really good. Someone says, not to rail the current convo, but I just submitted my first team to you. Looking forward to you checking out. Thank you. Happy to hear it. Yeah, the official actual team submission post for the new format goes live on the 1st. So I'll do my best to fix everything. But yeah, Bandit, decent enough Mon, but bottom of C tier, I would say. Barraskewda is the next Mon. Barraskewda. It gets Swift Swim, obviously. It has a 136 base speed. Right, Barraskewda right here. So 136, great speed stat, right? Outspeeds Bundle and all those things. I think Barraskewda is actually going to be better in this format than it's been in any other format in Scarlet and Violet. It also gets Propeller Tail, which means you can ignore redirection. So depending on how big redirection is, Barraskewda can be like really, really, really good. Sorry, it ties Bundle, doesn't outspeed Bundle. Outspeeds Flutter and ties Bundle. But it gets a bunch of good stuff. It gets access to like Close Combat. It gets Drill Run. It gets access to Psychic Fangs. I used a really, really cool Barraskewda team in Sword and Shield with like Psychic. You go like max Psychic, and then your Alakazam would use Expanding Force. That was really, really cool. So I really, really think Barraskewda is usable for sure. Barraskewda is definitely in the B tier, and I would put Barraskewda behind Azumarill above Arboliva. And another way to like look at like when you're organizing Mons, right? You're like, okay, if I want to rank Barraskewda, and my opponent has, when I go into a team preview, you can see like if my opponent would have a Azumarill or an Arboliva, which one would I rather fight? And I would always rather fight Arboliva than Azumarill, because Azumarill's freaking weird. It can belly drum. It's just a big, like, hard to deal with Mon. So that's why Azumarill's ranked higher. So same sort of thing. Would I rather fight Azumarill or Barraskewda? I'd rather fight Barraskewda. Would I rather fight Barraskewda or Arboliva? I'd rather fight Arboliva. Sorry, I'd rather fight I'd rather fight Arboliva. You know what I'm saying. This is why Barraskewda's right here, if I were to rank all of them. Yeah, Azumarill can also Perish Song. Yeah, I think I said it wrong. If I were to rank Azumarill and Barraskewda, I'd rather fight Barraskewda. That's why it's lower. But if I were to rather fight Barraskewda or Arboliva, I'd rather fight Arboliva, which means Barraskewda is better than that, so it goes right there in the tier. So the hard part's deciding what tier, and then from there you just rank them like that. We got Basculin. This is the little baby Basculin. It's not the Basculegion. I don't think this Pokemon's that great. It gets Reckless, it gets Adaptability, Mold Breaker, but it just doesn't have the speed tier to actually make it work in this format. And I don't really see anyone wanting to run this thing. It gets like good moves. It gets like all the like Head Smashes and Liquidates and Psychic Fangs, and Wave Crash too as a boost. The evolution's going to be cracked, right? But this one's not. I'm going to put this guy... It's probably better than Bandit, but like I think it's really not great. I'm going to put it in D tier. I'm not a big fan of it. Yeah, they have different abilities too, but I just don't think it's that great. It's just... I think there's so many other Mons that do, like, all these Pokemon in the C tier do, like, really unique things that only they do. This thing, Basculin, does, like, the same thing as, like, every other water type, but, like, slightly worse. Better than Bandit in singles? I think Bandit's actually really good in singles. But in singles, Basculin is also better. So it's like, we'd see. We'd see what they do. We got Baxcalibur next. Baxcalibur, the big Bax. Baxcalibur's a very good Mon. He gets Thermal Exchange and Ice Body. Both are viable. Most people go Thermal Exchange. Most people like to run this thing with, like, a loaded dice. And they play it with, like, Icicle Spear, right? I think that's how most people like to play it. It also gets, like, obviously, Dragon Dance. It gets its signature move, Glaive Rush, which is a very, very good move. It can get things, like I said, Ice Shard, Dragon Dance. It gets things like EQ. Some people play these with a unique Terra as well. Just an overall good Mon. I think Baxcalibur is great. And it has a really, really high base stat. I would definitely put Baxcalibur... See, like, I want to put it in the A tier, right? I want to put it in the A tier because it's one of those Mons that's similar to Annihilate, but it's like way worse than Annihilate. I think I'm going to put it right here. I would put it because I think it's far too good to be in the B tier, right? I think it's far too good to be in the B tier, but it's not as good as things like Arcanine, Annihilate, or Armarouge, I think. So that's fair. And I think the one thing holding Baxcalibur back is its speed stat. 87 is cool. But, like, not outspeeding, like, 90s is really, really harsh. It just doesn't get fast enough to actually do things. So, that's just my opinion on it. Yeah, Bax with Ground Terror EQ. I think it's fine. I think it's a good Pokemon. It's just what it is. We got Beartic up next. If I can type. Beartic. Beartic's a weird Mon. It's a mono ice type, right? And you get Snow Cloak, Slush Rush, and Swift Swim. So you can go fast in Hail or fast in the Rain. And I remember using this thing in... what is it, in Sword and Shield, and using, like, Liquidate to go for, like, max geysers, and realizing, like, I don't stab them because it's just an ice type, right? So, I think this thing sucks. It also has, like, 50 base speed, which means when you double it, right, this is still slower than everything, even with, like, a speed boosting nature. You're barely, like, outspeeding things. You're not even outspeeding, like, you're not outspeeding anything fast at all. So I'm not a big fan of this Pokemon. I think there's a lot of Beartic believers out there. But other than that, it gets things like Icicle Crash. It gets things like Bulk Up. It gets Encore, Close Combat. It gets a good moveset. I just don't really think it has... It has Yawn, you know. I don't really like it that much. And so I would definitely put Beartic. It's usable. So we'll put it in C tier. It's better than Bannet. It's better than Avlug. It's better than Ampharos. Yeah, if it didn't even have like 5 more base speed, it'd be more viable. Is it better than Appleton? It's better. It's not better than Appleton. Appleton can be like a super win condition. So, and Beartic's just kind of like on Belly Bolt. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't used this Pokemon very much. I've used it a little bit. A lot of people really wanted to see it, and I let other YouTubers basically make it work. I think the fact that it gets damp as a hidden ability is really cool. Not many mons get that, but Electromorphosis or whatever is the good ability that it gets. It gets a charge, and it's an okay mon. I think it does well. It has a good enough, a low enough speed stat, decent stat line here. It's okay, right? It's okay, and where would I put it? You know, it's obviously played on Trick Room teams. It gets Muddy Water, it gets Discharge, it gets all those good attacks. It gets Slack Off, it gets like Thunderbolt, even Weather Ball. That's unique. I'm gonna rank that a little bit higher because of Weather Ball. I didn't know it got that. Where would I put this thing? It's definitely in the B tier, but I don't think it. I think it's better than Arboliva, but I don't think it's as good as Barraskewda. Belly Bolt in the B tier. B for Belly Bolt, right? So that's where I would put it. Bisharp. Everyone's seen Bisharp. It's the unevolved form of King Gambit. It gets Defiant. Some people like to play with Eviolite. I think it's still best built with Sash, and at that point, you should just run a King Gambit. So, like, I'd put Bisharp in the D tier. I'd put it above Basculin. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. Like, just because it has an evolved form, it's still better than Bannet. It's still better. Bisharp in previous games was a good Pokemon. Bisharp's better than all of these, but it's not as good as, like, I've top cut regionals with Bisharp. I can't do it. Just because there's better options, I still got to put it where it goes. Bisharp's still viable. It gets Defiant, gets Inner Focus, gets Sucker Punch, Steel Dark, great typing, but King Gambit's much better than Bisharp in most situations. We got the big B, Blissey. Blissey is one of my absolute favorite Pokemon, one of the mascots of my channel. It gets Natural Cure, Syringrace, and Healer. Most people would play Healer in doubles, but I'd still play the Syringrace. The set that I like to go uses like Thunder for a 60% chance para, right? So you pair it like with this Syringrace, doubles your percent chance of secondary effects happening. And you go like Ice Beam, obviously, and like Flamethrower. But like Blissey doesn't have to get played like that. They did take away its access to Minimize, right? So like the set that I would play looks like this, but that's not what most people would do in doubles, right? Trick Room team got beaten so bad by Belly Bolt, Stone Drone. Yo, never lucky. Yeah, I think Blissey is really cool. It gets so many good moves. So many good support moves, too. It gets great Helping Hands, Icy Wind, Life Dews, Screens, everything. Like, Blissey gets it all. It gets Thunder Waves, Tricks. One of my favorite sets back in the day was getting it like a speed boost from a Z, Darkium Z, going for a Z Snatch to give you a +2 speed, and then also being able to like take away Tailwinds, and then just going for Syringrace boosted 60% chance flinch Rock Slides. I love doing stuff like that. Blissey's are one of those weird mons that when you do see it pop up, there's a real reason why they're using a Blissey, and it's usually a good one. So I would say Blissey is better than most of these. I put it behind Bisharp, in front of Altaria. Definitely C-tier mon, definitely usable. With how many special attackers there are in the meta, things like Iron Bundle, Flutter Mane, Cheat You, Blissey's still a viable option because it's not going to get OHKO by those, and you can protect with your teammate, soak the damage with the Blissey, put up a Thunder Wave on those guys, and then they're just like, oh no, and then next turn your teammate just takes them out. So it's good. I do think that like Blissey's just a viable Pokemon. We got the Bombardier. We used one of these recently. Rocky Payload's pretty good. Rocky Payload. This Pokemon was sick. It's a dark flying type, so it's basically a Mandibuzz. And you get some really good stuff. Obviously, like, Rocky Payload's going to be really, really good. And being able to multiply it basically gives you a third stab on rock moves. So things like Rock Slide's great. It's one of the only dual Wing Beat users in the meta. It gets access to, like, Icy Wind, Knockoff, Parting Shot, Tailwind, Roost, like, Sucker Punch, U-Turn, Whirlwind. Good mon. I think this is definitely like a viable mon that I think more people should be using. It's definitely in the C tier, but it's better than most of these mons in the C tier. It's not as good as Blissey. Like, everyone hates fighting Blissey. It's also not as good as Bisharp, right? So I'd say that's a good example of where you would actually see this Pokemon, but it is what it is. You're seeing a lot of mons are in the C tier. We might have to move some of these down. Like, Bandit might not be in a D tier, but I think Bandit's a good C tier mon. Up next is going to be Bramblegast. Bramblegast. One Pokemon that I really wanted to build around because Wind Rider is such a good ability. It's different from the Wind Power that Kilowattrel uses. Wind Rider makes you immune to all those moves. And there's so many wind moves. Heat Wave, Blizzard, those are all wind moves. Hurricane, wind moves. So you're immune to so many things, and abilities that give you immunities are great. It's a good subseeder. It gets decent speed tier of 90, faster than things like Excalibur. 115, good attack stat. I think this Pokemon's definitely viable. I'm going to put... It's not B tier, but it's better than Bisharp, I think. I think it's better than Bisharp. We're going to C tier at the very top. I think it's a really, really cool Pokemon. Yeah, I think it's just a good Pokemon. Very, very solid. And, you know, it is what it is. Up next, we got Braviary. I'm surprised no one's used Braviary yet in this format. There's a lot of Defiant users, right? But Braviary is the one that, like, you know, gets Tailwind, right? That's the thing. It's the one that gets Tailwind. You know, thank you for the follow. It gets Tailwind. It gets access to things like Brave Bird. It gets access to things like Close Combat. And then, like, it also has access to, like, Rock Slides, Roosts, Terra Blast, U-turns, Whirlwinds to stop TRs and stuff like that. You can even go Superpower instead of Close Combat if you wanted. Braviary is just, like, a decent mon. In previous formats, Braviary is great because it doesn't need, like, a ton of speed to outspeed things like Dragapult and Tailwind. So you actually make it, like, really, really bulky and end up doing sets, you know, that look a little bit like this. And, like, you're pretty thick on that sort of stat line. Like, very, very decent Pokemon. So I like Braviary, and I'm just surprised no one's used it. It's one of those Pokemon that's just really, really hard to deal with. Yeah, I would definitely put Braviary. I think Braviary is better than Bisharp. And so I'd put it in the top of C, but not as good as Bramblegast, obviously. But yeah, I do like Braviary a lot. I think it's a very, very underrated Pokemon that more people should be using. What do we got next? We got Breloom. Breloom's really, really cool in this format. I think Breloom's really, really cool in this format. So if we plug in Breloom here, there's a few different things it can do. It can go for like Effect Spore, Poison Heal, or Technician. I think Technician's going to be better. Most people like to play with a Sash. And then it gets Spore. It's one of the fastest Spore users with a 70 base speed, so very, very fast. It gets access to a big Mach Punch, and it gets access to things like Bullet Seed. That can also be boosted by the Technician. You can use a Terra Blast. It gets Swords Dance. There's a bunch of cool stuff that Breloom can do in this format, right? Bunch of cool stuff that Breloom can do. And the reason why Breloom is good is because there's all those Ruin Pokemon. They all have, what is it? They all have fighting weaknesses. They're all dark types. So Breloom's getting a huge boost in this format. Huge boost. You know, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I think Breloom's going to be huge in this format. Breloom's at least in the B tier. It's better than Arboliva. It's better than Bellibolt. It's definitely, like, more of a pain than these two Pokemon. I wouldn't say it's A tier, but, like, we'll see how the first set of regionals go in Fort Wayne. It might end up being, like, on every team. There's times in the meta where Breloom just seems, like, unbeatable if you pair it with the right teammates. This might be one of those situations because Breloom is very, very good in this format. It just says, like, hey, your Shenpao, it's not playing the game. Hey, your Chi-Yu, it's not really playing the game if you have the right items and the right way to support it, you know? And so invalidating Pokemon that are going to be higher up on the tier list is really good. Like, making it so they can't even, like, come to play or force a Terra, it's very, very good. While also still having the option to go for, like, Spores on things like that you're slower than. So really, really good Pokemon. Dude, we got Bronzong. Bronzong is the de facto best defensive Trick Room mon in this format. Bronzong is amazing. It gets Levitate or Heat Proof or Heavy Metal, which are all good abilities, other than Heavy Metal. And it can go like Covert Cloak, or it can go like Goggles. But then Bronzong gets a really good speed tier of 33, so it can bully things outside of Trick Room or get up Trick Room. But what I like with Bronzong is it gets the Bulldoze. So like there's so many mons we were talking about recently where you can go Trick Room with your Bronzong, right? Protect with like something like a Chi-Yu. And then have your Chi-Yu hold like a weakness policy and go like Bulldoze turn 2 on like a min speed reduced Chi-Yu, proc a policy, get a double KO, and then you're already slower after you got that Bulldoze. So even if they bring out something slow in the back, you're now slower with your Chi-Yu, right? And you're in such a unique, cool spot doing that. And Bronzong can do that with Chi-Yu, it can do it with Dragalge, it can do it with Torkoal, if you build your EV spreads right, and a few other Pokemon. So I think Bronzong, and it's super defensive. The things that beat Bronzong aren't the same things that beat a lot of other Trick Room setters, just because it's a really, really unique Steel Psychic typing. So I actually think Bronzong is like really cracked. I'm gonna put Bronzong in the A tier. It's definitely up there for me. it's the safest Trick Room setter. And it also can be used as like an imprisoned Trick Room setter. It also gets like gravity hypnosis. There's like 5 other things Bronzong can do, and I think it's very, very good. Like if you want to play hard TR and like you need your Trick Room up, Bronzong's Pokemon to get up for you. So I like Bronzong in this format. We got Brute Bonnet. So Brute Bonnet is very similar to Breloom, right? But it's weak to Breloom, right? the Mach Punch, right? I think Brute Bonnet's really good. It's a mixture of like Amoonguss and Breloom, right? So it gets access to like the Rage Powders. It gets access to the Spores. Most people use it with like Sucker Punch or like some sort of other attack there. And then they obviously still like to go Bullet Seed with like a loaded dice. So it's like a Breloom Baxcalibur Amoonguss hybrid fusion. And most people actually have to terrorize it away from Dark Grass typing, just because it's weak to so many random little things. That being said, it's still a very, very good Pokemon. I would still definitely put this... It's not in the A tier, but I would put it better than like a Zoom... No, I don't think it's better than a Azumarill. I think Azumarill is better than Brute Bonnet. I'd put it right there. It's a little bit too slow, so you need to play it in Trick Room, and at that point you should just be playing in Amoonguss, I think. So... that's pretty much it. I've used tons of Breloom in singles. Any tips for using it in doubles? It's like the same set. You just play it with like Spore, Mach Punch. I like Technician, Bullet Seed. I've won events with Breloom in the past, so I think Breloom's really just solid Pokemon. Up next, we got Bruxish. Holy moly, Bruxish. We're coming full circle here. The best thing this guy gets is Dazzling. Pokemon and its allies are protected from opposing priority moves. So it's basically the same thing as Queenly Majesty or Armor Tail. And this Pokemon used to be okay. It used to be okay when it was the only thing that got those things. You'd play it on like Policy Proc teams with things like this. I think you could still Aqua Jet your teammates because it has opposing stuff like that. So you use it to Policy Proc. That being said, it doesn't really get that many other things. It was one of the only things that got Psychic Fangs back in the day. It still gets Taunt, gets Wave Crash. It's a little bit too fast to go in Trick Room. It's not like a terrible, terrible mon. But like there are better options, like I said, Serena and Fargiraffe. So like I'd put it in the D tier. I'd say it's better than Basculin. I don't think it's good enough to be in the C tier because the things that it does that are unique aren't unique enough in my opinion. I'm just not a fan of this thing at all. It's also like Water Psychic, which like means it has a million weaknesses. So I'd put it down there. Some people might like to use it a little bit higher. There are some teams where like they make you think it's Dazzling. Sorry, Dazzling is the ability, and then they go like Strong Jaw like super, super hard, and they like band it or something. And I feel like with those teams, they would just lose an open team sheet. So I don't really like it. Next Pokemon that was gonna be Cacturn. We're getting into the C's. Cacturn. Cacturn gets some cool stuff. Sandveil and Water Absorb. I think that Cacturn is very slept on. Water Absorb with like a different Terra is great as like a Dozo check. It gets so many good moves. It gets Destiny Bond, Encore, Drain Punch. One of the cool things about Cacturn is it's one of the few Pokemon that can be like a mixed sweeper because it has a high attack and special attack. So you can build Cacturn in like 4 or 5 other really, really unique ways. With like a Scarf, it basically just makes it faster than like Pokemon in like the 90s base speed, and then like full attack, full special attack investment. So Cacturn's really, really cool. And again, it gets like Spiky Shield, it gets like Sucker Punches, I think it gets like Leech Seed and stuff like that too. I think Cacturn is definitely good, and also gets like Sandveil if you want to play it with T-Tar, right? So I don't hate Cacturn. That being said, it's in the C tier. It's better than Bannet. It's better than Avlug maybe, but I don't know if it's better than Ampharos. It's definitely not better than Beartic, so we'll put it in C for Cacturn. But it could all, you know what? Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's in the D tier. Like it is. Cacturn's sick, but like, there's just like, why would you use Cacturn over like a Garchomp? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I can't just put every Pokemon in the C tier. It's a top of the D tier Pokemon though. I got swept by a TR Cacturn with Slow Roast Surf. There you go. Like see, like stuff like that. Like Cacturn's cool. Cacturn's cool. Who's left of Abomasnow? That's Baxcalibur. But thank you for watching the YouTube videos today, guys. Appreciate it. Up next, we got Camerupt. So Camerupt is basically like a poor man's Torkoal. When it used to have Mega Evolution, Camerupt was fine. It gets Magma Armor. It gets Solid Rock, Anger Point. I mean, don't really use the Anger Point, but basically it's slow like Torkoal, but not slow enough. And it's strong like Torkoal, but it doesn't set its own sun. So it gets Eruption. And it used to be one of the only Pokemon in the game that got Earth Power, and it stabs that Earth Power. So that was the thing that Camerupt used to bring to the table. That being said, I don't think there's a single reason to ever use this thing over Torkoal. And you would only use this team, you would only use it in addition to using Torkoal. And if you want to do that, like how are you getting over Trick Room? So it's not that viable. I'm going to put Camerupt in the D tier. I'm gonna put it here. It's not unusable, but there's very little reason to use it ever. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not a fan of it. I think it's a meme. Whenever you see anyone use Camera Up, it's a meme because it doesn't get any support moves to make it like actually like a viable support Pokemon. It gets Yawn, right? And at that point, and like Charm, but like other Pokemon get those things, and there's just better options, and it has so many different weaknesses. Like, I'm just not a fan of Camera Up, but I am a fan of Scarlet, which is our next Pokemon. Scarlet is really, really good. Scarlet is really good. We've been using a lot of Scarlet. Scarlet is like the anti-meta anti-hero of the freaking format. Flash Fire Ray I talked about being great versus Chi-Yu. All you have to do is terrestrialize it into something that walls dark moves, so you can go Fairy, you can go Dark. I think Fairy is what we're going to start seeing a lot more of. People like to build it with Clear Amia. I like Lefties or Citrus. Bitter Blade's an absolutely amazing move, and it also gets access to like Ally Switch. Gotta respect Ally Switch. It's so good. It gets Clear Smog, Destiny Bond. So many good things. A lot of people like to use this thing with Bulk Up, obviously, and just go for like absolutely massive Bitter Blades that like restore 50% of the damage you deal. Really, really, really good Pokemon. Yeah, I think Scarlet is definitely in the A tier. It's better than Armourouge is in this format, I think. So, yeah, I think that's good. But it's not nearly as good as Arcanine. Ally Switch is priority, but it fails if used in succession like Protect. So, it is what it is. Camera Up is a case where I'm upset that Megas weren't regular evolutions for Pokemon because Camera Up needed something to stand out so bad. Was such a cool Pokemon to be irrelevant. I think Camera Up, like, Mega Camera Up won a regional. So, like, Mega Camera Up is completely viable. It's just that regular Camera Up is, like, very, very underwhelming. Because Mega Camera Up got Sheer Force, right? And then you just, like, melted everyone off. But we see Satitan, which is my second favorite Pokemon in the new decks behind Houndstone. And I think Satitan, very similar to Abomasnow, is an amazing Pokemon. Slush Rush is great. You can build it so many different ways. This is one of those really, really good Yanmons, and it gets like that Ice Spinner. So like this is gonna be a good Pokemon. There's 5 or 6 different ways you play Satitan. I like playing it with that like bulky set that looks kind of like this. I also like really using it with entrainment. It's one of the few Pokemon that can make that work. And then it doesn't need like a ton of speed to outspeed things like Dragapults in Tailwind. So you need like 108. This would double to a 214 and outspeeds Pult if you have your Hail up. So you can just put the rest of those points wherever you want. Go full bulk. You could even technically use like a Thick Bat set or a Sheer Force set if you wanted to in some situations. I just really like Slush Rush. So Titan is amazing. Very, very good Pokemon. I would put it in the B tier. And I would rank it better than Brute Bonnet, but since I'm making this list for everyone else that wants to like learn the format, we're going to put it behind Brute Bonnet. I just think this Pokemon has so much untapped potential that I could actually build a new Satitan team for like a whole month and make a different Satitan set that in a different team and like figure out so much stuff about Satitan. I would do that because I think that Pokemon has that much like tech available, but I don't think people would want to watch that stuff. Like Satitan is very, very, very good, and there's so many different defensive terrors you can go with it. There's so many different aggressive, like it can be an aggressive or defensive Pokemon at any like flip of a switch. Very, very good Pokemon. And yeah, like it just has that stat line doesn't look great. It's great. It's really, really good. You're basically doubling this stat. And so like Titan's normally walking around with like a 521 base stat, but it's in like the 600s because it's doubling its speed stat, right? So like think about that. You just think about it and get back to me. Very, very good Pokemon. We got Chi-Yu, the first Ruin Pokemon. The first one of the list. We've been doing this for a while. Chi-Yu. So Beads of Ruin makes it so every other Pokemon have their special defense shredded by about a quarter, right? So it's really, really good. So you compare this next to like Fluttermates or Brute or Iron Bundles and basically just shred things out. It can shred things out itself. It can also be used to power up things like Goldangos and Torkoals. It can be used on Trick Room or Tailwind. This is like the middle of the pack legendary. I would say Shenpao is like really hyper aggressive and the other ones are varying degrees of defensive. Chi-Yu can be played like as a switch and pivot to cover up for a weakness to Fluttermanes or Bundles, or it can be used to like bully people out of the game. That being said, I think this is going to be the Pokemon that we see the most of early on in the format. I think also realistically, this is going to be the Pokemon that sticks around the most throughout the 3 months we have this format live. Absolutely, like, amazing Pokemon. I'm going to put it in S, right? I'm going to put it in S. That's Delibird. Sorry, I'm ready to make this a 2-part YouTube video. It's just going to be one video. It's going to be like a 3-hour video when I finish it. I'm going to put Chi-Yu in S. But I don't think it's as good as Amoonguss is. I don't think Chi-Yu's as good as Amoonguss. I think Amoonguss is like, when you're building your teams, you're like, I need redirection, give me Amoonguss, right? But I do think that it's like very, very good. I think it's going to be definitely used. And yeah, I think it's going to be just solid all around. You can pair it with like 4 or 5 different items. I like to play it with like Assault Vest, Policy. But choice items like Choice Scarf and Choice Specs are good. Life Orb sees play as well. Safety Goggles. A couple of my patrons are taking Safety Goggles Chi-Yu to Sydney and Fort Wayne. So you see like that Safety Goggles, respecting the Pokemon in the S tier. Imagine being able to switch in on Flutters, switching on Bundles, switching on Spores, and then punishing all of those Pokemon that use those things against you. It's so good. It's so good. Am I going to be live with the new ladder drops? Probably not. Shenpao, the next one. This is my favorite of the restricted mons. I like building it with Sash. Sword of Ruin it shreds defenses, so you can pair it with things like Extreme Speeds, Ice Shards, Sucker Punches, Bullet Punches, Vacuum Waves, all those big priority moves. Well, not Vacuum Wave, but you get the idea. Shred those defenses, and it's really good. It also gets Ice Spinner on this thing to make it so you can hit with Ice Spinners to make it so you can unlock your teammate's ability to use all those priority moves in a Psychic terrain on subsequent turns. So really, really good. I think Shenpao's like my favorite. It suits my playstyle the best. I made a team that was bad the other day that featured Shenpao, made a rent code for it. It's up on Patreon. And it's just a solid mon. I definitely would still put it in the S tier. But I think as far as like Sash users go, 135 base speed's amazing. Good move coverage, good defensive typing, really good ability that unlocks a lot of these other Pokemon's ability to do well. I'd still put it in S. It's arguably, there's situations to put it in A, but I don't think it doesn't take a lot of babysitting. You kind of just have a Shenpao in your team, right? I don't think you need Throat Chop and Suck. You just pick one. I don't think that you don't need both. Because so why do you need both of them, right? You're thinking like if they get up Trick Room, you need to be able to Throat Chop something like a Fargiraffe. So if they get up Trick Room, like you're going to lose. Well, you wouldn't use Sucker Punch there anyways, right? Popping in and out because it worked, but after what I've tested, Gyarados isn't acknowledged. No, Gyarados is actually like almost S tier in this format. Gyarados is like the most cracked Pokemon in this format. We're going to talk about it when we get to Gyarados. Yeah, like people sleeping on Gyarados. Yeah, I already know. Like I'm on the top of the ladder. Y'all don't see me, but like I get around. So yeah, I really like Shenpao, and I'm gonna selfishly put it in S. But like if we add more mons to S, it's gonna be back near like the bottom, I would say. All right, we got Clawitzer, one of my favorite shiny Pokemon. My favorite shiny Pokemon. Look at this thing. It's red. It's Red Lobster. So I love this thing. Mega Launcher is really, really cool. I had a really cool team back in the day where I used like Skill Swap and gave this Mega Launcher to Lucario, like regular Lucario, after Mega Lucario wasn't in cycle anymore. And I just used all the different like pulse moves on Lucario, and it's a lot of fun. But Mega Launcher is really good. It's going to power up all your different pulse moves, right? So it's going to power up like Aura Sphere, Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Water Pulse. But it also gives you a higher heal on Heal Pulse. So it's actually a really, really good mon. It has a great stat line. I really like this Pokemon, and I would use it in so many teams. I don't think it's like regional level good, but I think it's really, really good. I like this Pokemon a lot. You can build it with AV and not use the Heal Pulse and make it just really, really thick. It has a decent enough speed stat to actually still work in Tailwind if you put about 60 or 100 points. Can be good Terrad. I just like this thing a lot. I think it's just such a cool Pokemon. I'm going to put it in the C tier. I'm going to put it above Altaria. I don't think it's as good as Bombardier because Bombardier has so many different forms of speed control attached to it. But I think that it's better than Altaria still. Yeah, I think it's really, really good. I think it's such a cool mon. Pretty awesome they made it boost Heal Pulse. Yeah, I agree. It's really, really cool. I like it a lot. We got Clodsire. Clodsire is a weird mon that I think should be better than it is. But I'm happy that it's not. So like I don't want to give people that like Clodsire the idea that they could use it, because like I feel like Clodsire is one of those mons similar to like Oranguru that like low-key breaks the game if like everyone starts running it. It's kind of like Gastrodon, because like you have to dedicate a ton of resources to check a Clodsire, right? A ton. Like it's really, really good. So it gets Poison Point, Water Absorb, and Unaware, which are great abilities. Look at that. Look at that stat line. That's really, really good, right? So it's like if you use this, you're smart. If you don't use this, don't use this, because like I don't want to fight this Pokemon. Really good in singles. Yeah, it gets so many different things like Body Press, it gets Counter Curse, like Quagsire in general gets Haze. Like you're starting to see like this thing just absolutely says like Dozo can't play the game. Like give it Water Absorb, a different Terra, and like Haze, and like Dozo just like folds over and just breaks down. It gets Helping Hands. It gets all these different other moves. It gets Recover. Yeah, it gets so many weird things. It still gets the Yawn. Like, this Pokemon has the full package, right? And it could also just go unaware and ignore things too, right? So, yeah, I hate fighting this thing. But I'll realistically put it where it goes. It's definitely near the bottom of the B tier. I would put it around here. And it looks really high for what it brings to the table, but I do think that it's definitely like a problem if you don't respect it. And I built a few weakness policy teams with it too. Like, I think it's a good mon in a lot of different situations, so I would definitely put it higher than people think. Cloyster's up next. Cloyster's not that great in this format. It gets obviously Skill Wing, and it gets access to like all the different moves. It gets access to like Icicle Spear, Rock Blast, all of them. All those little multi-hit moves that are okay. It's good in singles, obviously, with like a Sash. That being said, it's not that great in VGC, and I think Cloyster's definitely like a D tier mon. So I would put Cloyster on here. It's just way too aggressive, takes way too much babysitting. You're basically going all in on a Cloyster, and then you just lose the game to a Protect. It's not really like that great in my opinion. Yeah, I think that it's very not great. Why is Armor's lower than Ceruledge? Armor's just has a really bad matchup versus things like Chi-Yu and a couple other mons. So the meta's changing, and the things that's changing to, a lot more dark types. Armor's just has a harder time using Expanding Force in that situation. Colossal. So Colossal is kind of cool. It gets access to Flash Fire, which is actually going to be a good ability in this format because, you know, it helps you wall Chi-Yu a little bit. You can just make yourself a different Terra to wall the Dark Attack. Steam Engine is what most people use with it. It gets a decent attack and special attack, good defense and HP, very low speed. Colossal is better in this format than it has been in Series 1 or 2. That being said, I don't think it's that great. You don't really want to go with a standard, like, proc a Steam Engine, roll people over, because even if you weakness policy'd it, it's just not good. The reason why Colt was good in past formats was because Dynamax doubled its HP stat, and also you got the Gmax dot, which you don't get in this format. Just a Heat Wave or like an Earthquake from a physical one isn't going to cut it. I don't think that Colossal's that great, but I do think that it's better than like a lot of these Pokemon in the C tier. I'd say it's worse than Beartic, right? But that's about it. So I'd say it's okay. It's worse than Beartic, but yeah, it's in the C tier. We got Coporaja. This Pokemon's okay. People sleep on this thing, but it's okay. It gets Sheer Force, which is the ability we want to use here. And the reason it's okay is because it has that 30 base speed. And you need at least like, you need to be 30 to actually be like a Trick Room Mon, right? If you're in the 40s or something like that, you're not Trick Room because there's so many Mons that have like that 30 number. Like, you need to be able to at least speed tie Amoonguss, otherwise other people can just tech a min speed Amoonguss to beat your Trick Room Mons. So you gotta at least be 30, right? And then from there, you can pair it on like a weakness policy team. It gets access to like a bunch of different coverage moves. It gets access to like high horsepower. It gets access to Rock Slides, Iron Heads, Play Roughs, Super Power Taunt. Bunch of cool stuff here. This Pokemon's definitely usable. It's usable. It's cool. It has a terrible Spadef, but like a great attack stat. Like it's just generally just like a pretty middle of the pack Pokemon. You can also pair it with Life Orb. Remember, if you have the Life Orb, the Sheer Force, the secondary effect of the Life Orb takes the health away from you, so you can actually use things like Iron Head and Play Roughs without taking Life Orb damage. If you use an Earthquake, though, you would still take the Life Orb damage because those are non-secondary effects. So things like this is what this thing does. It's not that great, but it's better than like a lot of the stuff so far. I'd say it's better than Clawitzer, because it's like just a general good Trick Room Mon, and you know, it is what it is. It could be better, it could be worse. It's definitely just a C tier guy. Speaking of, we're still in the C tier, we got Corviknight up next. Corviknight's actually okay in a lot of these formats. Corviknight pops up every once in a while. I want to give a disclaimer. Mirror Armor, I made a video this morning talking about my thoughts on the Ruinmons and how viable they're going to be. And a lot of people are like, oh, the Ruinmons just used the Mirror Armor. And it doesn't work because it's not actually activating those abilities. So again, the Ruinmons aren't going to activate like Defiance or Competitives either, right? So Corviknight's good, but it's not that good, right? It gets access to Tailwind. It's pretty much just a bulky Tailwind setter that people like to use with access to like Iron Heads or Body Presses, depending on what you want to capitalize on. And so I think Corviknight's viable. It doesn't take a ton of speed investment. It's one of my favorite Tailwind setters, but it's very, very, very reactive. That being said, I definitely would put it in the B tier. And I would put it above Barraskewda because it demands a lot of respect when you team build against it. but I don't think it's as good as Titan, and I think I might get some flack for that. I think people would put it above Titan and maybe even Brute on it. But I think I think a reactive Tailwind setter like that is just going to get rolled over by Chi-Yus, Flutters, Bundles, and any Pokemon that those Ruinmons are enabling to do well, right? If you're a Pokemon that's asking for permission to set Tailwind, you're going to have a harder time. You're going to get flinched, you're going to get crit, you're going to get hit with like a weird Terra, and you're just going to lose, right? So that's my reason on why I don't think Corviknight's like big broken, but it's just kind of like an above average Tailwind user. Probably as far as the reactive Tailwind setters go, we have things like Bombardier, Altaria, and things like that in the lower tiers. Like Corviknight's much better than those. We got Crab Dominable. Okay. Crab Dominatable's weird. So unlike Copper Raja, it's a little bit too fast to be in Trick Room. So like all your opponent would need to do if you even set up a Trick Room with this thing is just go like an Amoonguss in the back, and then you get up Trick Room, they bring out their Amoonguss and they spore you and you lose. So even like the best situation, it's not really that viable. Hyper Cutter is okay. Iron Fist, Anger Point, they're all okay. It's just kind of okay. It doesn't get any other unique moves. It doesn't have like its own. I think it gets like Ice Hammer, but like that's not good. It lowers your speed, but like it's still not good. It also can miss, right? It gets Wide Guard, which like a lot of people don't really think about. I would say this Pokemon's definitely like a D tier mon. I would put it around here. I don't think this Pokemon's like worth having in your team in any situation. Way too many weaknesses. Not nearly enough like good offensive stats to actually make work. And then like 132 is a high attack stat, but it's not so high that it's like worth investing into with like a Life Orb or a different item. Yeah, Screens Corviknight's good. I like Screens Corviknight. Yeah, that's a cool thing about it. But it's not Prankster Screens, right? It's not Prankster. Up next, we got Cryogonal. And I think this Pokemon's better than people give it credit for. I've been able to team with it recently. Cryogonal. It gets Levitate, which is great, which means you can change your Terra to basically anything you want and be really, really good. And it gets a 105 speed stat, which is really actually pretty fast. It gets things like Freeze Dry, which a lot of ice types don't get. Like Abomasnow doesn't have that. Freeze Dry is really, really good. It gets things like the Big Blizzard, obviously. And then it gets a bunch of weird moves. It gets Haze for Dozos. It gets Icy Winds for, just using Icy Winds to... it gets Screens. It gets Terra Blast. It gets Recover if you want to play more of a bulky set. But it also gets Sheer Cold if you want to be that guy. But it gets Ice Shard. So I like actually using this team. I like using this guy on a team that you would policy proc with the Ice Shard. So you have like your Haze to haze away like Dozos. But then you also have like Ice Shards to policy proc your teammates if you need it. You have Freeze Dries to be able to beat like other water types and help deal with the Amoonguss. So I think this Pokemon's like actually a lot better than people give it credit for. Obviously Bundle is better, but this has a lot of unique support moves that Bundle doesn't have. That being said, I think it's going to be definitely like top of the C tier. I would say it's better. I'd say it's better than Bramblegast, but it's not as good as things like Arboliva and Clodsire. It's a good Pokemon, but it's very one-dimensional in the fact that it has to be like sashed. So it takes your sash. Dude, the next Pokemon's Cyclizar. My boy Cyclizar. Oh, yes. Oh, I've been using this thing so much. So this thing outspeeds basically like everything. It's a 121, which means it can outspeed even like it can outspeed Roaring Moons that are boosted if you're Scarfed. It outspeeds things like Flutters and Bundles after you're Scarf. And it goes with that big Shed Tail. I've been using this thing a ton recently. Like this has just been my jam. Gets a Shed Tail, makes a sub. It gets access to like Icicle Spinner as well. I'm sorry, Ice Spinner. And then it gets access to Iron Head and Iron Tail. And Iron Head with limited investment does not KO Flutters, but Iron Tail does. I hit like 3 Flutters and O-code them at Charlotte with this thing. Such a cool mon. You can even go U-turn here. It gets access to knockoffs. It gets access to like taunts, trailblazes, U-turns. You can go Dracos or shift gears. This Pokemon does a lot. I think this is a one-of-a-kind Pokemon in this format. Is it A tier though? I don't think that it is, because it actually requires a very, very unique team. I'm actually going to put it... I'm going to put it above Satitan, because you can splash it, but like at that point, you need to dedicate a lot of resources to making Cyclizar work. But that being said, if you do want to dedicate those resources, it's a really, really cool Pokemon. Yeah. See, you would never need to get the Nasty Plot off the Chi-Yu. You wouldn't need to. That's too combo-based, but it is what it is. All right. This is going to blow your guys' minds. Dash Bun. Right? Watch this. So Dash Bun's really cool. It already has that built-in fairy typing that we were talking about, and then the well-baked body means that you're immune to fire moves, and you get a +2 defense. And then you're using things like Body Press, which are great versus all of those Ruin Mons. This is numero uno, like the de facto. This is an amazing Pokemon in this format. Like, absolutely cracked Pokemon in this format against like teams that are built around Ruinmons. It's good against all 4 of them. And it gets access still to things like the Snarls. It gets access still to things like the Yawns. Like, are you seeing how, like, good this is with, like, Citrus or Leftovers, maybe a Protect? It gets a lot of really cool things. Roars, Wishes. Like, dude, we have it all on this thing. We got Charms. Like, it's all here, right? It's all here. Is it S tier? No. But I'm going to put it at the top of the... I'm going to put it right there. B for Bread Dog. And so, I think this Pokemon has the potential to make it into the A tier. You don't even have to, like, a lot of people would pair this with, like, a Lava Plumon. You don't even have to. You kind of just bring this thing and says, like, hey, your Chi-Yu doesn't get to play. Hey, like, all your Mons don't get to play. And that's it. That's just what you do with this thing. It's just, like, really, really safe. I think it's really good. I wouldn't put it in A yet because, like, it still needs to be optimized, right? The format isn't even technically out yet. So, I'm not going to put it in A yet, but it's definitely busted. Definitely. Dedenne. We were talking about plus Mons when we were talking about Ampharos. And so it gets access to Cheek Pouch, which you don't really use, and Pickup, which obviously can't work, but you can pair it with a plus or minus Mon. And there are a lot of Mons that get, like, plus and minus. So, like, we see, like, plus right here. Let's see plus right here. There's a few Mons that Denne can enable. So things like the Ampharos line, the Toxtricity line specifically, and then things like minus. You can see, like, obviously the Toxtricity line, and then I think that's basically it that gets minus in this format. But basically, Dedenne gets Entrainment, right? So the cool thing about Entrainment is the target's ability changes to match the user. So you can give anything your plus, and then that Pokemon gets a special attack boost, and then you get a special attack boost on top of it. So that's what's really cool about Dedenne. It also has a good speed stat. 101 is actually usable faster than base 100. So this thing can give Entrainment to anything that can have its ability change. So you can't pair up the Paradox Mons, right? But there's a lot of Pokemon that you can pair up. So realistically, you want to sort this Dedenne and go all the way down to, like, everything 100. So you can give a Salamence that and go special Salamence. You can give it to, like, Volcarona and give a Volcarona 1.5 special attack, a Hydreigon 1.5 special attack. You're starting to see the situations where, like, there's something there. There's actually something there. I used Dedenne a decent amount in Sun and Moon. Sorry, not Sun and Moon. Scarlet and Violet? Nah. Sword and Shield. They all start with S. Why do they start with S? It's definitely a C tier Mon. I would put it behind Colossal, but better than Ampharos, because it's basically the same type of thing as Ampharos, but just a little bit better. But I think that it's, like, a cool Mon. I think it's a cool Mon, and someone will make it work. It has Fairy Electric type, which is also a very, very unique typing. Up next, we got Delibird. Delibird's actually pretty usable in singles, because it gets, like, Rapid Spin and Hazards and stuff like that. But it just doesn't really get anything in doubles. It gets Insomnia. It gets Destiny Bond. Fake Out. Fake Out's good, you know. But it doesn't really have, like, the speed stats to make it work. It's more of just a meme niche pick. We have Bundle at home, right? We have Bundle at home. I'm going to put Delibird down in that F tier. It's worse than Almamola. That's just my opinion. Delibird's okay, but, like, there's no reason to use it at all in this format. Ditto. Ditto can be any Pokemon, obviously S tier. I'm kidding. Ditto's good. Ditto's okay. Ditto copies a lot of different things. And so I think Ditto, with the Imposture being able to immediately copy something upon being sent out and copy all of their stat boosts, the only thing that Ditto doesn't copy is HP. So Ditto's worse copying things like Dozo, better copying things like Flutter and Bundles, and then it copies their speed tiers as well. So if they have, like, different, already boosted their speed or their stats, Ditto's good. I think Ditto's definitely a B tier. Could even be an... I'm going to put Ditto in A, actually. I'm going to put Ditto in A, because I think Ditto's good. I think Ditto's a good Pokemon, and I think the metas need to respect it. And the more aggressive these formats get, and the more solved they get, Ditto can kind of come in and give you, like, a second Ruinmon. Like, imagine if I had 2 Chi-Yus on the board. You don't even, like, I don't even think the double shred thing works, but you get the, you just have, like, 2, like, you have a Scarf Chi-Yu, and you copy their Chi, and you just go, like, pop, pop, you know, or you copy a Flutter Mane, and you just, like, roll over their Flutter Mane and roll over their bundle. In formats where Mons are weak against themselves, Ditto's very, very good. So if we sort this by, like, speed, right? Dragonbolt's weak against its stealth. Bundle can kill itself. Shenpao's weak against itself. Flutter Mane's weak against itself. You're starting to see a pattern where all these Mons that are the sweepers, if you copy them, they just get folded over by another move that's already on their set to check themselves in the mirror. So Ditto matches that and is, like, really, really good. And remember, you automatically transform, and you just have a Scarf on it. That's the set that most people use. So, like, you have a Choice Scarf here, and then Limber makes you automatically transform. You don't transform if they're behind a sub or if they're illusion disguised as something else, but it's really, really good. So, Yeah, Ditto's just like super, super nice. And I think it's viable of being in the A tier for that. Dondozo. Dozo's a hard Pokemon to build around in this format. Now, I've talked a little bit about, in my video that I uploaded on YouTube today, I talked about how like leads aren't going to change that much, and it's just the Pokemon in the back being able to switch in these Ruinmons, switching into like secure victories are going to be good. Dondozo actually like wrecks most of the Ruinmons if used correctly. Unaware is still an amazing ability, gets good Terras. I don't think you're going to be using as much Order Up in this format, as well as just like a Terra Blast to cover for a unique type. So you could actually see things like Fighting Terra and like Bug Terradozo just to melt Ruinmons. That being said, yeah, I know you're going to hate to hear this, but Dozo's definitely an S tier mon. Dozo is really cracked. It's near the bottom of the S tier. I don't think that... I actually don't know how Ditto works with Booster Energy, but I think it would copy because it goes to their stats, because you can't haze away those stats, right? So, yeah, I think that Dondozo's definitely an S tier pick. Like, definitely. It's still really, really good, and it's just Dozo plus a Tatsu is like a free win in like so many matchups if you play it right. And it forces your opponent to respect it. And even if they do, they still might lose. So I would definitely put Dozo still in the S tier. Donphan. How many Pokemon do we still have left? Oh my gosh, dude. We're like not even... Let's take a look at Donphan. Donphan, I think, is a really, really decent Pokemon in previous formats. It's much better in singles because it gets like Rapid Spin and Sturdy. Plugging Donphan here. That being said, I don't think Donphan's unusable. I've looked at Donphan 3 or 4 times in this format over things like Tusk just because it has Sturdy, right? It's not weak. Yes, it's slow, but like it's not weak. So you do the same thing like Earthquakes. It gets all the cool stuff. It even gets things like Encore and Gunk Shot, which like Tusk doesn't get. So, and obviously like Knockoff, Play Rough. It gets Ice Shard and a few other unique moves that, you know, you wouldn't normally get. Does it still get Ice Shard? Yeah, so it's Ice Shard and Spinner, right? So it's decent, right? Donphan's usable. I would definitely put Donphan in the C tier. And I would say Donphan's better than Beartic. I'd put Donphan over here. Yeah, I put Donphan over there. I think it's better than Beartic. I think Donphan's a good Pokemon, and it's not bad. We got Dragalge, and this Pokemon's actually really cool. I have a rental code on my Patreon right now that features Dragalge with Electric Terra next to that Bronzong that I was talking about. So you go Protect, Trick Room into like an adaptability boosted Terra, like a Thunderbolt, right? So you turn on like Protect, Trick Room with your Bronzong, because you can always get up Trick Room with Bronzong once they imprison, basically. And then turn 2, you go like Weakness Policy, like Electric Terra, or you just stay Poison, right? And use whatever your other moves are. You can use like Dragon Pulses and a bunch of other things. I think the Pokemon's actually really good. It's slow enough to technically work after a Bulldoze. Decent special attack stat. It's the adaptability that makes this thing good. Very, very unique Pokemon that I think is better than people give it credit for. I would definitely put this Pokemon... It's not B tier, right? But it's definitely like... Here... That's a good spot. Right there. I think it's a good Pokemon. It's one of those things that's similar to Copperajah, where like, yeah, it works in a Trick Room team, like better than some other things. But like, there's so many other better options we'll get to when we need to get to it. Like, all these Mons aren't as good as a Torkoal, so they just kind of like fall by the wayside. We got some good Mons coming up though, man. These are all good ones. Let's take a look at Dragapult. Dragapult is one of the fastest Pokemon of the format. It gets a 142 speed tier. 142 speed tier. So it's faster than all of the bundles and the flutters and everything, right? That being said, it's weaker than a lot of those things. It gets Clear Body, which is an amazing ability. It gets Dragon Darts. You can build Dragapult like a support or like an aggressive mon. I like the banded one, but I think the Dragapult's still very, very good. And I feel like Dragapult can solve a lot of bad matchups. It's a fast Wisp, fast Screens. It gets access to like a fast Disable, which I feel that people aren't using. It's a fast Curse. Like, you're starting to see Dragapult is like really, really good in a lot of situations. And so like, I would actually put Dragapult in the B tier. I think Dragapult's better than Psychozar, but it's not better than Brute Bonnet. I'm going to put Dragapult up here. I just think that Dragapult's going to someone's going to find a way to make Dragapult really, really good with the right combination of Ruinmon. So like Dragapult Wo-Chien or Dragapult Tinglu could actually end up being really good with like Screens and or like Wisps and things like that. So I think Dragapult has potential to be a lot better. But, you know, it's up for the meta to decide. I think Dragapult's very, very good though. You can't sleep on the boy. That Dragapult's really, really good. So very, very solid. All right. Well, yeah, this will be up on YouTube in a couple days. So we're already about an hour and a half into it. We got Dragonite up next. Dragonite's really, really good. Dragonite obviously is the Pokemon that most people like to pair the most with Shenpao. They pair it with like Inner Focus so you can't get intimidated, or Multiscale if you like, but then they go normal Terra E-Speed usually. But the good thing about Dragonite is it doesn't have to do those things, right? You can build an AV Dragonite with like Ice Spinner, and it's just really good. Like Extreme Speed Dragonite is the really good way to do it. You have access to like Ice Spinner to take away terrain things. Then you can still go things like Dragon Claw. I've used Rock Tomb in the past. You can go Earthquakes. It gets Encore if you want to use a non-AV set. Dragonite can do a lot of stuff. You can also build it like special or even put like Tailwind on it. You can do a lot of different things. Dragonite is probably, if you're looking, it's like the Mimikyu of dragons because it has that multi-scale and that general bulk if you want to use it. So like I would say Dragonite's just better than like most dragons. I would definitely put Dragonite in, I'm going to put Dragonite in the A tier. It's better than Abomasnow, it's better than Ditto, but I think it is better than Bax. It's probably better than Bronzong too. Let's put Dragonite up there. Dragonite's going to see a lot of play. And Dragonite's going to be everywhere. I don't think it's as good as Armarouge. Lum is okay on Dragonite, yeah. I don't think you really go Lum in this format, though. Did I hear the first place award for ICs is 160 CP? Like, is that like ICs like the international challenges, like the online tournaments? That's crazy. But yeah, I think Dragonite's definitely like an A-tier mon, but it's not as good as things like Annihilate, even or the Cerulege Bros, or like Arcanine. So I'd put it up there. Very, very solid mon. Good speed tier, too. Dreadnought, one of the better Swift Swim users in the format. If we take a look at what gets Swift Swim. So if we take a look at what gets Swift Swim, there's a lot of mons in the format. And like most of them are special, usually in the past. It'd be like Lumineon, Golduck, and, you know, other things like that. In this form, we get a lot of physical ones like Barraskewda, Beartic, Dreadnought. Dreadnought's fast enough to make work. It also gets Ice Spinner. And Dreadnought was my favorite Pokemon from Sword and Shield. So it's a really, really cool Pokemon. It gets a bunch of unique moves. It gets, like I said, the Ice Spinner here. And then it can, like, stab the Rock Slide. It just gets a bunch of, like, really, really cool stuff. Bodie Man, yo, subscribe. Been a while since I caught a stream, but still love the content on YouTube. Thank you. I do my best to make the best content I possibly can, and I appreciate the support. Thank you. It gets, obviously, Liquidation. Go for the Protect. I also like it with, like, Counter and, like, Dragon Tail on, like, AV sets. It gets Head Smash. I like Dreadnought a lot, and it has had some success early on in Series 1. I still think it gets, like, good stuff. It has enough speed to make work and a good attack stat. That being said, it's really susceptible to, like, Wisps and Intimidates. But I do think Dreadnought's definitely usable. As far as where I would put it, I don't think it's, like, B tier, but it's definitely better than, like, I think every Pokemon in the C tier. I think that's a good Pokemon, because it hard loses to, like, most special attacks. It's like the Great Tusk of Swift Swim users. So it's good, it hits hard, but, like, it's like a piece of paper on the special side if you get attacks on it. The cool thing the Dreadnought does bring to the table, though, it's a Rock Water, so you can pair it on, like, a Sandstorm team or, like, a Rain team. And, like, you can be on the Rain team and then not have your Sash broken like you would on something like a Floatzel or, like, a Barraskewda if they, like, switched in a T-Tar to get Sand. And you actually get the special defense boost on the Dreadnought because of the Rock typing. So it's cool, but it's not, like, better than things that are, like, actually good, in my opinion. Drifblim. Drifblim's a niche meme pick. It's basically only really played with, like, Indides or other terrain setters. So we got Drifblim, and the thing that, like, Drifblim does is it gets Unburden, which is going to double its speed if it uses its held item. So you want to pair this with, like, a Seeds, like a Grassy Seeds, Electro Seeds, Psychic Seeds. I built that one team that was, like, that minimized Baton Pass set. But basically, I think the best way to play this thing, most people like to just use, like, Tailwind Wisp. You know, like, they go, like, Tailwind, they go Wisp. And the reason why you don't really see this that often is because you used to pair this with, like, a Tapu Lele, like an aggressive mon, or like an Inity male, an aggressive mon. When you pair with Inity female, when you have two passive mons, you kind of just get rolled over by any team that actually has a purpose. So I don't think we see this guy that much. It gets access to, like, Clear Smog, Shadow Ball. It gets access to Haze, and it's usable against Dozo. It gets access to Strength Sap and a bunch of cool stuff. That being said, it's still more of a meme pick. It's definitely in the C tier. I think it's better than Dragalge. It's a Pokemon that requires being respected in its tier, but not really by that much. Like, Unaware just rolls through all the boosts that this thing gets, and, like, most teams are just going to be able to absolutely destroy a Drifblim if used correctly. Dude, it's the Dunsparce. It's the Dunsparce time. The Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is cool. I think that it's best built with, like, that rattled set that people like to use when they use, like, they get a speed boost if they get hit by, like, a bug move and they pin missile, and they go, like, a policy proc by going, like, Psychic Terra or something like that. That being said, that's not how I like to use it. I like to go, what is it? Psychic Terra, right? And then they just use, like, Hyper Voices and stuff like that. Sorry, Hyper Voice, or, like, even go, like, Boom Burst on special ones. Because the special attack's not that bad. I like to play it more with the Serene Grace and just go for, like, an agility into, like, Rock Slides and Headbutts. That's how I like to play it, but I feel this Pokemon can do a bunch of different stuff. Like, it gets access to Body Press, Boom Burst, Calm Mind, Coil, Curse, Dragon Tail. It has its own unique move, like that Hyper Drill, right? It's just a 100 move that like goes through Protect. Solid move. It gets access to like Tailwinds, which is weird. Yawns. It's better than people get credit for, and it's really, really bulky, right? I feel it's like really, really bulky. So people should be running to Dunsparce. It's definitely in the C tier somewhere. I'd say the Dunsparce is better than Braviary. And it's one of those mons that's just like really cool. Also, it's cool shiny. It's pink. It's a cool mon. I think it's a very, very solid. Hey, you know what? Once this is done, this is going to be so cool when it's done, right? I feel like no one else really goes through lists like this in depth. Like, wouldn't you agree that like this is a pretty in-depth list? I'm listing the mons. I'm listing the abilities that people use. I'm telling you why they use them. I'm telling you the teammates that they get paired with, the matchups they're good to bat against, and then I'm going over and explaining what Pokemon might do a little bit better, a little bit worse, and comparing, right? So people like this stuff. Invaluable. Appreciate it. I'm glad you guys like it. Hey, you know what? As long as people like it, we'll do it. All right. Think of the tier list for tomorrow. All right, we got Dugtrio up next. Dugtrio is actually completely viable, and it's one of those mons that I'm happy people don't use because Arena Trap's a really good ability. Arena Trap's really, really good. Dugtrio gets a bunch of cool stuff. I think it also got like a niche move this gen that it didn't used to have. It lost Ally Switch, but I think it got something else. What was it? It got something like everyone was like, "Oh man, it got that." You know, it gets Charm. It has like Final Game. It gets Fisher. You just trap people in Fisher. I don't remember exactly what it got, but yeah, Arena Trap makes so if you're grounded, if you're not flying or Levitator, you can't switch. 120 is an amazing base speed. We used Dugtrio in the Twitch Rivals thing, and it was good. It gets Earthquake. It gets, like I said, there's some good moves there. You know, Rock Slide, Sucker Punches. Like, it has the tech. I think it was just getting Terra Blast, obviously, and being able to change to a different type that could make it good. But yeah, Dugtrio is viable, and yeah, I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for. It's definitely good enough to be at the upper end of a C tier. It might even be going into the B, just because like it is viable. Like if your opponent is playing a board state that it's like Gothitelle good, almost. It needs a sash. And if it's not Ally Switch, it'd be a lot better. Let's see. We're gonna put Dugtrio. Dugtrio's better than Braviary. Dugtrio's better than Dunsparce. I don't think it's better than Bramblegast though. And you know what? I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna say Bramblegast is better than Cryogonal. So might be changing those all tournament or all video. I think Electros is another really cool Pokemon. Electros is like electric Rotom, and if you actually go back and Google like teams from the World Championships going back like all years and years and years and years, Electros. This thing has a lot of like top cuts in like 2011, 2012, 2013. This is like a really good stat spread. 85. It's basically built like the same as like a Rotom is, with like a good offensive stat, and then like great defenses with like a niche speed tier. And it gets a bunch of really, really cool moves. You can build it, like I said, kind of like Cacturne in physical or special. It gets access to like discharges, close combats, Giga Drains, Acid Sprays, Liquidation. Like it gets a little bit of everything, as well as like pivot moves like U-turn, Volt Switch with like Thunder Waves. And so I really like this thing, and it has a lot of results over the years. It gets some speed control moves. That being said, I used it in Twitch Rivals, and I think Electros is decent. And if it's a Levitate user that's electric type, so it doesn't have, it's the only Pokemon that doesn't have any weaknesses, right? Yeah, it looks like it'll hurt you, and it looks super cool, right? Its sprite is really, really cool looking. I think it's definitely C tier worthy. I don't think it's as good as Bisharp. I don't think it's as good as Drifblim, but it's better than Dragalge, obviously. So we'll put it right there, in between those two, right there. It's not as good as Bisharp. Like, these Pokemon both were actually all over the place back in 2011 because they were both Gen 5 Mons. I think they were both Gen 5 Mons, right? I remember distinctly, it was either 2011 or 2012. I distinctly remember using like a ton of Electros, and I remember like Bisharp was something that you could flamethrower with the Bisharps and have a good matchup into it. So yeah, gotta hit you for advice on spreading the TCG news. By the way, creating a TikTok now, and I have zero experience. TikTok's weird. The only thing I would say about TikTok, as someone who's I've dabbled in TikTok a bit, I have like probably 10 or 11 TikToks that are like 200 or 300K views. TikTok promotes like being really consistent. So like even if it's not like something that's even good content, if you post like every day at like the same exact time for like 3 or 4 weeks, the algorithm will kind of just pick it up and start pushing you out to, they'll find the people that want to watch that stuff and push you out to the people that do it. So it's all about consistency. Ice-Coon. This is the Pokemon that I don't really have that much experience with, believe it or not. I don't know if I can spell it. There we go. I've not really ever liked this thing. It has Ice Face, which makes it so when you take... It's like a Mimikyu, but it only works for physical damage, and then you change its form, right? And it has different stats depending on the form. So that's a fast... Once you lose the snow thing, you go from being really slow to being really fast. And 130 is a good speed number, but in this format, it's not nearly as good of a speed tier. You're still slower than Flutter. You're still slower than Bundle. It really falls off. It doesn't even get like the really good like support moves. And you can also regain Ice Face by setting Hail and stuff like that. It doesn't get like as much good stuff as you would want. It obviously gets the Ice Spinner and stuff like that. But I feel like it's definitely needs a lot of babysitting. I'm going to put it in the C tier, but I don't think it's better. We're going to move Bandit down. Sorry, guys. Bandit's going down. Gotta move Bandit down. Gotta do it. I feel bad for my boy, but Ice-Coon's definitely barely usable, I think. So, and we're gonna put it right down there. Electrode. The fastest Pokemon in the format. One of my absolute favorite Pokemon. Can we get some Electrode emotes up right now? Electrode is amazing. Soundproof, static, aftermath. Got that 150 base speed. Fastest thing in the format. Electrode gets a bunch of cool stuff. It gets screens. It gets discharges, Volt Switch. It doesn't get access to, like... anything else. It doesn't get access like Electrode. They kind of nuts, but there we go. The Electrode emotes up. That's right. That's my favorite emote on Twitch. It gets Mirko. It's a bunch of cool stuff. Like Electrode basically says like, "Hey, are you using Bundle? Are you sure?" You know. I think it's really really cool. It also avoids like any sound moves like hyper voices, perish songs, things like that. It's a cool mon. Aftermath is also a decent ability. It's built good with Sash. That being said, I think Electrode's definitely like B tier material. And it's just, I've taken Electrode to like a lot of tournaments and stuff like that. I've won tournaments with Electrode in previous formats. So I think it's bottom of B. You can't put a price on just that much speed tier. You can't. It's better than like a lot of Pokemon that don't have that sort of stuff. And so being able to go like EQ Discharge and saying like, I have a faster discharge than your Bundle, you might lose the game turn 1. Being able to check a potential S tier Pokemon before they even get a chance to play the game is really, really nice. And it forces them to meet you what your level is. Espathra. This Pokemon's really cool. You know the meme, like, if I had, like, I'll show you. We got Espathra right here. Espathra, and we're going to plug in a mon that's not in the meta. We're going to plug in Yanmega. Right? So it's like, Hypnosis. Right? Hypnosis. It has Hypnosis, even it says illegal. And then this thing gets Hypnosis, too. And it's like, it's weird that, like, we had our Speed Boost Mons. It's weird that I have 2 of these, right? If I had a nickel for every time I had a Speed Boost Mon, I've had 2 nickels, like, which isn't much, but I have 2 nickels. You know the meme I'm trying to say? Right? Yeah, they're basically the same thing, and Yanmega's one of my absolute favorite Pokemon. Espathra's just literally better than Yanmega in, like, every possible way. Like, it has more speed, it has a little bit less special attack, but better overall typing, I think. And I think Espathra's really good. People like to put it with, like, Gravity on a teammate, and then they go for, like, basically 100% accuracy Hypnosis. It gets Lumina Crash, which is similar to that move we talked about with Appleton. I think a lot of people like to make this into like a combo mon, where like I said, they use that gravity and other redirections and things like that. And I think that we're going to gravitate more towards into people just using Espathra on the team as like a standard Sash mon that can come in and Lumina Crash and help people use their Chi-Yus and Flutters better. So what I think is going to happen, this Pokemon's going to start seeing a lot more play on just general Paradox looking teams. And that being said, I think it's definitely like B tier. I would say it's not as good as Dragapult, but it is better than Cyclizar. I'm going to put Espathra in the B tier. Very, very viable Pokemon. You're starting to see the Pokemon up here. Other than the Dashmon's kind of weird, but I think it's going to see play. These are all like the Metamons you should be building your teams around. Yanmega's not in the game. No, that's the number 1 Pokemon I want in the game is Yanmega. Espeon. I see a lot of people talking about Espeon. Espeon's a lot better in singles than it is in doubles. So we take a look at Espeon here. It gets access to Magic Bounce, which means you can bounce back like Hazards and Spores and stuff like that. Like I said, a lot better in singles. That being said, it doesn't really get anything here that is amazing. It gets access to like Wish, Yawn, Trick, Thunder Wave. It gets access to like Shadow Ball, Psychic, all those different things. You know, Calm Mind. It's cool that it gets those things, but I definitely don't see Espeon like breaking any metas. It's C tier worthy, but just barely. It's better than Dedenne. So we'll put it right there in the C tier. Yeah, Dragonite's super viable. Dragonite's like really, really good. So yeah, Espeon's in C tier. I think that's a fine place to put it. It has a decent speed tier. It's base 100 as well, but there's so many other mons that do it better. Phalanx is such a cool mon. I think Phalanx has I've always ranked this Pokemon very highly. I used it in the WBE. I drafted it. It gets Defiant, which is good. It gets access to No Retreat, which means it gets a +1 to all of its stats. And if you actually like were to mean look there's a combo here. Maybe let me know if you guys have heard of this. If you go like Sableye, right? So Sableye gets like Prankster, and you can go mean look, right? So when you mean look your Phalanx, right? When you use No Retreat, it gives you a +1 to all your stats, but then it traps you. But if you were to already gained the trapped status, it's a status, right? If you were to already become trapped by like a mean look, you can actually spam No Retreat every single turn. Yeah, mean look prevents from trapping itself. It's pretty cool, and so you can spam it every turn. But I think Phalanx is like a really, really cool Pokemon. It gets good coverage. First Impression's a cool option. I just think it's a very, very fun Pokemon that can create somewhat of a win condition in like lower tier games. There was even a couple situations near the end of Sword and Shield where Phalanx was like almost meta for like a week. That being said, I'm going to put Phalanx at the top of the C tier because it does require... I'm going to put it behind Dreadnought, actually. I think Dreadnought's still better than Phalanx. But I rate this Pokemon very high. Does that work as a Gothitelle counter? I mean, you're still trapped. I mean, yeah, I guess it does because you're already trapped by Shadow Tag, but they could just hit you with a Psychic, you know? I wouldn't call it a Gothitelle counter. But yeah, I think Phalanx is cool, and he gets Defiant. Very, very... This is higher than anyone else is going to put this Pokemon on their list, by the way. So, just throwing that out there. We got Fargiraffe. Fargiraffe is going to see some play in this format. I don't think we're going to see as many, like, fake-outs in this format as we have in the past. But, you know, Armortail's great. This thing's having a weakness to Dark, being a Psychic normal, means it's going to have a harder time. It's going to basically be forced to Terra into, like, Fairy or something to be able to mitigate that damage. But it's one of the better Trick Room users. It gets Ally Switch. It has the big stab on the Hyper Voice or Psychics. It gets basically just a bunch of cool stuff. It gets access to like Thunderbolts, Wish, which is pretty weird. If it got access to Yawn, this thing would be very good, but it doesn't, right? So it's a decent Pokemon. I think it's one of the better defensive Trick Room users. Good enough speed tier, good HP, special attack. Like, it's definitely usable, right? This is definitely like a B tier Mon. We just got to decide where in the B tier we want it. It's better than Electro and Arboliva. It's better than these guys. It's not better than Corviknight, though, right? So we're going to put it behind Corviknight. It's right there. And I think that's fair. I think it's a good Pokemon, but I just don't think we're going to be seeing as many, like, fake-out users. Anything that's, like, the only fake-out users we'll be seeing is, like, Iron Hands, and, like, you don't even want to trick them in Iron Hands. You know what I mean? So I think it's a good Mon, though. I think, yeah, it really misses Indeedee Redirection. I mean, you have to pair it with Indeedee already, and at that point, like, why are you using two of the Mons to do the same thing? We got Flamigo. Flamigo is a meme Mon, but, like, it's okay. We've used it on a couple meme teams. It gets Scrappy, which is still, like, not bad. Co-Star is the one that lets it copy teammates' boosts. Most people like to pair it with a Sash. 90 is a decent speed tier. 105 is a good attack stat. It gets access to, like, Wide Guard. It gets access to Close Combat, Brave Bird, Liquidate, Roost, Taunt, Throat Chop, U-Turn. Just a pretty standard Mon. Every format needs a Scrappy Mon. Most people like to play this on, like, Dozo teams where they use, like, Toxic Orb Tatsu and let it get KO'd and then the Flamingo comes in and copy. I definitely think it's... I'm going to put it in B because it does see so much play on those sort of meme teams, and it does create, like, a situation where it automatically wins if played correctly. But, yeah, it's definitely not, like, amazing. And for someone saying, like, can't you just use Fargiraffe on an Amoonguss? So, like, if you go to the Trick Room, that's a really passive board. So, like, you always have to think of, like, the effects of the moves you're using. So if I go, like, Amoonguss Fargiraffe, and I go Redirection Trick Room, and I don't even lose them on, you're like, yes, now I can go Spore and Psychic. But if my opponent has, like, a Grass or a Dark type, like, I got up my Trick Room, and I'm not doing anything with it. Like, what a good player is going to do is they're just going to let you sit on your Amoonguss Fargiraffe and have, like, a really underwhelming board, and then, like, the last turn of the Trick Room, they'll KO one of those Mons, and then they'll put you in a situation where you can't re-pin. Or, sorry, you can't re-Trick Room. Right? So you're super pinned. That's what a good players would do. They would just chill and, like, wait you out. And so you need to actually get up your trick... To play hard Trick Room, you need to get up the Trick Room and have an immediate board presence. Right? Yeah. Way too passive. Way too passive. That being said, it gets up Trick Room, but, like, it's still a loss. It's just a slow loss. We got Flapple. Oh, man. Flapple's a cool Mon. I think Flapple's cool. Flapple gets Ripen, but most people use Hustle with it, and it gets Grab Apple. And so Grab Apples are really cool because it gives a -1 defense. It's similar, it's the opposite of Appleton's Apple Acid, but it gives a 1.5 power in gravity. So on those Espathra and Gravity teams, it's actually, like, really, really cool. And Hustle Mons are always a lot of fun. They give a 1.5 boost to attack stat. That's one of my favorite abilities in the game at the cost of some of your accuracy. So you just got to pair it with gravity or just get a little bit lucky. That being said, it gets things like Dragon Dance. It gets things like acrobatics, get seeds, sucker punch, U-turn. This Pokemon has like the full package if you want to do cool stuff. And it's at a decent enough stat line. If it had 5 more base speed, it'd be a lot better. But that being said, it's not terrible. Hustle on a 1.5, like a 110 attack stat is actually a lot of damage if you have like another multiplier, like a Life Orb or like a Miracle Seed or something. So it's a lot of damage. I think Flapple's definitely usable. It's definitely in the upper echelons of C. I think it's better than... It's not better than Bisharp, man. Bisharp's like the gold standard of like what's good in this format. Because like we used to just run this guy before King Gambit came out. We were like, yeah, Bisharp, like S-A tier mon. So it's weird seeing like all these other mons that are like better than things we used to have at home. But Flapple's definitely viable. I think it's definitely a cool Pokemon that needs to see just a little bit more play. Do you guys like the red apple Flapple or the green apple Flapple? That's the real question. We got Flareon. Flareon. Flash Fire users are going to be good in this format. Flash Fire users will be good. Chi's going to be on almost every team, right? So you just have to change your Terra to something. You're good to go. It gets access to so many cool moves. It gets access to Curse if you want to go Ghost Terra. It gets access to Yawns, Wish, Will-O-Wisp. You can make it with like a big Flare Blitz set. It gets 130 base attack, which is actually usable. Flareon's like not bad. This is probably one of the best formats Flareon's ever going to see because it's also the evolution that has like a really high Spadef as well, as opposed to its offensive stat. Normally like something like an Umbreon's too reactive. This is a little bit more active. Do these really long VODs do better on YouTube or broken into parts? You don't break them up into parts. If you break them up into parts, people will watch round 1 and then they won't watch all the other ones. So you just make it one video. Red apple, Flapple, green apple, Appleton. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, Flareon's good. This is probably the best it's ever going to be. Maybe it was better in Dynamax, but like, it's okay. I'm going to put Flareon in the C tier. It's better than... It's not, and it's still not better than Espeon because its base speed stat sucks. So it's down here. Flash Fire makes it okay, but normally Flareon would have been down here, right? So because like it has Flash Fire and it's a good ability in this format, it's up here. All right, Floatzel. Floatzel's good. You know, we talked a little about Swift Swim users. Floatzel is a Swift Swim user that has a good speed stat, a good attack stat. 115 is good on the speed stat. You still have to go Jolly to outspeed a lot of things. But the attack stat 105 is okay. Its biggest buff is it has Wave Crash, right? So it's a good mon. I think it's just very, very one-dimensional. And I don't know how good Rain's going to be in this format. Because, like, for example, like, Floatzel would have to use, like... It gets Ice Spinner, too, which is another really good thing. But, like, Floatzel doesn't really break a lot of these. And the other mons we're going to add into the format, into the S tier. It's not good versus Bundle. It's not good versus Amoonguss. It's kind of just okay. That being said, it's definitely B tier worthy. And I would put Floatzel above Fargiraffe. But that's just me. I don't think Floatzel's going to be better than Barraskewda in this format. I think Barraskewda... Sorry, actually, it is better than Barraskewda, but only because, like, Floatzel... it has enough speed, and it has... I think... Does it have more attack than Barraskewda? Barraskewda has more attack. Nah, then why would I... No, Floatzel... What is the reason to run Floatzel over Barraskewda? It's the Ice Spinner. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, because I've done this. I think it's Taunt, right? So, like, Floatzel gets a couple different things, like that sort of stuff. It gets Snarl. But that being said, it's still not, like, actually breaking into, like, really, really good stuff. Wave Crash, yeah. Floatzel is definitely better in singles and doubles. No, I actually think it's better I think it's better in doubles. This is the best Floatzel's ever been. So it's like, this is a compliment. But it's good. It's fine in both of them. Forgus. I've not really used that much of this Pokemon. Good stat line, though. Like, it's a great stat line. 75 base speed's good in Trick Room and out of Trick Room for the most part. Great Spadef, great special attack. Gets good abilities, too. Flower Veil and Symbiosis are always good. Symbiosis is a little bit too combo-based, I think, to use in formats like this. A lot of people like to use their item and then pass a Life Orb to something and do all that cool stuff. I feel it's way too combo-based. It's not worth investing on a Pokemon that's realistically not going to be that highly rated. I don't think it gets Trick Room either, right? Right? That's the thing. If this Pokemon got Trick Room, it'd be a completely different story. It doesn't. That being said, it gets things like Endeavor, Energy Ball, Screens. Pollen Puff is cool. Skill Swap's cool. Wish, but it doesn't get like the Yawn or the Trick Room. So you see it's like missing a couple pieces. It's okay. It's definitely like C tier worthy. It might even be B tier worthy. I'm going to put it behind... We're going to put it in the B tier for now. Because you cannot sleep on a Pokemon that has like a 150-ish like stat line in Spadef. you can't sleep on this. 74 base HP, 154 base FNF with like most of the meta going to be being special attackers. This Pokemon's definitely viable, especially with that Pollen Puff. It's just going to take a lot of work to make work. Yeah, its abilities are just basically useless. But it is what it is. I think this Pokemon has some shots, and I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and put it into the bottom of the B tier. Flutter Mane. 135 base speed, 135 base special attack. This is like the most cracked Pokemon that's in this game. It's basically a Shadow Rider. It gets everything. Photosynthesis, can build Sash, Life Orb, multiple different good Terras. I also think what we're going to see a lot of are things like this coming up. So you go like Protect, obviously. You can make your Terra whatever you want. I think Steel Terra is still a good one for being able to mitigate like Sandstorm Chip, but like also like most people just go Flying Terra, Fairy Terra for the double dip, and they go things like Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. They go things like Shadow Ball. And then what I think we're going to start seeing a lot of here, right? This is in doubles, by the way. Just hear me out. I think we're going to start seeing this. Because you can wish to get your own health Sash back, right? But then you also like wish past to things that need that little bit more HP, like hands, like Chi-Yu, like your Corviknights, or other mons that wouldn't have those ways to restore health. It also lets you free switch on mons that would normally take a lot of damage. So like you would go Palafin, hard switch it out, and then like do your thing wish, and then switch into Palafin. So I think that we're going to start seeing a lot more stuff like this with like, obviously most people just go with like a 2v2 spread, but you can also like booster it. I think booster, not like that. Booster is going to be more popular here too because it speed ties Xianpao. So it's going to be a good Pokemon, obviously. I think realistically, as far as all the Pokemon we have shown now, Flutter's the best one. Best one in the format. Like every single team should have one of these Pokemon in it. There's nothing really stopping you from just having this Pokemon on your team, and this Pokemon invalidates like every single one of these. These Pokemon don't even get to play the game because Flutter Mane exists on a team. So that's how good it is. Would Wish be worth it with a low base HP, at least in terms of passing? It's still worth it, but like, actually they changed that. They changed how that works. I think they did. But yeah, it's still worth it. I think it's still worth it. Because you basically just want to do it to recap your own Sash and punt. So basically what Wish says here, right? If I have Wish on my Flutter Mane and it's like not at full, you're going to say, are they going to attack or are they going to Wish? I should probably attack to punish the Wish, and then you get a Protect off, right? So it's basically saying like, hey, attack me. I'm gonna do this thing. I'm doing this thing. You gotta attack. You gotta stop it, right? So that's one of the reasons why I like the Wish. It tunnels people into over respecting the Protect slot. Because if a Wish were to go off, the game would be over, right? That's just my opinion. I feel like those little mind games. I'm talking like at a regional level and stuff like that too, where they can see your open team sheet. But I think it's gonna be good. Fortress. I made a tweet recently about Fortress. I used Fortress in some singles battles recently. Fortress is actually really cool. One of my favorite mons. It gets access to Sturdy, but also Overcoat's great for Amoonguss. I think that you'd probably actually use Overcoat in VGC right now with like whatever item you want. Some people like Leftovers or something. Some people like Citrus. But basically, it gets like Curse, and it gets access to like Volt Switch, Counter, Gyro Ball, Ice Spinner, Protect, Body Press, Iron Defense, and then you would also be like a Ghost Terra, right? To make it so you can just do Ghost Curse. I think Fortress is not the worst Pokemon ever. That being said, it's not B tier material, but it's definitely better than like 90% of the stuff in the C tier. It's definitely better than like these guys. It's better than Blissey in this format. It's better than Dragalge. It's better than Fortress. I think it's better than Bisharp in this format. It's better than Braviary. It's better than Dunsparce. God, Fortress is fucking... Fortress Stonk's going up. It's about here. Yeah, I like Fortress in this format. It's not terrible, and the fact that Amoonguss has a really hard time messing with it is very, very nice. That Overcoat's a very, very good ability in this format, being able to stop the Spore. We got Frostlass. Frostlass is okay. So Frostlass up here. We got Curse Body and Snowcloak. Most people are on Snowcloak if they're playing on Hail. Otherwise, Curse Body is just a good ability. Most people like to build it with Sash. Before this thing used to go like, Shadow Balls, Destiny Bonds. It'd get like Taunts. You don't really need Icy Wind. It gets Thunderbolts and things like that too. It gets Big Wisp and Weather Ball. The cool thing about this thing is it's a 110 base speed, and that means it's going to be able to outspeed like most of the mons in the format. So this is 110. We're right here. Same thing with the Espeon, right? These guys still outspeed, but basically we have to like outspeed and bully like most of these guys in the format. So being able to like big check Tusk is I think a pretty good one. How big is VGC and Scarlet and Violet these days? Only online tournaments? No, there's big regionals. I just got back from Scarlet and Violet. We had like 1,000 people. Knoxville the weekend 2 weeks before that, and like another 1,000 people. Question, is HP speed plus life orb better than speed special attack? What do you mean? I don't know what your question is. No, don't do that. Yeah, you're talking about you're talking about using life orb while still putting points in HP and speed. You'd rather just be better off putting your points in attack. So yeah, Frostlass gets some good stuff. Go back to these moves here. Most people still like to play it with Destiny Bond. It gets access to like Disable. I don't think it gets the Encore. A lot of people like to use this thing with Aurora Veil. So like this would be the Aurora Veil user on like an Abomasnow team. And then it gets access to like Ice Beams. It doesn't get access to Freeze Dry. So that being said, it's in the C tier, but it's not. It's better than Espeon, I would say, because it's a very good defensive typing. It's better than Cole. I'd say it's better than Beartic. It's better than Donphan. It's better than a lot of these. It's not better than Blissey, though. It's probably better than Bombardier. It's just kind of a decent... It's like an ice... I've always thought of this thing as like an Ice Gengar. I've always thought of this thing as an Ice Gengar. What if you can't travel much, though? Guess VGC is out of the picture. I mean, you can't qualify for Worlds. You can still play it, but you can't qualify for Worlds. Dude, it's Frostmoth time. Oh my goodness. The big Frostmoth energy. Here we go. I like this Pokemon. It gets access to Ice Scales, which makes you take less than half damage from special attacks. And again, most of the mountains in this meta are going to be special attackers. I really like this thing. You saw me use it before with Rock Terra on a Sandstorm team to double dip and get that Spadef boost from that as well, and then build like an AV. Like, you take like no damage from any special attacks. And then this thing gets good moves. It gets access to... like D-Gleam, Hurricane, Ice Spinner, Icy Wind, Quiver if you wanted to use it. But things like, also if you didn't want to go AV, like Tailwind and Wide Guard. It gets access to like Struggle Bug, and it gets access to like Icy Wind and things like that too. Like, it's just a cool Pokemon, man. I think this Pokemon's so cool. Great stat line too for what it needs to be. You don't need that much speed to actually even function inside of a Tailwind or outside of a Trick Room. So it's really, really cool. I would definitely put it in the upper echelons of C. It's better than Fortress. Let's put it, but I don't think it's as good as Bramblegast, because it takes a lot of, like, it's going to take your Terra every game to use this Pokemon correctly. So yeah, I think that it's good. I think it's good. Fun Pokemon. Gallade. I was talking with Gallade. I was talking with one of my friends at the regional about Gallade. Gallade's one of those Pokemon, right, that tries to do a little bit too much. Sharpness is obviously the ability that most people use it on now, but like, it's always good at the very start of formats, like a whole new gen, because it does so many different things. It gets access to like Wide Guards, it gets access to like Wisps, right? It gets access to like Trick Rooms, but you also have to respect like people just being a huge bully with the Gallade and just going all in. It gets access to like Destiny Bond, Shadow Sneaks, knockoffs, Icy Winds. This Pokemon's like all over the place. That being said, it's kind of just okay. It's probably one of the, it might even see more play with Justified in this format. It's low speed stat makes it hard to make it a good physical attacker. And if we're taking a look at like this list, it struggles with a lot of the Pokemon up here. It's slower than Flutter. It can be okay versus Amoonguss, but they can just tear away and then Spore you and you lose. It's slower than Chi-Yu, slower than Shenpao. So that being said, Gallade's like okay, but I don't see it going any higher than the C tier in any situation. I don't even think it's better than most things in the C tier. It's better than Bramblegast, but I'm going to put it behind Falling because I think Falling has like better win conditions, and I don't think it's as good as Dreadnought either. So Gallade's like cool, but it's very exposed, and it's not worth the amount of investment you have to do. It wastes a really clutch item slot in like a Focus Sash or a choice item as well. And if you are choicing it, it's really easy to play around that in like a open team sheet format. We're looking at Garchomp. Holy moly, dude. It's getting real now. We got Garchomp. The best Pokemon ever made. I've been saying it this whole time. Garchomp's straight busted. Garchomp's so busted. 102 speed stat's great for outspeeding things like the Chi-Yus and all the other base 100 or lower speed Pokemon. 130 is good. I love this thing over Tusk. I feel this is it's so bulky. You can hit it with like ice attacks, fairy attacks, dragon attacks. It's just going to eat it. It's just absolutely fine. Garchomp does so many different things. Good Earthquake, great defensive Terras. Obviously, you can go like Dragon Claws. You can go Steel Terra or Fire Terra on this thing, or even Ground Terra to get the double dip. I really like Garchomp and everything that it does bring to the table. You can also play it like Sandvale on like a Sandstorm team as well. I would definitely put Garchomp. I would put it in the A tier, and I would actually put Garchomp behind Annihilate. I think it's better than Arcanine. I do personally, but I don't think it brings the same amount of like checkmate potential as an Annihilate. Best ever made. Funny way to say Marowak. No, it's Garchomp. Garchomp's what I'm about. So like Garchomp's good. Garchomp's busted. So we put Garchomp in the A tier. Gardevoir. I think Gardevoir's still probably one of my favorite telepathy mons. So we go Gardevoir here. I think I like to build it best with like Sash Telepathy, and you pair it with like Garchomp and other EQ users, and I think it's just a solid Imprison Trick Room mono. That's what I would do with Gardevoir. So this is what I like to do, and you just basically, use a ton of AoE attacks and stuff like that. It's a decent speed stat, good special attack stat, so you can still put things like Dazzle, Loom, and Psychic on that, and actually still have a ton of value with something like a Ghost Terra. We figured out a team like this looked like that in Series 1, and it still just works today. It's okay. It has a decent enough matchup against most things. It's definitely like a B tier mon, but I would say probably around there. I'd put Gardevoir there. It's definitely worth respecting in a team preview because you don't know exactly what it's going to do, and you don't know if they're going to play Trick Room because it has an 80 base speed, so it could do 3 or 4 other different things. So I think Gardevoir is still a usable mon, and better than a lot of things in the C tier for sure. We got Garg. We're actually going to see a lot of Garg in this format. Damn, why does every good Pokemon start with G? Holy moly. Gargarnacle, Purifying Salt makes it so immune to like different sort of stats and stuff like that. You take less damage from ghost moves. And yeah, Garg gets that big salt cure. It also gets access to things like Recover, Wide Guard, Fisher if you want to be that guy. Substitute for the Garg Mirrors. Good stat line. I used Garg at Charlotte. It's absolutely amazing. Like Garg is basically like free wins against people that don't like if your opponent's teams are built with like a bunch of these Pokemon, there's no way they'll ever be able to break the Garg. Garg's definitely in the A tier. It's better than most of the Pokemon in the A tier as well. I would say Garg's better than Bronzong. It's not better than Dragonite though, so I'm gonna put Garg in A. And it's definitely still worth respecting. Remember, Salt Cure deals extra damage versus water and steel types, and we're gonna start seeing a lot more water and steel types pop up. And just throwing that up on there, like Garg can 1v4 teams if used correctly. So it's slow, but the meta is gonna be slow. Like Garg with like Wochens and Tinglus will actually see a lot of play in this format, I think. Gastrodon, yeah, dude, all the good Pokemon have. They start with G. All right, so we Gastrodon. Gastrodon's really good. It gets Storm Trade, which is an amazing ability. Being able to redirect moves, water moves, and get a +1 special attack. It means you can go things like a Fire Terra and still redirect those moves. People like to build it with like lefties, Citrus Berries, Covert Cloaks, things like that. One good thing that Gastrodon gets, we've talked a lot about already, is things like Recovers and Yawns with like Protect. So like this makes this Pokemon like able to just be a Yawn bot like all game. And you can do like Earth Power. It used to get Scald in previous gens if you wanted to. It still gets Clear Smog. It gets Helping Hands, Muddy Waters, all the things you would ever really want to use on Gastrodon. It's slow enough to work in Trick Room or outside of Trick Room. Very, very good defensive line. Gastrodon's an amazing Pokemon. I've top cut regionals with it. It's great. I think Gastrodon isn't A tier in this format, but like I'm still going to put it up there because I do think it's better than things like Ditto and Abomasnow, but it's not nearly as good as things like Bax. So we're going to put it up here, right there in the A tier. So I think Gastrodon's still definitely worth like including in that sort of list in the higher tiers because it takes so much resources to check a Gastrodon, and Gastrodon can still just like tech and Ice Beam to tech like most of these things because they have like 4 times weaknesses against those sort of stuff. Gengar is very similar to Frostlass in that it's a 110 base speed mon, but it doesn't have Levitate anymore. Not that it really needs it. Curse Body's fine. It gets a bunch of unique support moves like things like Clear Smogs, Destiny Bonds. It gets the Encore that the Frostlass doesn't get. So I'd say it's a little bit better. And also Poison's, I think, a little bit better defensive typing than Ice in this format. It gets things like Icy Winds, Thunderbolts, Will-O-Wisp, Taunts, Tricks. Gengar's usable, but just barely. It's one of the only Pokemon in the game that can imprison Haze, if that's something that you actually want to do. So it can imprison all those unique moves that I just talked about as well. It can also be a good imprison Trick Room mon as opposed to Gardevoir. So that being said, it's at least going to be where Gardevoir is. I'm gonna put it behind Electrode in this format, but above Flamigo. I think Gengar still has some viability in this format, but again, it's gonna take a very clutch item like your Sash. And that being said, you're still probably not gonna bring it to that many matchups. I think it's worse than Flutter in so many different ways and loses to Flutter in so many different ways that it's just really hard to use Gengar in a lot of these situations. Goldango, though. Goldango's still going to be really good. Goldango's going to be just as good as it's been in all the formats so far. It's immune to status moves. It gets the absolutely massive Make It Rain. And then you can use Nasty Plot sets with like bulk up stuff like that. Not bulk up, but like bulk investment. Or you can just go like Shadow Ball. It gets Terra Blast. You can be built like Flying Terra, Steel Terra for the double dip. Bunch of different stuff on the Goldango. I think Goldango is just like a really, really, really cracked mon. And I know that it's going to be high. I don't know if it's S tier high in this format because like I think it is. I think actually Goldango, I am going to put Goldango here. It's going to be near the bottom of the S tier, but I think it requires enough checks and it can switch in on so many different status moves and then repin those mons. It's a free switch and a free pin. It's a 2-for-1 on so many situations. And I think it's better than Annihilate. I think that Goldango, because of Goldango, when you're winning with Goldango, you kill 2 mons at once. When you're winning with Annihilate, you're gonna check 1 mon at a time until you win. So that's another reason why they're very similar Pokemon, but I do think Goldango is gonna be a little bit better. And it has like an amazing speed stat or speed tier for like what it does. That's a great special attack stat, great speed. It can do a lot of different stuff, and I think a Goldango Mouse is gonna be like S tier. As far as like when the meta develops. Let's see, Glaceon. Glaceon's it's okay. Glaceon's okay. Snowcloak or Ice Body, decent. It has a decent speed stat. The one thing that has going for it is it does get Freeze Dry, which some of these ice types don't get. Good speed, good special attack stat, decent bulk. But that being said, the rest of its moveset's pretty underwhelming. Yes, it gets like Detect Yawns and things like that, but I don't really think it gets that much that you would really want to use on this thing. That being said, I'd put it at the top of a D tier. Ice types are just kind of hard to use, and if you're already going to be using like Hail, it's a little bit too slow. You'd rather be using things like, bundles or other stuff like that. I don't even think it's C tier in this format. It sucks because it's like cool, but like any of these Pokemon just are faster than it can outspeed it, and can just use like a correct Terra Blast or something to just like rinse it out of the game. Glalie. Glalie's kind of weird. It's been nerfed in this format. So Glalie gets Moody, which is what most people use it with. And so at the end of your turn, it boosts one of your stat +2 and minuses one of your stats. But you cannot Moody boost into Evasion anymore. So Glalie's lost like almost all of its identity in this format. And I don't even know how people would be playing it. I'm going to put this guy in the D tier as well because it's just 80s across the board. It's just not as good as it used to be. And when it used to be, you'd get all those Moody boosts and then you just wait people out in the Evasion. But now, like, there's so many unaware mons running around too. Like, I feel it's definitely in the D tier. I would say I'm going to put it down here. I don't think this, not being able to get Evasion, and with how many unaware mons we have now, it's just impossible to use a Glalie, I think. If someone wants to correct me, feel free. I think it still does get, like, Freeze Dry. It still does get, like, Taunt, but it's just not as good anymore. Glimmora. Glimmora is going to be really good. I think Glimmora is great in this format. It's not that we're playing slow games. It's that, like, there's deliberate sashes on each of these mons now, and there's not really as much leftovers. Yes, each team's going to have an Amoonguss, but it forces it Amoonguss to come to that matchup so you can then punish it with like your Chiyus and stuff. Toxic Derby is going to be good because you can swap in soak away damage and set up Toxic Spikes for free. And then like from there, Mortal Spin is great for being able to poison both your mons, break sashes, and set up poison on them, and just basically let you play the game at your own tempo. It gets access to like Energy Balls, Earth Powers, Sludge Wave, Sludge Bombs, a Rock Power Gem, and Spiky Shield. Very, very good mon. This is a Champions Pokemon. Obviously, it has to be good in this format. So I think it's going to be very, very good. Decent speed stat, great special attack stat. A lot of players are playing this vested with like heavy HP special attack. And a lot of them still like to go Grass Terra, just so you can block that 4 times weakness to ground. So I think this Pokemon's going to be very, very good. It's definitely in the A tier, and I think I'm going to put it above Garg. But I don't think it's like Dragonite good. So I think Glimmora is definitely like a Pokemon you could almost like just throw this thing onto your team, and it's going to surprisingly increase your win rate by around like 10 or 20%, because your opponent's just not going to be able to play like a long game against it. It's going to disincentivize their switching, and it's going to make them just a lot more predictable. And they also like can't really, a lot of like physical, you don't want to hit the Glimmora with physical, right? And special moves just can't really break the Glimmora, especially using that AV set, because it has like such a good Spadef when you throw that AV on it, and a good defensive type, and you have to tear it away. So it's a lot of investment to use Glimmora, but you basically make your opponent stuck with what they're using and have them just have to send their mons out one at a time, get toxic, and then you just weave and protects or heals with your teammate. You're in a good spot. So Glimora's great. We got Go-Goat. Holy moly, Gen 6 intensifies. Go-Goat. But Go-Goat doesn't really do that much. It gets Grass Pelt, which if there's a Grass Drain active, it gets a defense multiplied by 1.5. Sap Sipper is what most people use with this guy. Sap Sipper is just not that great in ability in this format. We talked about a lot how good Grass is. Grass is good as a defensive type. It's not really that used as, like, so Amoonguss, for example, don't use like Leaf Storm or Giga Drain. They use other moves. It's just good as a defensive type. So Sap Sipper is hard to proc. That being said, Go-Goat has a pretty subpar base stat line. 100 is not that strong. When Intimidate, this thing's turned off. 68 is too slow to actually make it work. Does it get Body Press? It doesn't even get Body Press to even make something work with like Grass Pelt. It doesn't really just get that much. It gets Milk Drink, which is a heal. It gets Play Rough, Rock Slide, Synthesis, Wild Charge. So it gets like good coverage moves, but it just doesn't have the attack stat to make it work. So Go-Goat's another example of those Pokemon that like realistically would be in like the D tier. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the F tier. It's probably the worst Pokemon we've seen so far. it's better than Delibird. It's better than Delibird, I would say. So, is everyone still with me? Is everyone still here? I'm taking another coffee drink. Man, it's hard making these lists, man. It's hard. There's a lot of Pokemon in these games. I've been playing Pokemon for a long time. Is this being recorded? Yeah, it is being recorded. All right, you guys are still here. Yeah, it's recording all of it. Cool. Perfect. All right, Goodra's coming up soon. We got Golduck up first. Golduck's really cool. It's probably one of my favorite Swim users. Took this to Worlds in 2017. Golduck's cool. I think Golduck's good. People like to think that like 85 base speed's not enough to use Swift Swim. It is. 95 attacks more than enough. There's not a lot of water mons. If we sort this by like water, you're gonna realize that like people think water mons are like really, really strong, and they're not. Sort of by special attack. So like Walking Wake's not in the format. Bundle's like busted, but like realistically, most water mons have like around 100 base special attack. And it's the fact that you use water mons in rain, and that's what makes them really strong. So Golduck's about as strong as like all these other mons that you would already say are really, really strong. Golduck's about as strong in the rain as those Pokemon. Gets access to Swift Swim, like I said. The cool thing about Golduck is, yeah, it gets access to like the Hydro Pumps and like the Ice Beams and stuff like that. But the cool thing about Golduck is it gets Encore. And Encore's on a lot of mons now, but like being able to Encore your mons that are trying to use Protects and other niche moves to wait out a Tailwind or wait out the rain, it's really, really good. So I think Golduck's cool. It also gets access to like Clear Smog. It gets the Disable if you want to like Encore Disables. It gets Icy Winds, Grass Knots, Power Gems. It gets Taunt, which I don't even know if it used to always get Taunt. It also gets like Yawn. So Golduck has like a lot of really, really cool options. Yeah, I think Golduck is very viable, and it's a Pokemon that I've used a lot. It's bulkier than people think. That's the thing, is Golduck's really good. I'm going to put Golduck in the C tier, but Golduck's definitely more up there than a lot of Pokemon. I'm going to put Golduck in front of Fortress. I've just used Golduck so much that like I know when I'm safe with Golduck, and it's safer than you might think. It's not an amazing Swift Swim user, but you know, with most of the Swift Swim users in this gen being physical, Golduck's one of the better special ones. And after having to use it for like a whole year, like it's just kind of a decent mon in like most situations. It's always going to go for like a 1-for-1, which I think is fine. Goodra. I have a video on Goodra on my YouTube channel that says like what made Goodra good, talking about what made Goodra good in the 2014 World Championships and all those sort of things like that whole year. Goodra's cool. It gets access to Sap Sipper. I took Hydration Goodra to Worlds in 2017. And Gooey. They're just all really, really good abilities. Thank you for the follow. And it gets a great stat line. Like 90 base HP on like 100 to 110, so it can be physical or special, with a big special defense and great speed. Goodra's great. It also gets access, if you want to make like an AV set, to things like Faint, and that's like really, really unique that you don't really see a lot of mons get. So Goodra has so many cool things. My favorite ability for Goodra, like I said, I took Hydration Goodra to Worlds on Rain, but like Gooey is a very, very good ability for speed control. These pseudo dragons that come at the end of the game, they don't come with speed control. Garchomp ain't got no speed control unless you're using Bulldoze, right? So being able to switch in, drop their speed stat, and then re-pin with your teammate, that's really, really good. That's like super good. So I think that's very, very cool that Goodra can do that. It gets access to Dragon Pulse, all the special moves you would ever want. It's also one of the few dragons that gets recovery moves in Life Dew. It gets so many cool, amazing options, and I feel this Pokemon is not... It hasn't been fully optimized yet because we're still looking at all these other good mons. People basically have not had a chance to use Goodra because like Series 1 happened and people used a bunch of stuff. And then Series 2, we got all the Paradox mons. And Series 3, we got these Ruin mons. And so people haven't had the time to actually go back and take a look at Goodra. But I think it's very good. It's definitely in the B tier. I would say it's not as good as Fardraft, but I'd say it's better than Barraskewda, right? So I think Goodra is definitely viable. And it's one of those mons that if your opponent doesn't have Goodra experience playing against it, they're going to get rolled. Shenpao won't be that good. If it outspeeds you, you're screwed. I think Shenpao... So, you're saying Shenpao won't be that good. If you get outsped, if you're the one using Shenpao, you're screwed. So you can use Protect and just, like, KO that Pokemon. Or, what about the fact that if I'm using Shenpao and you're saying, if they outspeed me, you're screwed? Well, what about... I'm forcing you to outspeed me, which means you need speed control, which means you have to get up a Tailwind. You're going to get up a Tailwind in front of my Shenpao? Good luck, Chuck. You know, so I'm forcing you to have a very specific playstyle. I haven't even done anything yet. Shenpao's just in my team. That's what a lot of these Pokemon, that's what makes them good. You have to overextend yourself. You have to put yourself out there and dedicate, I'm stopping this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. These Pokemon don't even have to come to the game. They're so strong that they make your opponent do something without even having to be on the board. And so if I'm making you do something and I know what you have to do, I can use any of these other Pokemon to punish what you're trying to do. And then you're like, oh, stupid best of one cheese. But it's like, no, that's literally the game. That's literally our game. So yeah, Shenpal is really good because it forces a lot of overcommit like energy from our opponents. And that's just how that works. Gothitelle, amazing. Oh my gosh, Gothitelle is great. Goocher's, again, great, by the way. I think I'm going to probably use a lot of Goocher this format. One of my favorite mons of all time. Gothitelle, here we go. So Gothitelle, most people like to use it with Shadow Tag. I've used competitive Gothitelle before. You can always actually check if they have Shadow Tag or competitive or something like that. If what you have is like, if you're selecting your mon on the left, if you try and switch it out in like an actual doubles game, it won't let you if it's Shadow Tag, but if it will let you switch that mon out and then go to selecting moves for your second mon, that means they have competitive. You can always kind of check for that. Same thing goes for Magnet Pull. But that being said, everyone uses Shadow Tag. Gothitelle very good. Giving it Fake Out was kind of nuts. I think, like, realistically, it gets just so many good moves. Most people like to go Trick Room here, and then they go, like, Protect, and they usually still go Psychic on this thing. The reason why this set works so well is because you have Fake Out if you want it, you have Trick Room, other Trick Rooms, Protect to make it so you can Protect, and Psychic just to check things like Hands and Amoonguss. Most people like to go Safety Goggles here. So, very, very decent, good mon. Amazing. You can just splash this on your team. And the cool thing about Gothitelle is you can pair it with any of these Paradox Mons or any of these Ruin Mons and make it so your opponent can't switch in their Ruin Mons or switch out to enable a bunch of other stuff. Gothitelle is great versus Weather. It's great versus Dozo. Gothitelle is going to be an easy S tier pick. It's going to be everywhere. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more Dark Mons, but the thing is those Mons they have to already be on the board, which means they can get Fake Outed, which means they're going to have to be Covert Coated or going Ghost. And in all those situations, Gothitelle can just protect and kill them with their teammate because they can't switch unless they are already Ghost from their Terra. So there's so many situations. I think Gothitelle is better than Goldango, but I don't think it's as good as Dozo in this format. So Gothitelle is going to be great. Gothitelle is going to be absolutely great, I think, in this format. We're going to see probably about the first month in, everyone's going to have a Gothitelle on their team. Almost required, I think, if you're playing aggressive. On the defensive teams, you might not see as many Gothitelles, but like it's going to be defensive teams that excel at breaking Gothitelles. The whole mon's going to be built around that format, I think. Trapinch is good. Trapinch isn't in the decks, but we'll see. We got the little Doodle Monkey here. All right. So this thing gets Unburden, and most people just use it for Prankster with Doodle. Realistically, though, if you were to take a look at the other moves that it gets a lot of different good moves. And it gets, like, Poison Normal typing, which is very unique on a decent attack stat. So, and a decent base speed stat. You don't have to run it with Prankster, but it gets, like, Gunk Shots, Foul Plays, Knockoffs, Parting Shot, like... It gets a bunch of cool moves. I just don't see this Pokemon being like super viable on any sort of like non-slacking meme team. So that being said, I don't even think it's like B tier worthy. I think it's like middle of the C tier. I'd say it's worse than Drifblim, but better than Electros. I put it right there. I think it's okay. I think it's a cool mon, but I think Grimmsnarl does what this thing does like better in almost every single situation. So Grimmsnarl's great, and there's like not really a reason to run this guy over Grim. When Metagross is added to the DLC, Shenpal's going to have a reliable counter. But the thing is, like, there's already Bullet Punch users. And again, you're not seeing the strength of Shenpal. Shenpal forces you to do that, and it doesn't have to be in the game. And it can just switch and protect. So if you have to dedicate, like, 3 turns to Bullet Punching and you still don't ever even KO it, that's your loss for you. Like, your Metagross is just wasting its time, and your teammate's taking out the Metagross's teammate all game, and then you lose. Big thing this guy has over Grimm's knockoff, the monkey. I would say yeah, but I just don't even see like a reason. I don't even think knockoff's great in this format. I don't, because a lot of mons are gonna have like sashes or booster energies and stuff like that. All right, we got Great Tusk. Man, all the good mons just start with G, right? Great Tusk is still good. I think a lot of people rate Great Tusk very highly. I still think Garchamp's a little bit better. It gets access to like the Earthquake, obviously, and then it gets things like Headlong Rush, and oh, what's that other one? The other one. The 120 base move. What's sort of by base power? Here we go. Close combat, yeah. Headlong Rush, for those guys that don't know, is also a fist move. It gets boosted by Iron Fist, but nothing has Iron Fist that can get Headlong Rush. And like they also get like Icicle Spinner and things like that. So these are the popular moves. People like to also throw Protect in there somewhere. 87 base speed, 131 attack. Good mon. I think it's going to still see a lot of play. Talon Tusk is still going to be good. So it's definitely in the A tier. And it's better than most of these. I don't think it's better than Dragonite, though. I really don't. I don't think it's better than Gloomari either. I think it's better than Guard, though. So we'll put it right there. I think some people would run Tusk a little bit higher, but I just wouldn't. I don't think I would. I like Garchomp in most situations because like Tusk gets checked by like Gothitelle and just random Psychics from like random Mons or D-Weems or stuff like that. Whereas Garchomp can eat that shit for breakfast. So that's just my opinion. Greedent. Shenpao still stabs Metagross. Yeah, Shenpao can just one-shot the Metagross in a lot of situations, right? Like, it's ridiculous. And then you can just go, like, Amoonguss Shenpao just melts it, you know? But yeah, let's go. Trading every month. I am. We've been live for 2.5 hours already. Dude, we're going to it. And we're going in and breaking down the movesets and the EV spreads for, like, a lot of them, too. So we got Greedent here. So... here we go. So most people like to run this thing with Gluttony or Cheek Pouch. It doesn't really matter which one you want to do. Gluttony would make you use your berry faster. Cheek Pouch lets you like get a little bit more effect. But basically, this thing is like the Snorlax of the format. You run it with like Belly Drum on hard Trick Room teams because it has 20 base speed, which is under that 30 level that we talked about you needed to have to actually function to underspeed Amoonguss. So if you were to go like Trick Room, Belly Drum, they could still bring out their min speed Amoonguss and you'd underspeed them and be in a really, really good spot. So this guy gets a bunch of good moves. Like I said, the Belly Drum is like the main thing that people like to do here. But other than that, you know, you have just standard play. Like it's bulky, it's strong. I don't think it does that much though, right? Yeah, hyper offensive. Like I think it's a cool mon, but it's basically just like a worse Snorlax in every possible way, I would say. So I think it's definitely going to be in like the C tier, but it's definitely more so up here. I'd say it's better than Electros. It's not. It's better than Frostlass. It's not better than these guys. These guys actually don't need as much babysitting. And Greedent requires like, you're all in on the Greedent, and you just lose to a Haze. You lose to like so many different things. Yeah, poor Greedent finally gets a Snorlax 3 format, but the format also has Dozo. Yeah, loses the Unaware. Like, yeah, it's just rough. It's way too much of an overcommittal to make it work. Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl, good Pokemon here. Very, very good Pokemon. So we get the Prankster Grimmsnarl. Frisk and Pickpocket are cool, but definitely go Prankster. These guys usually like to run dual screens. And you can go any Terra you want. Sometimes people go Dark, sometimes people go Steel to block that weakness to like Poison and Steel. So Steel's sometimes really good on that, but like to get the dual screens, Grimmsnarl got access to Parting Shot in this format, which is a really good option. You can also stab your Foul Play. Things like Spirit Breaker are going to be really good. Gets Fake out as well if you want to be a little bit cheeky. Just a really, really solid Pokemon. I don't think that like Taunt's viable on like Prankster Mons in this format, just because like most people would go Terra Dark to be able to stop that anyways. But Thunder Wave's good, Scary Face is good, even Sucker Punch is good in a lot of situations. So Grimmsnarl is going to be very, very amazing. And I think using Grimmsnarl to set screens won't be as incentivized because a lot of people are going to be using like Chi-Yu and Shenpao to shred those. But using Grimmsnarl to protect teammates and like Spirit Break the Shenpao or the Chi-Yu is going to be a lot more viable. Foul playing things and other stuff like that. I think Grimmsnarl is still going to see a lot of play, and I definitely think it's A tier. The Rumon's disincentivized it a little bit, but it's better than most of the Mons in the A tier. I'd say it's better than Bronzong, but I wouldn't say it's better than Garg. And, you know, I'm going to move this around. I think Baxcalibur is better than Bronzong, but Bronzong I still think is like a sleeper OP A tier pick. Do you think screens are almost mandatory? No, not in this format. I don't think screens are going to be as good. They're usable, but I think that, like, for the most part, there's just better options. Yeah, Frisk Grim became useless. I agree. I liked Frisk Grim. I like that AV full attack Frisk Grim. That was one of my favorites. We got Grumpig. The person I fought in the very first round of Charlotte had a Grumpig, and they had a really cool Grumpig team. Let's see. They had... I could probably just grab... I have it in my pocket. What was their Grumpig set? Let's find out. What was their Grumpig set? It was Vested Grumpig with Flying Terra. And it had something weird on it. It had like... Was it just Icy Wind? And I know it had Icy Wind. And I don't remember what else it had. But it was weird. It was a weird Grumpig set. It didn't get to come. Iron Valiant's not an easy S tier. Snarl. Does it get Snarl? I think it had Snarl, yeah. Yeah, it was like Snarl, Icy Wind, and then like a couple other things. I think it might have had the Bulldoze as well. And I think it had Power Gem or something like that. It was a cool set, but I don't think Grumpig's that good. It gets like Thick Fat, you know. It's an okay mon. It was really cool to see. It did not work against my team, so they didn't get to bring it. That being said, it's definitely... I don't think it's even C tier. I think it's probably D tier, but I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to throw it in the C tier. I'm going to throw it back down here because I think of like vested mons that get Snarl and Icy Wind are always going to be usable. I think they're always going to be usable. So that's just basically that. Gumshoes. Okay. This Pokemon's never going to be good, right? It's too slow to work outside of Trick Room, and it's too fast to work inside of Trick Room. It gets Stakeout and Strong Jaw and Adaptability, right? But I just don't see it like ever actually doing anything significant. It gets Yawn, Wild Charge, U-Turn. It gets big normal moves as well. But I don't see it, man. I just don't see it. If anyone were to get even 1 CP with this Pokemon, they'd be world champions. Yeah, it's just not viable. It's definitely gonna go in the F tier. It's better than Delibird. It's not better than Go-Go. So it's cool that it's adaptability though. You just don't see it that often. Very blah Pokemon design. Yeah, I agree. Protect Last Resort with Life Orb. I mean, it looks cool. That's probably the best it's gonna do though. It's not worth it. We got Gyarados. All right, so for those of you guys that don't know, you guys might not know this. Gyarados is the best Pokemon in this format. Not really, but like kind of. So Gyarados gets the Intimidate, which is great. And then basically, let's take a look at like the meta, right? So none of these Pokemon are really great versus Gyarados already. And if Gyarados goes Flying Terra, it has like moves that can hit most of these guys for standard while intimidating the rest of, like Gyarados is amazing versus all of these Pokemon. So basically the meta's changing just a little bit, slowing down just a little bit to where Gyarados is like really, really good again. I think Gyarados is going to be an amazing pivot to Chi-Yu, and it helps like cover it up for that ground weakness that Chi-Yu has, while also intimidating things and then getting like a Dragon Dance off. After one Dragon Dance, it's like over. So Gyarados is definitely like an A tier mon. I don't think we put it in S just yet because the meta hasn't settled. And Gyarados is one of those Pokemon that's always amazing at the very start of the format. But yeah, Flying Terra lets it check that Amoonguss that it would normally struggle with. You can like Waterfall, Dragon Dance, Protect. Very, very standard stuff. And it's going to be a very, very popular pick. I'm going to put it behind. I'm going to say I think Gyarados is better than Arcanine in this format because they do very similar things. They're both the Intimidate users that force your opponent to switch and then pin. So yeah, I think Gyarados is going to be very, very good in this format. I think it has a good match against all the Ruin Mons, and like the Flying Terra lets you hit the Wo-Chien, Ting-Lu, and Chi-Yu and stuff like that take big, and Xianpao take big damage from Waterfall. So I think it's going to be good. I don't know if Intimidate will be huge, but I think that like Gyarados is going to be a very, very good mon. Like water flying typing is very, very good for this format. And Gyarados is very bulky. Hariyama. Hariyama's good. I think Hariyama's okay. A lot of people like to use hands, but like Hariyama's still a viability with guts. Makes it so like if you Flame Orb it, which like again, this is just how people play it. After you go like Fake Out into something, you get burned, which means you can't get spored by a Amoonguss, which means you're in a good spot. So it gets access to things like Fake Out. It gets access to things like Wide Guard, which Iron Hands wouldn't. And then he gets like Headlong Rush and Close Combat. So it's like a Trick Room Great Tusk. Good stat line. It's technically still have to work in those things. I think Hariyama's a very standard mon on most hard Trick Room teams. I would definitely put it in the B tier because it's definitely worth respecting. It also gets things like Knockoff and stuff like that too. I think it's probably... It's better than Barraskewda. It's still better than Goodra. It's not better than Fardraft though, so I'd put it right there. I think it's a fair mon. Going right there. Lum, Dragon Dance, Gyarados. Yeah, I was one of my patrons. I'm helping them out. They're going to be using the leftovers, like bulkier Gyarados, but it's still very, very good. Gyarados is going to be great. And I think Hariyama is just an okay Pokemon too. Hatterene. So Hatterene losing Expanding Force makes it not as good, but it's still a decent pick. It gets access to Magic Bounce just like Sylveon. Or sorry, just like Espeon, but it has that 29 base speed, which means it underspeeds and punishes Amoonguss, right? And so also getting access to like Dazzling makes it good against most of other Ruin Mons as well. So like Hatterene would have something like a Protect or Mystical Fire here with something like a Trick Room. And then like a Dazzling Gleam Psychic is what most people would tend to go on this guy. You might even see them cutting Psychics for a couple other moves because like there's a lot of other moves that Hatterene can get in this format. Notably, After You is a weird one that most people don't really think of. That way you can go with like a really, really aggressive mon. Force them to respect the aggressive mon, protect the aggressive mon, get up your Trick Room, and then next turn, After You, to underspeed all those things, make that aggressive mon just delete something in the face. So something, you might see stuff like, like this on Hatterenes, and I think it's still viable. So I think Hatterene's definitely better than most of the things here. Hatterene's definitely going to be in the B tier. I think Hatterene's better than Fardraft, better than Floatzel, better than Corv. It's better than Satitan. It's not better than Satitan. I think Satitan's better than Hatterene. That's just my opinion. I think Titan just brings more to the table. Hattering's kind of one-dimensional in this format, but it's still a very, very good mon. And it's definitely worth respecting. It's one of the harder Trick Room setters to stop because you can't like sport and stuff like that. So it's good, but it requires like a Terra change. It has to Terra change to not die. Hawlucha. So Hawlucha gets Unburden and Mold Breaker. Most people like to use it with Unburden, pair it with like a Seeds, or they even go with like a Self-Policy proc from like an Ice Shard or something like that. Most people like to do it with the Ice Shard, and then from there they double their speed and their offensive stats, and they just start going to town. Again, this loses to Unaware, this uses to Redirection, this loses to Fake Outs, this loses to so many different things. It's cool, but at the end of the day, like I feel like Hawlucha is like a big one trick, and there's just so many other viable options. That being said, it's still going to go into the C tier, and probably up. I would say it's probably the best Pokemon in the C tier. It's better than Dreadnought, I would say. But it gets checked by so many different things up here that I just don't think it's viable. Yeah, Skydrop being deleted forever makes me sad. Yep. It's just not worth it. So Hawlucha's like way too all in. And then once the Hawlucha dies, your whole combo is gone. You can even do like Sylveon Pixelate, like quick attack into this in the Hawlucha, and then they just feel like, okay, well I just fake out your Hawlucha. And if you wanted to go Ghost Terror to stop that, then you can't Pixelate Policy proc. You know, it's like so many different things. Support Hawlucha might work, yeah, but I think like realistically, it's just a C tier mon in this format. There's just too much stuff to beat it. Haxorus though is kind of okay. I think Haxorus is one of those Pokemon that's like S tier in singles in my opinion for the Mold Breaker. But in this format, it's 97 base speed, so it's like kind of fast enough. I think Haxorus is better than people give it credit for with the big Mold Breaker. I think it's better than people give it credit for, right? But that being said, I don't think it's going to be amazing. It gets the big Earthquake, right? It gets access to like Outrage, Close Combat. It gets access to like First Impression. So maybe like a Bug Terra, Life Orb, First Impression could see a lot of play. It gets Taunt. A lot of the big dragons don't get Taunt at the end. It gets Guillotine if you want to be that guy. I think Haxorus can be B tier because I think it's better than things like Gengar, but it's not better than like things like Electrode in this format. Haxorus is almost something. And Unaware lets you ignore the boosts from like other mons and stuff like that too. So like, sorry, Mold Breaker lets you ignore Unaware if you want to do that, but like it's just kind of weird. I think Haxorus being able to break multi-scale Dragonite's kind of nice, but you can see how Haxorus kind of just gets rolled over and bent over by like all the Ruin mons and like almost all of the A tier mons as well. Another coffee break. We're making good time now. We're making good time. What do you guys think of the list so far? I feel like some of my picks might not make sense, and they might just be me like over-ranking some mons, but I do think like realistically there's good arguments for the tiers the Pokemon are in. The ordering in the tiers might need a little bit of work at the end, but I think it's looking good. Hax being single-type dragon hurt it. I actually don't think so. I think Hax being a single-type dragon helped it because it doesn't have that 4 times weakness to ice. I think that's really good. You're being ignored over a simple opinion? I didn't ignore you at all. I'm literally recording. I'm streaming. There's 100 people in here, bro. I saw some loaded dice for 10 Mega Heracross. I think I started that. So far, good. No complaints. Appreciate it. Yeah, Fire-type Haxorus. I like Fire-type Haxorus in singles. Yeah, I don't think Haxorus has like the bulk to like support like a secondary defensive type. It would just spread it too thin. That's the advantage Haxorus has over some of these other dragons that have like multiple attacks. Support Screamtail could work, and not a single answer from anyone. I mean, support Screamtail is fine. I mean, they probably didn't answer you because that's obvious how that Pokemon gets played. Did we get to Heracross yet? No, it's next. So let's go to Heracross. So Heracross is next. I like Heracross a lot. I've won a lot of singles tournaments with Heracross, and I've used it in this format. It can actually be used with all these abilities. They're all actually good. I like Guts. I like Swarm with Sash. I like Moxie. I would say actually my favorite one is Swarm because I like to build my Heracross Sash. And so like I like Heracrosses built with like counter. Even in doubles, I like it built like this. And so you get the counter cross, you get a KO on something, then you're in Swarm range for things like your Mega Horn and stuff like that. But that being said, most people do use the Moxie and the Scarf sets, and those are really popular. You can also do the loaded dice sets that I've made videos for with all the different multi-hit moves that you would get from back when it was Mega Heracross. Another cool thing the Heracross can be is like a vested set with things like Feint, kind of like Goodra. And so sets like this end up looking kind of cool, swapping in on Wisps or even like this. Heracross has a good speed stat too. Like Heracross is just a decent mon. and it can do a lot in this format. So I think it's definitely going to be B tier, but it's not as good as Flamigo. I think Flamigo does a lot of the same things Heracross does. I think it also gets faint, but it's just a little bit faster. And so I would say I put it right there. Perish Song Screamtail is the thing with Godstill. I've seen that, yeah. Faint's always cool. Yep, I like it. There are a few other ways to play Screamtail, yeah. I think that Screamtail is going to be a good mon. All right, let's go to the next one. We got Hippowdon. I think Hippowdon's a lot better than people actually give it credit for. I think a lot of people think you have to use T-Tar, and T-Tar and Hippowdon are very different. Like T-Tar, you kind of have to use that and change its Terra, and then it ends up taking its own Sandstorm chip. The cool thing about Hippowdon is very similar to Gastrodon. Is it gets like the Protects, gets like the Slack Offs, and it gets access to things like Yawns, right? So this Pokemon's like really, really good for just like being able to set Sand, be an anti-meta weather, do the chip on the opponents, and say, I'm going to yawn this, I'm going to yawn this, I'm going to yawn this, and we're yawning all these things. Other than that, the rest of its moves, it doesn't really get that many good moves. It gets Stomping Tantrum, you can go Roar. Some people like to go Terra Blast, or like even a, it's hard to say like what you want to use in this last spot. Some people like to go like Ice Fang, which is not great. But very, very decent Pokemon, I would say. It gets a bunch of really cool stuff. It gets Body Press, I think it gets Iron Head, but not Iron Defense, right? Yeah, so it's a few different things Hippowdon can do. I think Hippowdon's generally better than people give it credit for. I'm going to put it in the B tier, but more near the bottom. I think it's better than Fortress. But that being said, most people just use T-Tar, but Hippowdon actually is usable. It's just very, very reactive. So, like, if you're wanting to go for Yawns, you have to have, like, the right mixture of teammates. Like, you can't just go, like, Hippowdon Amoonguss. They're just going to roll you over. You can't just go, like, Hippowdon Arcanine. Too passive, not enough speed tier, not enough actual, like, forcing your opponent to respect your speed tiers, your options. They just roll you over, right? It gets Cursed too. Yeah, it gets a bunch of cool stuff. You want to go, like, Hippowdon Houndstone or Hippowdon Lycanroc and then play passive with your teammate and start setting up those Yawns on things. So Hippowdon has a very specific way to be played, but it is usable in a lot of those situations, right? I think that's true. Honchkrow, dude, never lucky. Honchkrow's a weird mon where it gets Insomnia and like it gets Moxie and Super Luck, but I think Insomnia is probably the best one, so you can switch it on Spores. Most people play it with Moxie or Super Luck, and then they just play it with like a crit boosting item, like a Scope Buns or something if they're gonna be playing the Super Luck, and they just go for like auto crit like Night Slashes and stuff like that. Now, the issue with Honchkrow is it's not that fast, and it's wasting a ton of its base stats into special attack. And it has, like, a decent base HP, a decent attack stat, but it's just really slow. It does still get the Tailwind. I've had to answer this question, like, 8,000 times. Why do you use Murkrow over Honchkrow? And it's because Murkrow gets Prankster, and Honchkrow doesn't. So while this thing still gets all the cool moves that Murkrow gets, like Haze and stuff like that, it's not the same, right? It also, this guy does get Perish Song, too, so it's just not the same. It gets Sucker Punch, it gets Brave Bird, it gets a bunch of cool stuff, but Honchkrow is really not that viable. Poor Moxie Boost, one of his favorites. Honchkrow is definitely going to be down in the D tier. It's not as good as Cloyster. It's better than Cacturne, though. Honchkrow is definitely not here. It just has a bunch of stats that are all in the wrong spots and a bunch of wasted potential. Would it be broken if they gave it Prankster? It wouldn't be like broken, but it'd be usable. It'd be better than Murkrow is. Like, it's basically about an... If they gave it Prankster, it'd be like Eviolite Murkrow level, which is a good Pokemon. Houndstone. Houndstone gets... not Houndstone. Houndoom. Houndoom gets some cool stuff. We talked about a lot earlier. Flash Bar is going to be an amazing build in this format because you can just absorb damage from the Chi-Yus, and you already have that dark typing, so you don't have to switch away. So this is a good anti-meta pick for Chi-Yu, and it gets things like Destiny Bond. It gets things like that counter that we were talking about. It gets access to like Nasty Plots. You shouldn't use that. Roars if you want to roar out Trick Room Setters, if they're going to be doing that. It gets Taunts. It gets Wisps. It gets things like Night Daze, Heat Wave. Not Night Daze. It gets a Dark Pulse, Heat Wave. It also gets like Beat Up for being able to enable like Annihilate and weird things like that. So Houndoom's actually not bad. It's not bad. That being said, it's probably not amazing either. It has a decent base speed. It's 95, right? Yeah, it's 95, so it's decent. I think it's okay. It's definitely... I don't know if it's B tier good, though. I think it's, like, top of the C tier good. I don't think it's as good as a Lucha. I don't think it's as good as Dreadnought, but I do think it's, like, right around there. It's definitely a Pokemon that, like, can be used. Yeah, I think it definitely, like, can be used in a lot of these situations, but it's not, like, amazing, right? I think it's... makes a lot of sense, right? Yeah, it gets top of C is good. Yeah, it gets Taunt. Yeah, it gets a bunch of cool moves. Another thing about Taunt is if like you're ever going to be using Taunt, anything worth taunting would probably have like a Mental Herb or something that says like they can't be taunted by like Prankster Mons or something like that, or like Redirection. So basically, you always need like 2 Mons with Taunt if you're even going to ever use Taunt. That way you can like taunt. Because if you just taunt and they Mental Herb you just lose, right? That's the game. you could taunt next turn, but they already did the thing that they wanted to do. So in a lot of situations, it's actually just better to have like an Encore user, because Encore user could work in a situation where a taunt would normally work. But you can also like Encore people. You can let them Calm Mind. You can let them Tailwind, just match their Tailwind. You can let them do so many different things and just punish with an Encore. So, just my opinion. We got the Houndstone. Houndstone's cool. Houndstone's my favorite Pokemon from this new gen. It gets Sandrush and Fluffy, which are both really, really good abilities. And it's like the only mon that's ever been a support Sandstream user, right? Sandrush user, sorry, because it gets like Will-O-Wisps and Snarls, right? Really, really cool mon. I like it a lot, and it has just enough speed to make it work. Good attack, good bulk, very, very solid Pokemon. It gets Destiny Mon if you want to use it. It also gets like Last Respects if you want to be like that guy that just goes for Last Respects and deals like a ton of damage at the end of like a Sandstorm game. I think that it's just a good Pokemon. That being said, I would put it in the B tier, but probably more around. I think I would see it about the same as Barraskewda, but I think it's better than Barraskewda. I don't think it's as good as Goodra in this format, which is like kind of weird. I think Goodra actually just brings a lot more to the table. I think Houndstone's really one-dimensional, even if you're playing like aggressive or defensive. And that like basically once the Houndstone's gone, the whole team kind of would like fall apart. Versus like a Lycanroc would work the same way, but a Lycanroc would be just a much better like way to play it. Houndstone's really, really cool and can be great, but I feel like you have to like really tailor your team to make something like a Houndstone work, and like tailoring everything to make a B tier Pokemon work. Even if it was like an upper B tier Pokemon, it's just a lot of investment. That's all. Is Regener Cyclozar illegal? It's not. I used it. I used it at the regional. Hydreigon. All right. Hydreigon is a very good Pokemon. So people think that like people stop using Hydreigon, right? But it has like the same. It has 600 base stats. It's higher base stats than all the Paradox Pokemon. Hydreigon's still great. You can go Scope Lens with like the Focus Energy set that we've seen a lot of people use. It can also even just go like AV with multiple different coverage moves. It can get like Heat Wave. It can get Dark Pulse, Draco, Earth Power, all these different things. It gets so many different things. Flash Cannon. It's just a standard mon. It also gets access to Tailwind Taunts, U-turns, Thunder Waves, Terra Blast. Like Pokemon gets a lot of stuff. Hydreigon's actually still really good. Yes, there's a lot more Dark Mons in the meta, so Hydreigon is going to fall prey to things that are good against them. So things like fighting attacks and bug attacks and stuff. That being said, I still think Hydreigon is definitely like almost A tier worthy. Almost A tier worthy. Electric Terra Hydreigon. I don't think I would do that. That doesn't help you. Oh, Electric Terra. Okay, I thought you were saying Electric Terrain. I'm like, no. Electric Terra is okay. I think you're better off like gaining an additional stab. So I think Fire Terra or Steel are probably the best ones. That being said, I'm going to put Hydreigon at the very top of the B tier. I don't think it's A tier yet because it's a little bit slow. It's a 98 base speed, I believe. So it takes a lot of 98. So it's a little bit slow. And I feel like most people just run Chi-Yu, and then it falls prey to the same things that would be punishing a Chi-Yu. So like you're a Chi-Yu but worse, right? So yeah, I think Hydreigon is still a good mon. I think the problem with the Rumor meta is they're all dark types. So if you're considering using other dark types as well, it's even more of a fairy weakness. Yeah, so that's why I think Hydreigon's still good, but I don't think you're always gonna have to Terra it, right? So it's definitely like an upper B tier. It's like a B plus. It's like maybe an A minus tier. Maybe I should have made one of those. BL in between those two. Chi-Yu isn't weak to fairy, but it's neutral, right? So like a good fairy move would go well into both of them. Hypno. Oh my gosh, talk about wasted everything. Hypno is so good in Gen 1. It gets Insomnia, which is the ability you probably want. Inner Focus is good if you're trying to set TRs, but Insomnia makes it so you can switch it on Amoonguss and then potentially repin, right? And then this stat line's pretty terrible in like every single situation. It used to get a couple of unique moves like Flatter. I don't even know if it gets Flatter anymore. Does it still get it? It does, yeah. So it's like a special attack by 1, and then a Confuse, which is not good. It's just shit. And it gets like Encores, it gets Psychic, it gets like the punches, right? Hypnos, it gets Taunt. It's doing so much. It was a good stat line in Gen 1 because it was like a physical Psychic mon kind of. Hypno's not great. Hypno's by far, I think, the worst Pokemon that we've got so far. Yeah, Hypno sucks. I've tried it. It was good in Let's Go too, and it was decent in Gen 1, but it's just not really that good in this format. They're not really usable at all. There's nothing really redeeming that Hypno does that like 90% of the other Psychic types in the meta wouldn't do better. We got Indity Female. Remember, Indity Female, it gets that Psychic Surge, obviously. And then it does still get Trick Room. So you have to get it from raids, but you can use this Pokemon. And he gets Follow Me. Very, very good. This Pokemon is amazing. It is Amoonguss is the best redirector, but like Inity's the safest redirect because you can't fake out and you can't go like Grass Tear or Safety Goggles to play around the Rage Powder, right? So Inity's going to always be able to be like, I'm redirecting a single target attack. Like, this is happening. It's proactive play. This thing is everywhere. And I won't be like that guy, but like, you definitely put Inity in the S tier. I think Inity's better than Dango. I think Inity's better than Gothitelle. It's hard to say if it's better than Dozo, though. I think it is better than Dozo because it's so... What we're going to start seeing is we're either going to see a really, really defensive playstyle be prevalent or really, really aggressive playstyle. And the thing is, Inity gets played on both, right? So Inity gets played on the defensive one because if they want Trick Room, this is how they get it. Or they want VGC, this is how they get it. And on the aggressive one, well, you bring like 2 aggressive Mons, one goes down, you bring the Inity in the middle of the game and just continue being aggressive and you just follow me until the Inity goes down and let your other aggressive Mon trade for like a 1 for 2 in that situation. So like Inity's on both of them. Really, really good Mon. I'm willing to bet money they didn't fix Inity female because it would have broken Inity male because of spaghetti coding. I feel it. Like I feel it. Yeah, dude. I feel it. So Inity male is our next one. And I've actually seen a few people actually using Inity male on the ladder. And they're using like specs. That being said, Indy also gets like fake out even in the Psychic Train one, so like you could technically use it. But yeah, they use this thing with like specs, Psychic Surge, and they put like Trick on it, right? And the cool thing that Indy male gets, if you want to be that guy and go like Scarf it, it gets after you. So you could after you up like your Torkoal like turn 1 and do like a bunch of cool stuff like that, make it like a pseudo Lilligant. But like yeah, the big like Psychics and D-Gleams and stuff like that, this Pokemon actually hits like really, really hard if you were to specs it. It's just a standard decent Mon. It's basically like a really bad Tapu Lele. 105 special attack's not that high, but 95 base speed's decent. It's just a decent Pokemon. I would say it's like probably upper middle of... It's probably right around here. I'd say it's not... Like Drifblim and... What is it? Inity probably go well together. That's like the most aggressive core for that thing. Yeah, get some Prison Trick as well. It's a decent Mon. It might be better than some of these over here, but I do think that it's like better than most things in the C tier. It's just a kind of decent Mon. It might even see a little bit more play, but I feel with like how many dark types we're gonna be seeing, it's just gonna be harder and harder to make it work. Iron Bundle. Oh my goodness. Bro, are we already talking about Iron Bundle? It can be built Booster, it can be built Sash. I think Booster is the more prominent one. Now, the thing about Iron Bundle is it's the Regieleki format. So you want to make a move that's like Protect, Icy Wind, right? And then you go like, most people go like Freeze Dry, and some people go like Hydro, right? That's what most people use. Sometimes you see Encore pop up, right? The thing about Iron Bundle is it's faster than like everything but Electro and Dragapult in the format, and it's Speed Tie, Spare, Scuda. So what a lot of people do is they will click this button, and they will be full Timid Special Attack. Now, I'm telling you right now, you shouldn't be doing this. This Pokemon has a very similar stat line to another Pokemon that has done something similar in the past, and that's Kartana. So Kartana, if you take a look at Kartana's base stats, obviously Kartana's not in the format, it's terrible Spadef, terrible HP. So what you want to do, and it has good defense, right? They're very similar in that regard. They have terrible HP, but they have a good offensive stat, a good speed, and a good defense stat. So what you do on a bundle is you can go like, you can take out a lot of this points in special attack because you actually don't need them. You can go like 84, and then you want to max out the HP or Spadef stat, and then just put like, you actually don't even need this much speed if you're not using Icy Wind. So you can cut this for like literally another move if you want. You can still use Icy Wind if you want because you're boostering. You're still faster than everything. You're so much faster than everything, even after your booster energy. You can cut this to like something like a 60 plus, and then throw like, you see where we're going with this? So this sort of bundle technically still works at like the same way. I'd see actually, you probably want to take, you want to be 68 to outspeed something like Mousehold, right? The only reason I can condone full speed bundle is because it outspeeds Tusk and Tailwind. Yeah, that's about it, right? You got an S+2, I feel, right? So something like this works really, really well on bundle, and you're going to eat those D-Glooms, you're going to eat those special attacks really, really well. You're way bulky, and I feel like we might even start seeing AV bundles soon. AV bundles so soon. I think bundle is by far and away S tier. The question is it better than Flutter or not? And I think that it's not better than Flutter. I think Flutter should be on every single team, right? I think if you're going to use, I think there is not a single excuse why you wouldn't put a Flutter main on your team. And bundle is like the Mon that outspeeds Flutter main by 1 point. So you can Icy when they're Flutter to make their Flutter slower than your other Mons that are like around the base 100. So like you can lead bundle and like any one of these Pokemon in the top of the A tier and go Icy Wind, break their Slash, make them slower, and just kill them with one of these, right? That's one of the reasons why like Flutter It's the check to Flutter, and Flutter's really good, but I would still put Flutter on top. You imagine if they let it kept Fake Out. Yo, give me that. I want that. I think Encore is also really good as well. Encore is super good. Iron Hands, dude. We got all the Iron Pokemon. Oh my gosh. Yo, we got the good ones coming up right here. Iron Hands, very, very good as well. This is another good Vestimon. It's probably one of the 2 or 3. I just typed in Assault Vest. Iron Hands, very, very good. It's good with Assault Vest. It's one of like the 2 or 3 good Fake Out users in the format. And what makes it really good is this is basically the Incineroar format. It gets things like Fake Out, and you actually use Volt Switch on it just to be able to pivot to repin with Fake Out. And then you go things like Drain Punch and things like Thunder Punch, Wall Charge. I like Thunder Punch just because I don't like taking the recoil. But basically, a lot of people like to just do this, and this is like super wrong. You're just wasting so many points. Its HP stat is so bloated. You only need about like 100, maybe not even that much. You might even only need like 76. Another thing is you don't really need this much attack stat either, just because like hands, you're not actually getting the KOs with things, because yes, you have a big attack stat with 140, but these are weak moves. These are 75s. So actually, you can as long as you keep your nature and maybe put like 60 points in, you're good. You actually want to be going like this with your hands. You know, stuff like this would be a much more acceptable Iron Hand spread. In a lot of situations, it's going to make you very, very bulky and be able to give you the most amount of Fake Outs, the most amount of Volt Switches, and then Drain Punch to close out those late games as possible. Wild Charge with Spread, Okos Flutter. I mean, you can make that, but then again, like, that's a really big overcommit. I think it's good, but then if they're Sash, you just lose the game, you know? Unless you're like doubling up in that slot, you know, it's hard. I think, and most people that tend to go like Grass Terror to make it so you have a better matchup against a Moongus, because that's normally a really bad matchup, or Fire to make it so you can't get Wisped. So is Eevee the only way to go? You would never Punching Glove it. The only other option would be something like a Lum, a Citrus, or because it also gets like Belladrum and stuff too, or a Booster Energy, and I don't think that that's viable, you know. Normal Terra, Facade, Lamau. Yeah, Booster's viable, but I think it's still a very, very good Pokemon. It's definitely going to be in the A tier, but I wonder where. I think it's better than most of these. I think it's better than Armarouge. I think it's better than Cerulean, but it's not as good as Arcanine, I don't think. I think Arcanine is just a little bit good. See, I don't think you need that much special. I don't think you need that much attack, but I mean, if it works, it works. We have the same idea, like that lower HP with like heavier actual defenses, which is like, I think, a good Iron Hand spread. Like the one that I just did was a very default one. You can copy it if you want, but you know, there's a bunch of different ways to run it, and so I think it's a good A tier mon. Iron Jugulus, the Jugs. Let's go. So a lot of people compare this thing to Hydreigon, but it's actually a lot different than Hydreigon because it has a much higher base speed. 108 is a good number. Didn't Wolf like top cut a regional with one of these things? It's good. It's a good Pokemon. And I think it's just a standard mon. It gets like Tailwind, it gets Snarl, it gets Earth Power, it gets Flash Cannon, it gets a Hydro Pump, it gets all the good special attacks you would ever want. It gets Taunt. It's basically like just a faster Hydreigon, and so I would just put it higher than Hydreigon because I feel they basically have the same sort of play style. This one's just a little bit more aggressive, but 108 is good speed tier. So that being said, if Hydreigon is right at the B tier, I'm gonna put it still at the top of B tier. I still don't think with that Dark Terra, with how many things there are punishing Dark types in the format, I don't think it goes into A yet. But I do think it's one of the better just like Sash Tailwind setters in the game. You say you wonder when Zacian will perform. Zacian might not be good because like Behemoth Blade was only broken because it did double damage versus Dynamax. If Behemoth Blade's just a normal like 100 base power move, it's probably not going to be that good, right? But yeah, Jugulus is okay. Iron Moth. Moth is definitely like fallen off. Moth is definitely fallen off. Quark Drive's still good. People like to go booster with this thing, and they like to pair it with Flutter. I think it could still see a lot of play though. I'm not surprised we haven't seen people messing with this in Series 2, or Series Regulation C. It's still really good, right? I don't know why people, yeah, because obviously the way people play this thing is they go like Acid Spray with like a booster on the Moth, because you can get the booster. That's a great stat line. I think it's actually still a really good mon. Fire Terror is good on it. Like, it's good against a lot of these mons that are up in the upper echelon here. Huh. Surprise! Moth might be really good. I don't think it's S tier good, but I can definitely see it being around here good. I can definitely see reasons to put the Moth here, right? Because it's just a really, really solid mon. You can also pair it with like other like ground teams with like discharges and stuff too. It gets a bunch of different stuff. I think I'm putting this thing a little bit high since I have always like actually struggled fighting it. But I think Booster Moth like actually wrecks like a lot of the Ruin Mons and punishes the other things that do well. So I think like if everyone's trying their best to like experiment and see what happens with Ruin Mons, Moth can come in and be really good. It also gets like, yeah, it's good versus Dozo. Like I'm looking at it, it's really good. It also gets things like the Bug Buzz for things like Wo Chen. Like Moth doesn't look terrible. You know, you can go Flying Terror to block the Ting Lu. Like it's looking like there's viability for Moth, and I'm surprised to see that. Up next, we got Iron Thorns, bro. I have Iron Thorns. Where is it? Hold on. Where is this? Give me 1 sec. Where's my team builder? Bro, Iron Thorns in the team builder right now. Like, that's what we're looking at. So, Iron Thorns. Thorns, most people like to play with the loaded dice, right? And I actually think this Pokemon, because they go loaded dice and they go like Pin Missiles and Rock Blast, right? Like Rock Blast and Pin Missile, and like that's cool. I think though this Pokemon is so much cooler with a Choice Scarf. It has just enough speed to still technically work with the Scarf. 72 is a decent number, great attack stat, and then you just throw like, you know, Wild Charge, you throw Rock Slide, you make it a Physical Mon, and not Rock Blast, you go Rock Slide, and you go Ice Punch, and then from there I like Volt Switch, right? I like this set. I think it's just a cool set and it still works. So, yeah, I think it's really, really, really cool. You say, how does Moth check Dozo? It just drops the special D boost, and then you just roll them over with your teammate for the most part. Because Dozo has to take multiple turns to take out the Moth if you terrorize it correctly, and then like you're just good to go. So you basically get Dozo like really, really low SPDF, and you just melt it. But yeah, I think this guy's really cool. Electric rock typing is super unique, and where'd I put you? You're not B tier. You're not even. You're better than Golduck, but no, you're better than Frostmoth. Iron Thorns is cool, but it's not that hot. And we got Iron, whatever that thing is. I don't have Violet. Iron Dawn Fan. Treads. I actually think this Pokemon's really slept on. Like, really, really slept on. 106 base speed's good in this format. 112 attacks is good. 120 defense is good. This threatens Chi-Yu. This threatens Xianpao. This threatens... It might be able to threaten Wo Chen in some situations. It also gets the coolest move. It gets Steel Roller. Like, not that many things get this in this game anymore. But I think this Pokemon has like, shots. It gets the Ice Spinners. It can be built AV, it gets knockoff, it gets Mega Horn, there it is, yeah. So it's like, this Pokemon actually can be good, and I've used a ton of rentals. People always submit this Pokemon on rentals when I do Patreon team fixing, and so like, realistically, I'm going to put this Pokemon at the very bottom of the A tier, because I think it has shots to actually be viable. Because I also think a lot of people aren't really calking for this Pokemon. A lot of people would say like, oh, I'm just going to use Great Tusk, or I'm just going to use Garchomp. But this thing is like a Great Tusk with like a better matchup versus things like Bundle Flutters, I think, in some situations. So yeah, I like it. I think it's definitely bottom of A tier. We got Iron Valiant. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, right? How Iron Valiant is going to be a good Pokemon in this format. I uploaded a YouTube video today talking about my thoughts on the Ruin Mons and how the meta is basically going to slow down because we're going to see a lot less Bundle Flutters and a lot more like Bundle Chi-Yus and Flutter Chi-Yu. So the meta is going to basically make it so you only have to check one of their fast things and then just have something that outspeeds their Chi-Yu. And this does that. It's a 116 base speed that threatens all of the Ruin Mons. You can be built physical or special. It's just going to be a great mon. Good Sash Mon. This Pokemon's definitely going to be viable in this format. It gets things like Wide Guard, Destiny Bonds, Encores. This Pokemon has it all for this format. And the fact the meta's slowing down just a little bit, it's going to make this Pokemon actually step up and be able to be like used. It's going to be built more like a Pheromosa. And I feel like at worst, this thing's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. So that being said, it's not going to be like S tier at all, but it's definitely going to be in the A tier. I think it's going to be better than things like Bax. I don't think it's going to be better than Grimmsnarl still. But it's going to be definitely usable in this format. Whereas like if we were to rank this Pokemon for Series 2, it'd be in like the B or C tier. Just because it was not fast enough to keep up with what people were using in that format. And now with things getting just a little bit slower, Valiant will actually probably see some play. I know I'm going to use it, right? And it gets faint and stuff too. There's a lot of cool moves that it gets that definitely can take people like out of their comfort zone and give you some good matchups and some good wins. It also can be good in Prison Trickermon. So it's like, it's a good Pokemon in this format, I would say. Jolteon. Yo, I've said it before with Electro, don't sleep on Pokemon that have 130 base speed. Or don't sleep on the fast things. It gets the Pin Missile, being able to annihilate. It gets Volt Switch. It's the fastest Pokemon that gets Copycat. So if you want to be a guy, if you want to be a meme master, right? This Pokemon is like actually viable in a lot of teams, and it's definitely just usable. It gets a bunch of really cool stuff. It still gets the fast yawns. I think Jolteon's definitely usable. I'll definitely put Jolteon in the B tier. I would say Jolteon's better than things like Heracross, better than Flamigo. It's better than Haxorus. It's right behind Electrode. It's basically the same thing as Electrode, I would say. It's fast. It can do the things that it needs to do. It gets half of the screens. I don't think it gets both screens. I think it just gets a light screen right now. But it's a decent Pokemon. You can just kind of use it on a few different teams, and it works okay. It's annoying to deal with for a lot of people. Like, case in point, let's take a look at this. So, like, these two outspeed it, but it forces them to be speed-natured. Amoonguss is a good matchup against it, but, like, discharge, 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 discharge. That could be an auto loss if you get unlucky enough, right? So, Jolteon has shots, and he can enable the right teammates, so it's definitely usable. Jumpluff, oh, man. I think Sun's still going to be strong, and Jumpluff does a few things that a lot of other mons don't. So, first of all, Jumpluff gets Chlorophyll, right? So, it's going to double its speed in the sun. And the cool thing about Jumpluff is it's a 110. So when Jumpluff doubles its speed, like let's say I have like a Jumpluff and like a Sun Mon, or I have a Murkrow that's at Sunny Day or a Torkoal or something, and you have like a Garchomp, or like, let's just take a look at some speed tiers. You have things like Jugulus, or, you know, Garchomp, Sandy Shocks, Staraptor, Volcarona, Salamence, Haxorus, all these Pokemon. We're going to keep going down, like Annihilate. I can just trade Tailwinds with you. You get up your Tailwind, I already have Sun. I'm still faster because I have a 110 base speed. Jumpluff gets so many cool things. It gets access to Rage Powder. It gets access to Sleep Powder. It gets access to Strength Sap, which, like, I'm not a big fan of Strength Sap on it, but it also gets access to, like, Encore. I'm pretty sure they also gave it access to Tailwind in Gen 2, right? Yeah, like, Jumpluff gets a lot of really, really cool stuff. You don't even need to use, like, an attacking move on this Pokemon. It just gets enough support moves to be good. I still think Protect's really good on your Mons. They get, like, Rage Powder, Sleep Powder, Tailwind to be able to elongate their presence on the board. So, like, I go, like, Sash. And then I would usually cut, like, my set that I like to use is this. So I like to go for, like, Rage Powders and Sleep Powders and do all my stuff and weave and Protects and try to catch people in weird Encores. That's the set that I like for this thing. I just think it's a really, really solid Mon. And I'm not going to lie, for aggressive teams that want to be, like, out there, like, dumpstering people with, like, Shenpows and other things like that, I'm definitely going to put it in the A tier. I think it's better than... I like it better than Bax, but I think Bax is still better for most people. So I like it better than Gastron, or better than Gastron and Bronze. So I'm going to put it right here. It gets Pollen Puff, too. Yeah, like, Jumpluff is, you know, actually gets Pollen Puff. Like, we're going right there. Good Mon. Really, really good Mon. Like, really good Mon. I've taken this thing to so many tournaments. I've won so many tournaments of Jumpluff. It's great. Jumpluff is just a great Pokemon. All right, we've been here for 3 hours, bro. We've done this for 3 hours. Kilowattreo. Someone was talking about Kilowattreo. That's the next Pokemon on our list. I actually think it's a really good Pokemon. I think this Pokemon seems like Mon that was good, like, 4 gens ago. Like, a fast discharge Mon, and Wind Power, Volt Absorb, Competitive are all great abilities. I actually think, like, realistically, Competitive is the best one. Because you compare this thing on a team with, like, Garchomps or Great Tusk, they're really susceptible to Intimidate, and just have, like, a really, really good Mon that disincentivizes those things from happening. Like, this Pokemon's really, really good. It feels like this should have been, like, a Gen 5 Pokemon. But it gets access to things like Tailwind if you wanted to pair it with, like, the Wind Power, sorry. And you gain the effect of a charge when hit by a Wind move or a Tailwind begins, but you still have to take the hit. So, like, if they Blizzard you, you're going to have to take the Blizzard, which means you probably just die. But then, like, from there, like I said, it gets access to things like Discharge. It gets access to things like Hurricanes, Terra Blasts, Weather Ball, all those really cool things. And it's a good Mon. 125 base speed's good. I think this is definitely just a good Mon. It's definitely above C tier. It's definitely in the B tier somewhere. I would say it's not as good as Corviknight. It's not as good as Hariyama. It's probably not even as good as Goodra. It's not as good as Houndstone. It's better than Barrascute. It's better than Claude. I put it right here. I rate this thing a little bit low, just because it's one of those ones that seems really good on paper, but then once you kind of lose it, the whole team kind of falls apart. Like, it's having to do too many jobs on the team. It's the team's competitive Mon, the team's Tailwind Setter, and the team's, like, water coverage, all, and the team's, like, grass coverage, all in the same Mon. And when they take it out, and you're just left with a bunch of physical attackers, then they bring in their Intimidates, then they bring in all their Mons that would normally get checked by it, and you kind of just lose. So it does too much. And then it's not also strong enough to be, like, warranted of, like, surrounding it with, like, a redirection Mon. So it's okay. It's kind of okay. It's a good Mon, and it can do well. Like, it's still in the B tier. These are all Pokemon that you can't have on teams. It's just it's it bears a very heavy burden in the team building preview. King Gambit. All right, fine. We've used Bisharp as the gold standard for what is like a good average Pokemon so far. So we're gonna take a look at King Gambit now. King Gambit's great. King Gambit's going to struggle a little bit more in this format, though, because there's going to be a lot more people using fighting and bug attacks and just other attacks that would normally beat these things. But Defiant's a great ability. Even Pressure and Supreme Overload are really good in a lot of situations. This checks things like Flutters. It checks bundles. Like, let's take a look at all these Pokemon up here. King Gambit's great for almost all of these Pokemon. But all these Pokemon are going to be teching moves that, like, low-key punish King Gambit. So while I still think it's in the A tier, it's usually built with, like, an Assault Vest. And then they usually use things like Sucker Punch. It also gets like Corto Cleave, which is actually like a really, really good move. It doesn't check accuracy, so it's like really, really good in a lot of situations. Sometimes they like to go with the Iron Head. And then you will sometimes see people with like on AV sets, they'll go with like a Terra Blast and have like a weird Terra. There's a few other moves that it can get, like Low Kick and stuff like that for the King Gambit mirrors and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of good moves that it gets. I still think it's definitely like an A tier mon. But it's not like, I think in Series 2, it could have almost been like very tippy top of the A tier up here. Maybe it probably would have been in the S in Series 2. But that being said, here, it's probably just going to be, I still think it's going to be better than Valiant because it's so splashable. You can splash this on your team and just have a great matchup. I think it's still probably going to be better than Garg. I don't think it's better than Great Tusk, though. So that's why I'm going to put it in front of Garg. Thoughts on Oko moves in this meta? They're okay. I don't think they're like meta breaking. I think they're good. Yeah, Terra Dark Sucker Punch is good. King Gambit can do a bunch of different things. It's just a really, really solid Pokemon. Oh, what is this? Cloth? Dude, no one's gotten any CP with Cloth. I should be the first. Cloth. It gets... I didn't know this thing got Regenerator. Shell Armor, Anger Shells that most people use. At half health, this Pokemon, max HP, it gets like a little mini Shell Smash. Decent enough speed stat, good enough attack. I don't know why people don't use this thing. Yes, we talked about like Cloyster. Oh, does it not get Shell Smash? How do you not get Shell Smash? I always thought this thing got Shell Smash. What else do you get? I thought this thing got Shell Smash. No one's used it. It gets Trailblaze, bro. It gets Body Press. Yeah. It's okay. I thought I got Shell Smash. It gets Knock Off. It gets Crab Hammer. It's like a... It doesn't even get like Wide Guard. It gets Guillotine. Yeah, this Pokemon's not good. It has a cool shiny though, right? It doesn't even have the shiny on Showdown. Shiny's blue, right? Has Swords Dance, Lamau. Yeah, it doesn't really have that many things. So, it's blue, but it doesn't show it on Showdown. So, yeah, I think we're going to put it in the D tier. It's worse than Cloyster. It's worse than Honchkrow. It's worse than Cacturn. I'm going to put it down here. I'm going to make it work. This is going to be cool. I'll make this thing work. Don't worry about it. But it's not that great. Looking at the moveset, looking at this again, it's a really subpar stat line. Huge defense with like abilities that like lower its stats. Regenerator might work though. Like maybe like a Goggles Regenerator set is kind of what I'm thinking I might want to try with it. And you just make it like a pivot mon. If it does have any pivot moves, it gets like knock off. Yeah, this is gonna be hard. But we'll see if we can get something done with it. So who knows? Maybe in the future. Klefki. Klefki's a lot better than people give it credit for. I do think though that realistically screens are gonna be worse in this format. So that being said, like Klefki obviously gets Prankster and boosts the power of like light screens or the effectiveness like light screens and reflex. And then from there, it also gets like Misty Train to be able to take away like Entity Surge and stuff like that. And then it just goes for like a big standard like 80 base special attack like Dazzling. It's good mon. It gets things like Thunder Wave if you don't want to go Misty Train. It gets access to a bunch of different stuff. Right, T-Wave's okay. I think that Misty Train's just a little bit better because like T-Wave is going to be very bad in this format because everything is a dark type, right? So you can't Prankster them. So I think that like Misty Surge is, you can also pair it like next to a Nightlip in those situations and it's a good mon. That being said, I still will put Klefki in the A tier. Screens will be viable enough to warrant using, and Klefki gets a bunch of other unique moves as well. But that being said, it's better than Abomasnow. It's probably better than Ditto. But it's not like that much, right? I think it's good. I think, yeah, it gets Trick Room and Imprison too. That's one of the reasons why I want to put it up there. It gets an Imprison. It gets a Prankster Imprison. And you don't think that that's busted, but it's busted, right? So it's good. You know, just because it gets Prankster Trick Room does not mean that it gets to go Trick Room first. It just takes one priority away from the Trick Room, which still means it's slow as shit. But yeah, it's a good Pokemon. Have we already taken them yet? No. See, we're going in alphabetical order. So we got Komala. You ever seen people make a competitive team building guide for Komala? Comatose is the only ability it has. This Pokemon cannot be statused, which is good, and it is considered to be asleep. So you can just do like whatever you want. You can't rest, right? I think people just go like last resort with this thing, right? They like sleep talk, last resort, Komala bad. Yeah, I think Komala gets some cool moves, but. And it has like a good attack stat and decent, like, I get some good stuff. It gets like the gunk shots. This didn't used to just be something that everything had, by the way, gunk shot. It gets ice spinner, just realistically. It gets wood hammer, like you see it gets yawn. Like it has some, yeah, it's not actually asleep, but it can't rest to regain sleep. So it's not good. It's not bad. It's definitely in the D tier, but I think it's better than something like Camerupt. Not nearly as good as, yeah, Facade's usually a pretty good one. Worst Pokemon ever? No. Is it? I mean, it's Eeks used to use a lot of Komala. It's one of his favorite Pokemon. So it's not the worst thing ever because it comes out and just deletes something, and then you can't like sleep it to stop it like you can with a lot of other things. Like Amoonguss basically invalidates like almost all these Pokemon. Amoonguss doesn't invalidate that one, so it's almost something maybe. Kricketune. We're talking about the worst Pokemon ever. Holy moly! Look at this thing. You know, I usually am a huge fan of like the bug Pokemon from the start of the games. Bug's my favorite type. Don't really like Kricketune. Don't really like Kricketune that much. Swarm and Technician are not that great. It's too slow. It's too weak. It doesn't really get anything. I think the best thing this thing gets is Sing. And other than that, it gets Perish Song. I didn't know that. And it gets Sticky Web. This is a new edition. So I guess it has some stuff. I guess it has some tools. These tools all suck. And this thing is not good. It's definitely an F tier. But it's still better than Hypno. Oh, not Masquerain. Here we go. Kricketune better than Hypno. Yeah. Totally best Perish Song user. Yep, tools, but one hit deleted. Yeah, it takes your sash. Alright, we got Crocodile. We have Ting-Lu at home. Ting-Lu, but at home. Crocodile's a good Pokemon. It gets Anger Point, Intimidate, Moxie. And solid mon. There's some meme cores that can utilize the Anger Point correctly with like Frostlass being able to... Frostlass historically used to go like this. So Frostlass, it would use like Frost Breath, and it's an always crit chance onto like a Crocodile that would go like Fire Tear or something like that, and you would get the Anger Point +6 and just go for like Earthquakes or Rock Slides out. So you can do that sort of stuff. You can even go like change its Terror like Fire and pair it with like a Meowscarada and go like Flower Trick into it. It's a meme. That being said, it's an okay Pokemon. I think that we'll see some people playing it, but then it being a Dark type makes it a lot harder to play than a bunch of other things. So I'm going to put it in the B tier, but I think I'm going to put it like around here. I think it's better than Electrode. I think it's probably better than Gardevoir. It's better than Arboliva and Bellibolt. It's better than Clodsire, but it's not as good as Kilowattrel. And it's like you're starting to see like the weather users are around here. Right around here. So it's around, I'd say it's a middle of the pack B tier mon. Good Intimidate mon. In certain metas it can be really good, but like I think one mon that really shut it off a lot of this format was King Gambit. Like it needed to be brought to beat the King Gambit, but it gave the King Gambit a Defiant proc, and then if the King Gambit just changed its Terra, it just automatically, like, you automatically lost the game. Alright, so Leafeon. My favorite evolution. I will tell you guys, Leafeon is going to be amazing in singles. In singles, Leafeon's going to be really, really good. But in VGC, Leafeon's only ever okay and usable when rain is very prevalent. When Sun is really prevalent. And Sun's not that prevalent now, it's chlorophyll, and you would just use it to set Rain Dance to make rain teams more viable. That being said, it does get things like Yawn and things like that. Like Yawn detects. Those are kind of okay. It gets things like Leaf Blade. It gets things like Quick Attack, Wish, if you want to use any of that stuff. Like, it's okay. But in doubles, it's really hard to make Leafeon work. I've won a couple smaller tournaments with Leafeon. I've used it to get top 10 on the ladder back in Ultra Sun and Moon. But I don't think it's going to be great. I think it's middle of the pack C tier mon. It's better than Cop, but it's better than Rocky Payload Guy too. Think of where exactly I want to put it, because it's not terrible. This is probably about there. Yeah, because like these things are good like standalone. Yeah, Calm Mind. Yeah, Calm Mind. All the Eevees get Calm Mind, but Leafeon doesn't really need it, you know. Lilligant, talking about some good chlorophyll mons. Lilligant's great. Lilligant, Torkoal, absolutely amazing. Chlorophyll, you get access to, like, obviously most people like to go Sashi, or they usually go Ghost Terror to make it so you can't get Fake Outed. And then they go, like, Protect after you Sleep Powder and Leaf Storm. And remember, when you're fighting against Dozos, that's one thing Leafeon's great against. Like, you can just spam that Leaf Storm because Dozo is unaware of your stat drop. So Lilligant is great. Lilycole's still going to be viable, like, still going to be good. Lilligant is definitely in the A tier, and I would say Lilligant is probably not as good as Bax, but better than all, like, the Bronzong and the Gastrodon areas. So Lilligant's still going to be up there. Great Pokemon. Even if they kill your Torkoal, you can just after you all your other stuff and still be in a really good situation. You can even protect Lilligant, swap out your Torkoal for something, and then just after you that Pokemon and just go to town. Like, Lilligant's still going to be a really good mon. Still have to respect it. Very, very solid mon. Yeah, you're still going to see it a lot. Loxix, Low Kicks. I think we were one of the first YouTubers to use this Pokemon. Tinted Lens is not bad. Powers up not very effective moves. A lot of people forget this thing's a dark type, so it's not even going to be as good as it, was in the last gen, or like Series 1. But it gets, like, decent moves. Like, Axe Kicks it's okay. It's not okay. It gets access to, like, Brick Break. It gets access to First Impression. It gets access to, like, Sucker Punch, Taunt, U-Turn. I think the U-Turn's a really good one here. Using, like, a Life Orb or an Assault Vest is probably the best way to run this guy, but it's just stats are too subpar. Decent attack, decent speed, but it really just struggles versus, like, all the power creeps is too big for this Pokemon. So it's definitely in the D tier, but it's definitely better than, like, things like Crabdominal and Cloth, right? I think it's still better than Cacturn. I would say it is better than Honchkrow, but I don't think it's better than Cloyster. So that's what we're going to put out here. Outshine by Spidops. Hey, we use that Pokemon too. You say I use an Evolution team on my Sword and Shield first playthrough, and my Leafeon is a sweeper. Yeah, I love Leafeon. It's really, really good. It's just hard to play in some formats. Glass Cannon Scizor. Lucario is the next one. Oh my gosh. I was talking about Lucario a few times, and I actually already showed one team that I built around Lucario for this format. It's so good in this format. It's Inner Focus, Justified is also a good ability in this format. And then the ability to have, like, extreme speed, if you want to go, like, normal Terra, or, like, Bullet Punch, and even, like, Close Combat. So Close Combat lets you, you're going to be outspeeding Baxcalibur and just breaking things like the Tinglu and the Wochens. The extreme speed is just great if you pair it next to Shenpao. And next to Shenpao, if you Bullet Punch and you have, like, a Life Orb next to Shenpao, you KO Fluttermanes as well. So this guy absolutely just, like, crushes a lot of those Ruin Mons. It's so strong. It's like the new, it's like a more aggressive Glass Cannon-y, E-Speed Dragonite Arcanine fusion thing. So I think Lucario is definitely going to be viable. I'm going to put Lucario in the A tier. It used to get Follow Me too, I wish. Back in the day. It's definitely near the bottom of the A tier. It's better than Ditto. It's better than Klefki. I'm going to put it better than Moth. I'm even going to put it better than Gastrodon, but I don't think it's as good as Bronzong. Psychic Terrain says hi. So the way it works is, like, all the things... Ice Spinner. Ice Spinner. Ice Spinner. Everything gets Ice Spinner. So you just go you just don't, like, you're not an idiot, Also, like, you could just kill the entity with, like, a Life Orb Close Combat if the Shenpao's on the board. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, Psychic Terrain says hi, but, like, yeah, I think it might be an oversight to put Lucario this high on the list, but I do think it's going to be very good. Very, very good. Especially for, like, the first month of the format. Like, people that are trying to play, like, learn the format and, like, pivot around and play defensive, Lucario just comes out and just, they're gone. So yeah, I think Lucario's going to be really good. Yeah, it's not, I wish I had 95, base speed has a 90, which is good enough to still outspeed Bax, but it is what it is. Lumineon. People actually don't know how this Pokemon works. People don't respect Lumineon. It gets Swift Swim, which is cool, but it also gets Storm Drain, right? So it's Gastrodon. You can go Sash on this thing, it's good to go, right? The cool thing that Lumineon gets is it gets access to Encore, which is cool, but it also gets access to Tailwind for some weird-ass reason. I don't know why. It always has. So that's good. Tailwind, Storm Drain Tailwind is just something that's good. It gets access to Icy Wind, U-Turns, Terra Blasts, all those other moves that are cool. Access to Soak as well. So, like, people don't really think about that when they think about Lumineon. I like using Lumineon like a Flying Terra on, like, an Earthquake team with, like, a Garchomp or a Great Tusk, because that's what I like. Pokemon that would normally have, like, that big weakness or take a lot of damage from water moves. It has a decent enough speed. It's like 91, right? Yeah, it's a good speed stat. This Pokemon's definitely, like, usable. I almost said viable. It's usable. It's definitely like a C tier Andy, but it's up near the top of the C tier. So I would say it's better than Frostmoth for sure. Just because you can throw this on your team for, like, a middle of the pack, like Tailwind setter, like, You could soak things. Like, there's stuff there. Yeah, I've built like 2 teams around it. It's a cool team. It's a cool mon. It's just like, you have to hope that they don't know that it gets Storm Drain, you know? We got, what is that bug? Lurantis. Lurantis, it gets contrary, right? So anytime your stats would be raised or lowered, vice versa. But it lost superpower. It lost superpower. That was the way that you made this thing work. So you have to basically build a special Lurantis now with like Leaf Storm. And it's just not as good. It's not. Lurantis used to be kind of cool. On the physical one, after superpowers, you would use to get attack and defense because they would, instead of being lower, they would give you a plus, and you would just go for like huge leech lives and just live forever on like an AV set. You know, back in the day when you could use superpower. But you can't anymore, right? So, Lurantis is cool, but it got messed up. I don't even think I think it's like a D tier Pokemon now. That being said, things that have Contrary are still usable. I think it's better than Cloyster. But I don't even think it gets into the C tier anymore. It sucks, you know, because it's a cool mon. Love Disc. Love Disc does one thing in this format that nothing else can do. Oh, wait, I have the wrong format selected. No, I have the right format selected. Nothing's supposed to really get attract. There's only like a couple. I didn't know if Frostmoth got attract. I didn't know that. Love Disc and Minion also does too, I guess. Not that many Pokemon get attract anymore. So I guess Love Disc is the best Pokemon that gets attract. Love Disc right here. It also gets Swift Swim. It gets Hydration. It doesn't get the Tailwind. It doesn't like the Encore. It's pretty much just like a shittier Luminion, right? But it's cool. It has a cool shiny. Where is it? Haha, gold. Heart of Gold. So Love Disc is meh. I've used it in a couple teams before and got decent results because you go Swift Swim Soak. That's what it does. And then you just surround it with like a teammate. You used to use like Carton in the back or something. That being said, it's still probably in the D tier. I would put it. It's worse than Basculin. It's worse than Camerupt. Now it's probably F tier. It's probably the top of the F tier because like you can kind of use it, but it's still just not as good as other stuff. Yeah, it's higher than Albemola, right? We're gonna look at Luxray next. Luxray's okay. I think Intimidate's viable, right? But it doesn't really have as much coverage. Like this is a subpar speed stat for something like this, and like let's take a look at what Luxray would really bring to the table. We haven't got to look at all of the Ruin Mons yet, but like I feel like Luxray is good against like some of these, but there's too many like EQ users here. You would force your Luxray to have to Terra Pivot, and like you're also, there's a lot of Defiant Mons running around, and so the thing about like Arcanine and a couple other things is they can Wisp things, and Luxray kind of can't. It has to like pivot, so like I like this thing built with like Assault Vest, if I'm being honest, with like Snarl, Volt Switch, and then like from there you could like Wild Charge, Ice Fang, Flare Up. It doesn't get close combat or like a big move like that anymore. Baby Doll Eyes, Snarl, Volt Switch, yeah, so stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like what Neve's saying. So yeah, I forgot Baby Doll Eyes is good on this thing. I feel like this Pokemon is like a slow L a lot of the time. And it's not bad, but it's just like, this format just isn't the one. Series 1, Luxray could definitely do some work. Series 2, Luxray could still definitely do some work. Series 3, though, I think these Rumons are going to make it hard to use. That being said, it's not... I think it's like a higher C tier. I think it's better than Iron Thorns, but I don't see putting it in the B tier. I personally just don't. Not for this format. I think it's better than Iron Thorns, though. Because people probably don't have Luxray calcs, right? And having an Intimidate user still can be really good in some situations. But it becomes like a liability when they have like those Defiant Mons and stuff. Best on Perish. I could see that. Yeah, that's probably the best they would get. We got Lycanroc. And we're really just going to be looking at the Sandrush Lycanroc. I think that's probably just the best one. The other ones are probably in like the C tier. You just want to put them somewhere. We got Lycanroc. So Lycanroc gets Sandrush, which is pretty busted. Usually these guys get built with Sashes and Ghost Terra. And then from there, they basically just get like, you know, Protect, Howl. I like Howl. You can use Endeavor if you want. And then like Rock Slide and Close Combat is the standard way to use this guy. And usually, like I said, they go Ghost Terror and just full speed. The cool thing about this guy is similar to Jump Left. They have 112 speed normally, which means when you still give them a plus speed nature, it doubles in the Sandstorm. And so you're still faster than things. So like you force them to match you with Tailwind, and you still outspeed like most of the mons on their team anyways. Very, very solid Pokemon. Very similar to Houndstone. We're actually going to put it maybe a couple spaces above Houndstone, I would say. So it's better than Goodra. It's better than Hands. It's better than a lot of these, actually. We're going up here. I think it's better than Pult. It might be better than Brute Bonnet in a Zoom roll. I will actually put Dragapult. Or not Dragapult. I will put it up here. Yeah, I'm looking at it like the higher. I think it's like a good checkmate piece in the back. I actually think it's the top of the B tier. I think it's too one-dimensional to be in the A tier, but I think it's still actually like really, really good. So yeah, I think it's really good. It also has a Cell Rock. It does also have a Cell Rock to be able to check Talonflame before they do anything. That is 100% correct. Another little known fact about Talonflame, a lot of people are like, Talonflame's so oppressive. They just go Priority Tailwind and then they go Earthquake. You can actually use moves like Feint to actually break the Talonflame's Gale Wings and then outspeed it with something that just has a higher base speed or is like Scarfed. So like that's another reason why like something like Iron Valiant is so high. You can Feint, even if they're not protecting. Feint's just a +2 priority move. It'll break that Gale Wings and then your teammate just deletes them. So it's actually a really, really cool way to do it. So, I think, Cell Rock's another thing that Lycanroc gets. Very, very solid mon, though. I like Lycanroc a lot, and it's just super splashable. I feel it's always going to trade like a 1-for-1, maybe even a 1-for-2, with a % chance to Rock Slide everything for an unlimited amount of flinches. I've got a lot of flinches this gen. I rank Lycanroc pretty high. We got Mabostiff. This is my team builder the other day. I was messing around with it. It gets Intimidate. I think the coolest move this guy gets, it has an 85 base speed, it's a little bit low. 120 attack's pretty decent. I think the coolest thing this thing gets is Destiny Bond. I was looking at it with like Trailblaze Destiny Bond, and I feel like using things like your Sash on an Intimidate Mon is not great. Using things like your Sash Destiny Bond makes sense, but like all these things clash really hard. It gets things like Crunch. I think it still gets things like Taunt, but it doesn't really get a lot. It gets like Wild Charge that would break your Sash. Player Up's not that great. So it's okay. Guard Dog's cool. It's not as good as Defiant. It's Dark type Arcanine, but like way worse, right? I've used it. I think the Trailblaze Destiny Mon is something that's kind of unique. And so I definitely put it in the C tier. It's better than Beartick. It's better than Domfan. It's not as good as Bombardier, though. But it's better than Copper, I would say. Intimidate users are kind of just okay. Yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah, see, like Luxray and that Intimidate users are kind of just okay. Yeah, it gets beat up. Yeah. Sorry, Mouse with beat up Arcanine. Yeah, we already talked about that. Magnezone. Magnezone's actually okay. Magnezone gets a couple abilities. So Magnezone gets Magnet Pulse, Sturdy, and Analytic. All of them are viable in different degrees. I would say I like Magnet Pull and Sturdy a little bit more. I'd say I like Sturdy the most. It's slower than Magneton, actually. Magneton itself is a decent Pokemon, which is like Eviolite or Choice Scarf, but it's good special attack. Slow enough to work in Trick Room, gets Volt Switch. It does get that Electro we were talking about, gets access to like Body Press, Flash Cannon. A lot of people like to go Water Terra on this thing and usually just pivot out over and over again. And so it's a decent mon. I think more people should use Magnezone. Having access to like a second potential Sash can be like really, really good. I think it's in the C tier, but more upwards in the C tier. I would put Magnezone probably right behind Gallade. In that you can totally just use this Pokemon, and it's one of those mons that everyone's like, oh, Magnezone, I don't want to deal with that, right? So I like Magnezone a lot. Yeah, Magnezone trades 10 base speed and bulk for... Oh, sorry, what were we talking about? Oh, we're talking about... she was talking about Mabostiff. Yeah, it trades 10 base speed and bulk for Prankster Immunity and Taunt. Yeah, it's a worse Incineroar. Yeah, I would say Mabostiff is like a worse Incineroar. Oh, we've been doing this for so long. Oh, it's like 3 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to get it done. My voice is going to be so shot at the end of the day. Can you believe it? I kind of want to just go fast for the rest of these mons, but there's so many good mons still have to do, you know? All right. Mousehold. Mousehold's great. Mousehold's still really, really good. There are some reasons why you actually want to have, like, the family of... doesn't really matter which one you use, but there's some situations where, like, if you had one different Mousehold, they have different weights. So things like low kicks or whatever would do less damage. Doesn't matter. So I don't even remember. But Friend Guard's really good. Technician's really good. This thing can go for the big pop bombs with like a wide lens set. And realistically, I think my favorite set is like the Technician pop bomb with like the ability to go with like a beat up if you wanted to enable something like Annihilate or a Justified Mon, or even something like just all of them have Follow Me. I think this guy with Follow Me with the Friend Guard set is going to be a lot better. And then those usually use a safety goggles, right? And you just play it like a lot more passive. You don't even use pop bomb on that set. You use stuff like Super Fang. So this Pokemon use so much. It's like a Pachirisu with like Friend Guard and like a bunch of other things. Pikachu. Is Pikachu not on the list? Pikachu's right there. See? Pikachu's on the list. It's just how we haven't gotten there yet. Alright. Anyways. Yeah, Mousehold's great. I think Mousehold's going to be, like we're talking about redirection mons and stuff like that and how valuable redirection is and how it's going to be so important for this format. So I would say that definitely makes Mousehold an S tier. It's going to be on every single team. Every single team's going to have one of these Pokemon somewhere. And you can't see it because it's behind Goldango, but it's there. It's right behind Goldango at the top of the S tier, right where my camera is. But yeah, I do think Mousehold's going to be very, very good. Very, very, very good in this format. Masquerain. I like Masquerain. It gets Intimidate, it gets Unnerve. I would say most people like to build this thing with like a Sash or a Scarf, and it was one of the few Pokemon to get like Hydro Pump back before it was like a TM, so that was kind of cool. But it also gets like Icy Winds, it gets Ice Beams, it gets Bug Buzzes, which are going to be decent against all these Dark types running around. So like Stat Bug Buzz, it also gets like Tailwinds, in other words, stuff like that. So I say with this sort of stat line, it's more viable than people give it credit for, but it's not amazing. You say, what's behind Dozo? Gothitelle, Goldango, and Mousehold. So yeah, that being said, Masquerain's decent. It's definitely like C tier, but like upper C tier, I would say. I think it's better than Flapple. Worse than Bisharp. That's the stat line right there. Yeah, it gets Tailwind, Icy Wind. It gets a bunch of cool stuff. I like Masquerain. It's one of my favorites. So it definitely is viable. Medicham is weird. Medicham gets a few really weird moves. So like Medicham gets access to Pure Power and Telepathy, so Pure Power is going to double its attack stats. Telepathy makes it so you can't hit it with your teammates, so it makes it a great like Imprison Trick Room user, but it also gets like Fake Out, where Gothitelle wouldn't. It also gets like, you know, things like the Bulk Ups, things like Helping Hands, some Screens, Psych Ups. It gets access to Skill Swap too, I think, right? Yeah, so it's like, it's weird, right? Decent base speed, subpar attack, but again, you have Pure Power potential to make up for it. And I think Medicham has options. Medicham's always one of those mons that like people really don't like fighting. It's definitely a C tier mon, but it's better than a lot of them as well. I would say it's better than Copper Rush, but it's not better than Mabostiff, right? It also gets Faint. Yeah, Medicham gets a bunch of like really cool stuff. The more you look at it, it gets Detex. It's one of the only mons in the game that can Imprison Detect. So that's unique. Just throwing that out there. So, I mean, I think it's cool. Not that you would ever want to set like that, but you can. Meowscarada. I think Meowscarada is just a good mon. Very solid mon. You can actually use it with Overgrow or Protein. Most people like to play this thing with like a Sash, and then it gets like the Flower Gift and stuff like that. Flower Trick. It gets Sucker Punch, it gets Ally Switch, it gets Trick Room, Knockoff, bunch of just like really good looking stuff on paper. Access to U-Turn if you want it. It was good in previous formats, like Series 1 it was really good, probably like S tier. Series 2 it dropped off a bit because it gets outsped by these and checked by all of like the Paradox mons. That being said, it's still probably good enough to put in the A tier, but like it's definitely more in line with what the B tier brings to the table. I'm going to put it near the bottom of the A tier. Now, it's probably better than Moth, but just barely. Just because it has a decent speed tier of 123, I believe. Yeah, 123. So it's a good speed tier. Overgo, Sash, Protein with Choice, man. Yeah, I feel like there's still situations where Meowscarada can be really good, but they're far away and in between from what it used to be back at the start of the format. Mimikyu. I think Mimikyu is actually going to be really good in this format. If I can type. So Mimikyu is going to be really good. You've seen like Joe UX9 has been using Mimikyu on like every single team. And that's just because like Mimikyu always lets you play like really safe. You can go Trick Room, right? You can go Will-O-Wisps. right? If you hit, you can go Swords Dances if you want to go Swords Dances. Then you get access to like things like Flare Up and Shadow Sneaks, or even like any other sort of like weird attacks you want to go for. Mimikyu's just pretty decent base speed tier too, so Mimikyu's a very, very good mon. And I think it's gonna be at least A tier, but like higher up in the A tier. I would actually put Mimikyu right behind. I like Mimikyu more than I like Great Tusk. So I think Mimikyu's still like really big. You get Curse for Dozos, Trick Rooms to Trick Room other Trick Room teams. They're just really, really safe Pokemon. Like it's hard to just roll someone that's playing Mimikyu correctly. So it lets you play the game at like the tempo that you want it to, and it's just basically like a really, really sticky Pokemon and hard to remove. So very, very solid. Misdreavus. The standard Misdreavus is actually not bad. So Misdreavus gets access to, most people are going to be running this thing. Obviously, it gets Levitate. That's what sets it apart from other things. They run it with Eviolite. And this thing gets basically, I think the best set for this thing is just Imprison Trick Room. And then like from there, you can get Hex, Shadow Ball. You can go Curse. You can go things like Energy Balls. Pain Split is its only real way to restore health. But basically, it's just an Imprison Trick Room that you want to pair next to like things like Garchomp and Great Tusk. So that being said, it's not super viable, but the things that it does do, it does very well. So I would say it can go near the bottom of the B tier. I'd say it's better than Forgus. It's probably better than Hippowdon. But I think it's safe to put it in front of Forgus, and that's basically just it for the B tier. But it's definitely a good one. It's Icy Wind. It's a cool mon. And you can imprison a bunch of really like good moves that like your team might be normally weak against. So I like Misdreavus, and I've used it on a couple teams. It's surprisingly incredibly bulky. And you can also just use it as your Trick Room Center on a lot of other teams as well. It's just very, very bulky, and just a good mon. We got Mismagius, the faster Misdreavus, right? So Mismagius also gets that Levitate, but it's a little bit more aggressive, right? It's a 105 base speed stat, which is pretty good. 105 base special attack stat is pretty good. It's basically like a nerfed version of what Gengar used to be with Levitate. And then it gets access to things like, you know, Trick Room and Prison still obviously, but like things like Mystical Fire. And then it gets access to like Calm Minds. It gets access to Perish. I think Misdreavus also has Perish, by the way. Skill Swap, Taunts, Thunder Waves, all those things. So it's an okay mon. I would say, though, it is a little bit worse than Misdreavus. So I would put it probably near the top of the C tier. Probably behind... It's better than Frostmoth. But it's better than Frostmoth, but it's not better than... No, it is better than Lumineon. It's better than Lumineon. Yeah, I'll put it right there. It's worse than every way Flutter Minus. Yeah, it's like a super Flutter Minus. So it looks cool, you know. But that's about it. We can fit all of them on one screen now. These are all the ones that are left. We got Mudsdale coming up next. Mudsdale has really fallen off over the past few years. It gets a bunch of really good abilities. Like Inner Focus is probably the one most people like to use. Immune to Flinch, Immune to Intimidate. Stamina is also its like signature ability, making it gain defense boost to make it be a better body press user. Own Tempo is also really good as well. Immune to Intimidate and Can't Be Confused, so people compare it next to like a Snarl, Grimmsnarl or something. Most people like to play this guy AB realistically. And then they go for things like, you know, they go for the body presses. They go for things like high horsepower. Earthquakes are always common. Sometimes you would see like close combats or superpowers. And then like from there, it gets like a couple unique other moves. But realistically, it's kind of just a really bulky mon. I don't see it, though, being better than like something like a Ting-Lu. So like it's a C tier mon for sure. But it's more so just like... I think it's better than Bisharp, realistically. And it's better than Braviary. It's better than Dugtrio. It's right behind Golduck, I would say. Mudsdale's like, okay. Does Beat Up Stamina work? It does, yeah. It does, yeah. So Mudsdale's really combo-based, and like it loses to like a bunch of different weird stuff. But it's just not as good in this format as it was in previous formats. Like in 2017, Mudsdale was great. Even 18, Mudsdale was a cool Pokemon. But now these mons just roll it over, right? Every one of these mons up here just kind of roll them over. So Mudsdale kind of falls by the wayside. You got Muck. Muck actually like had a decent run for someone at I think Knoxville Regionals. Someone used like a Muck with Minimize, right? So Minimize Muck. It's one of the few Pokemon that still get the Minimize, right? And I mean, it's okay. I think it gets like Toxic, and it's a poison type, right? So it's that 100% Toxic. And Toxic Minimize is what it does. It also, I think, gets Haze if you wanted to not go Minimize to check Dozo a little bit better. So Muck's bad, but is Muck, like, D tier bad? I don't think so. Is it C tier bad? It's bottom of C tier bad, I would say. That being said, I've not used Muck that much. Alola Muck is amazing. Alola Muck is up here, right? Regular Muck, not good though. Not good. It's EQ, Psychic Attacks. There's too much stuff that just melts it. Especially with like Tinglu running around. It has no shot. Murkrow. I actually still think Murkrow. So when formats reset, when we get new formats, things that are really easy to play and were really good in past formats always come back. That's one of the reasons why I still have Goldango in the S tier. Murkrow is also going to be very good. Just saying, I have Prankster Tailwind, I have Prankster Haze, like, it's going to be good. Like, it's going to enable the right mons, and it's going to be easy to play, and for people that are trying to experiment and do other things, Murkrow's just going to say, nope. Nope. Murkrow just comes in and just enables your teammates and does really, really well. Case in point, even at the end of Series 2, I brought back my Series 1 team that I built on like the day one of the format that had like Murkrow, Gardevoir, Garchomp, and I just rolled people over. Like Murkrow's still really, really good. Definitely still an A tier mon because you have to respect it, right? I would actually still put Murkrow. I would put Murkrow behind Hands. Like, because the game, it's very much the Whimsicott of this format to where if someone has a Murkrow, the game is being played at that tempo regardless of who wins or loses. Murkrow says the game has to be played just like this. And I think you, like, that's good enough reason. So if you're someone that has hyper flow charted to see how much, to plan ahead and stuff like that, Murkrow's like really, really good. Prankster isn't good this regulation. So no, Prankster's moves that utilize Prankster that target mons aren't good. Murkrow doesn't target anything. Murkrow uses Haze and Tailwind. Those don't target anything. Right? So you're not feather dancing with Murkrow. You're not thunder waving with Murkrow or quashing with Murkrow. You can, but you're not. Right? So you're enabling your teammate. Right? So again, like Murkrow Goldango, being able to go Tailwind make it rain, Haze make it rain on like a Specs Goldango, that beats like 90% of what's up here. That still just beats that. Right? So can you put a price on that? Like I don't think like I think that the price is A tier for Murkrow. Noivern. Dude, I miss Noivern. Noivern's so cool. Noivern got nerfed. They took one of its moves away. They nerfed how Frisk just sucks now. Telepathy is still one of the better abilities, but it lost Switcheroo. It used to get Switcheroo, so it used to be able to go like all in with like a choice set and give things like scarfs and stuff like that. So I'm sad that like they nerfed Switcheroo on it. But that being said, it gets like Boom Burst, and it gets access to like, you used to be able to go like Boom Burst with like this in Xbot or other Boom Burst users and go for like double Boom Burst turns. But like, I feel that like Noivern just kind of isn't as good as it used to be. It gets access to like Flamethrowers, Heat Waves, Hurricanes, Dragon Attacks, and it has a decent base speed. It gets Tailwind too. It's a decent Sashmon, 123 base speed, the same as Masquerada. So like, is Noivern bad? No. Is Noivern worse than most of the Pokemon here? Yes. I would say it's better than most of these. I think it's still better than this. It's better than Bombardier. It's better than Leafeon. It's not better than Frostos, I would say. Terra Normal Boomers. There you go. All right. You theory crafting something spicy. Oh, man. All right, Oinkologne. We're only going to look at one of the Oinkolognes because I think the only one of them is actually usable. So we're going to look at the Linger Aroma one. I think Aromaville one is okay, right? But realistically, that one would just be playing Thick Fat. And if you're just going to play Thick Fat, it doesn't really matter which one you want to use. So I would use the Linger Aroma. It's okay. Making contact with this Pokemon has the attacker's ability to become Linger Aroma. So it's the same as Mummy. I've used this in the past with Slacking. This Pokemon's cool in that it gets access to Yawn, right? Which is really good. And then it gets access to like, I think it gets, does it get Body Press? It does. So like anything that gets like the combination of like these moves is viable in some way, right? Anything that gets access to these moves in some way is viable. So that means it's going to realistically be in the C tier, but probably more near, I would say it's worse than Bombardier. That's Persian. We'll talk about Persian in a sec. I'd say it's worse than Bombardier, but it's better than like a bunch of these other mons because they just access to like Yawn and stuff like that. Stuffed Cheeks with Defense Berry into Body Press. It's too much. It's too much. It's too deep for that. But I think it's a decent mon. It's one of my favorites. I like it. I think it's a really cool mode, or really, really cool mon. It reminds me of like Relicanth from like previous formats. Persian. I think Persian's not terrible. So like Persian does a few things that a lot of other Pokemon can't really do. It gets Limber, which is decent, but it gets Unnerve. I would use Technician. And so it gets like Fake Out, right? And then you can actually build Persian with like Hypnosis if you wanted. But it would also get things like Nasty Plot. And then like you can boost moves like Swift, which are sick, like 60 base power special Swifts. Does it still get Shockwave? Is that a nerf? No, you have to use Thunderbolt now. But it gets access like Thunderbolts. It gets access to like Chilling Water boosted by Technicians. It gets access to like a couple fire. Oh, it used to get a fire move. So Persian gets like, it used to get Heat Wave. Maybe that was just a low in Persian, but it gets cool enough stuff. It gets U-turns if you want to go physical. Like, you can also go physical too. It has like a better physical spread. Yeah, low in Persian is gonna be great. Regular Persian is kind of just meh, but you get that stab fake out. You can make it physical or special. It gets hypnosis. It's not terrible, and then it gets a 115 base speed. So like, that being said, it has tools that a lot of other Pokemon don't really have anymore. So it's at least in the C tier. And I'd say it's behind Espeon. It's better than Muck, I would say. Technician Snarl, yeah. Technician Snarl is good, yeah. Does it get Power Gem? The other one got Power Gem. I don't know if this one did. Oranguru is one of those weird Pokemon that I really hate fighting against in like every single situation. I'm really happy that people don't really use it because it can do so many different things. At least in like, especially like on the ladder or like a closed team sheet. Nah, outrage. Alright, Oranguru. So Oranguru can get Inner Focus or Telepathy or even Symbiosis, but I think like Inner Focus and Telepathy are really, really good. And then like from there, it could hold like a Safety Goggles, a Lumberry, a Mentor, all those different things. It gets Instruct, which means you get to instruct your teammate to use the last move that they just used. And so basically what you want to do is like pair this next to a Torkoal, have Torkoal go for Eruption, and then instruct a Torkoal into erupting again and stuff like that. Really, really oppressive, like hard Trick Room stuff. 60 base speed's low enough. It also gets like Imprison Trick Room if you want to use it. It gets access to like Encores if they're trying to wait at your Trick Rooms, Yawns. It gets access to like even like, I think, let's see, like Brick Breaks and stuff like that if you want to break screens. There's a bunch of cool stuff. Brick Bulldozes. So many cool things with Oranguru. And I think it's really annoying to fight against. And so I'm going to respect Oranguru, and I'm going to put it way higher than most people do, just because I hate fighting against this thing, and I know it's really, really strong, because it has the tools to do well. I think I'm going to put Oranguru right around the same place as Fardraft, because I feel like the same type of energy, to where it takes a ton of resources to actually get one off the board. You can't play around, especially on ladder, against every single item combination. They could be Lum, Goggles, Citrus, Dark Reduced, Sashed. They could tear into something weird. And if you don't just get the Oranguru off the board, they get the Trick 'em up and the game's over, right? So without like open team sheet, Oranguru is really, really oppressive. And so I'm gonna put it pretty high. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like all those things. Jack of all trades. Yeah, it's hard to check it. We're gonna look at the Oricorios. We're just gonna use one of them. Oricorio is a bit of a weird mon that can change all its types. Oricorio, you can put it like Fire, Psychic, Electric, or Ghost, and most people back in the day used to use the Electric one just because like an Electric type one would be just a little bit better, like Electric Fang, just a good typing. Dancer says, after their Pokemon uses the Dance move, this Pokemon uses the same move, so if you were to pair this next to like a Quiver Dancer or something like that, or a Fiery Dancer like Volcarona, it gets to copy those moves, and there's some shenanigans you can do with Copycat involved with this Pokemon too. It's not terrible. It gets Icy Wind, it gets Tailwind, Taunt, and then its signature move, what is that? Revelation Dance is another dancing move, and it's an electric type attack if you're the electric one, fire type attack if you're fire. 93 base speed, it's decent mon. It requires like a Life Orb or Sash on your team usually, and then it's a big overcommittal. I'd put it in the C tier, but I'd put it relatively high. Let's just put all of them where they actually would go. This one would go up here, probably above Frostmoth. No, it's not as good as Golduck. It's better than Mudsteel, though. The Fire Tier 1 is a little bit worse. It's worse than Bisharp, better than Masquerain, I would say. And then you have the Psychic one, which is probably the worst one. And then you have the Ghost one, which is better than some of the other ones. Probably just better than Copper. Electro one turns into an Ice Terror. Revelation Dance turns into an Ice move. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's really weird. Those things are super combo based, and it's just hard to make them work. Really hard to make them work. Dude, we got the worm, Orthworm. Orthworm's cool. Most people like to play it with Earth Eater. I played it with Sandvale as a joke, but Earth Eater is good. You pair it next to like EQ users. It gets Shed Tail just like Cyclozar, and also like it gets access to Body Press, which is like really, really good on this mon. I think one of these was in like the top. I think Cortex used one of these things. There was one in like top 16 of Charlotte. Good mon. I think Orthworm's really cool. It gets Curse if you want to go Ghost Terra as well, or even just keep it normal. I think it's good. I think Orthworm's like actually like a usable mon in a lot of situations. So I would definitely put it. I'm gonna put it at the very bottom of the B tier, but above Forgus. I'm actually gonna put it right here actually, because it's definitely usable. it's just like a hard mon to use. He would have won if he had more confidence in the worm. Yeah, maybe. Pachirisu, yo, follow me users, 2014 world champion. People forget that Pachirisu's even in the decks because like Mousehole does its job so much better. It gets the Volt Absorb, which is not Lightning Rod. Note that it's not Lightning Rod. It gets Follow Me, it gets Nuzzle, right? And then it doesn't get Fake Out. It gets Helping Hand. It doesn't really get that many good things. It gets Super Fang, right? And like a Helping Hand to Protect. Like it's an okay mon. 95 speed's good on it, but it's not like actually that bulky. And so like I think like realistically Pachirisu's like okay. But in reality, I think Pachirisu's probably going to be in the C tier. It's going to be in the... Let's see. You Follow Me is great. So... I put Pachirisu right there. It's better than Falling. I think Houndoom has a good enough ability to like make Houndoom like viable enough. But I would put Pachirisu Last little bit. We got Palafin. Palafin's amazing. Palafin's like one of the... It's one of like most of the regionals, right? So Palafin 0 to hero form, if you switch it out, it comes back in with like crazy busted, like broken stats. 0 to hero stats, and he's got like, absolutely amazing 100 base speed, good mon, 160 base attack with like Jet Punch. It's really, really good. It goes for those big wave crashes. People like to keep this thing as a water Terra with like, usually they build a Mystic Water, which like I think we might get some different items on Palafin in the future, but very, very solid play. And I think that like Palafin's still going to be very, very good. I would still put Palafin... I think I would put Palafin near the top of A, but I'm going to put it in the S just because like Palafin does change the game up a lot. And Palafin is like a win condition against a lot of these mons. It hazes the Dozo. It's good versus the Flutter. It forces the bundle to overcommit with Freeze Dries, which it can just protect or hard switch like an Arcanine or something, and then the bundle gets killed by the teammate. So it forces bundle to overcommit. It's great for Chiyu. It's good with and against Xianpao. It can just wave crash the Entity. You see what I mean? Like a lot of the other good mons in the S tier. I'd say I'm gonna put it in S at the bottom, but it's really, really good. Gastron is Kryptonite, but then Gastron is killed by like everything, right? And then Gastron, Palafin doesn't have to go for a water attack, even though most of them use water only moves now. But then you just don't bring Palafin, and then they have to bring a Gastron, and then just lose, you know? So there you go. We got Palossand. You know how many people I've seen recommend you should use Palossand? This Pokemon sucks. Water Compaction is not... So, like, this Pokemon's defense is rated 2 stages after it's damaged by a water move. So people are like, you should use, like, Wug Trio and, like, Water Compact, or, like, you should use all these things and hit your Palossand. And I'm like, you don't absorb the damage, you just die, right? And then they like to, like, weakness policy. Obviously, in previous formats, this Pokemon was, like, almost okay. But, I just think realistically in this format, it doesn't really get as much. It gets like Earth Power, that's fine. It gets Shadow Ball, that's fine. But it has like 0 speed control, and it's not really so to really work in Trick Room. It's a unique mon, but it just doesn't get like anything done. And it gets Shore Up, which is a cool move, right, for restoring health. But like, it's just not great. Like the set most people like to use on it, something like this with like this. Just it doesn't have the right stats. You know, what does Water Compaction do? It gives you a +2 defense every time you take damage from a water move. So it's just not great. It's never really been great. There are times when people have used it as meme tunes before. It's definitely like a C tier mon, but I would say it's like worse than Avlug. I think I'd much rather use an Avlug. I don't have any Reg C teams yet. It'll almost be okay when Spearow comes back with Water Shriek in it, while providing Spore and Follow Me support. Yeah, and like. That's a lot of babysitting to do a Palossand that just gets hazed, you know? So, we got, what is this? Passimian. So, Passimian gets Receiver or Defiant. I think Defiant's the better ability. This Pokemon copies the ability of an ally that faints. This might be almost viable in some situations, but I don't think it's really going to be that great in this format. Defiant's usually better. People tend to run this guy with like a Choice Scarf or an AV. It's a pretty decent Defiant user. It was much better in previous formats. It doesn't really get any moves worth like writing home about. It just gets a bunch of like really good coverage moves like Gunk Shot, Iron Head, Knockoff, things like that. Gets Taunt, U-Turn if you wanted to use it. Just a pretty decent Defiant user. It's definitely not as good as Bisharp though. So we're going to put it right behind Bisharp in the C tier. Sort of ruin Passimian. Remember in 2017 where people did Misty Explosion to Zoom Roll to give Passimian huge power? Yeah, I've seen people do that. Yeah. I just don't think it's good in this format, you know? All right, we got Palmot. Palmot's actually not that bad in this format. So Palmot, it gets access to Fake Out, Close Combat, Volt Absorb, Natural Cure, all these still things. I think like Fake Out's still definitely right here. The thing that this thing gets is Revival Blessing. Being able to revive your teammates. It's good on Dozo teams. It's good on teams that like you revive your Ruin Mon. It gets access to things like Double Shock as well. Really, really big move. And then things like Close Combat too. And even things like Ice Punch. And it outspeeds things like Dragonite. Or sorry, outspeeds things like Garchomp as well. So it's a decent Mon. Most people like to play it with Sash. One thing about Double Shock though is it takes away you have to be electric. So if you Terra Flying to this thing and went for a Double Shock, it wouldn't work. So it's kind of cool. I think Palmot definitely is better than some people give it credit for. So I'm going to put it probably in the B tier. And I think it's better than like most of these things. I think it's better than Crocodile. I think it's better than the Bird as well. I think it's better than Barraskewda, but not better than Houndstone. That's a good place to put it. I think it's better than Barraskewda, but Houndstone still is a really, really decent Mon. All right. If you Terra Electric, you can Double Shock forever. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's rad. I like that. All right, we got Pelipper. The bird is the word. I don't really see myself running that much Rain recently, and I don't think Rain's going to be that good here, but Pelipper's good. It gets access to things like Tailwind, obviously that Drizzle. It gets access to Wide Guard if you want to use it. Hydro Pump Pelipper's not bad. We were talking about Golduck. It has the same exact special attack as Golduck, 95, which means this thing hits really hard, and then it gets Hurricanes. So, like, Pelipper's a really, really good Mon, depending on how you want to play it, but I do think Pelipper, it's viable. It just usually takes your Sash. Otherwise, it just gets absolutely like rolled over by things. So Pelipper, Rain for itself is like, you're seeing in this format, none of the Mons that utilize Rain are really ranked that high. So even if you go all in with Rain, you still kind of just lose to all of the Ruin Mons and other Paradox Mons. So that being said, I don't really think Pelipper is going to be that high, because Pelipper is not really even making teammates that are that good much better. I think Pelipper is definitely like a B tier Mon. Pelipper is better than... It's better than Crocodile, but worse than Kilowatt, I would say. I think Pelipper is cool, but it is what it is. Yeah, we saw that with the Palmot. It's really cool. Try Rain Room. See, that seems like a slow loss. Seems like a slow loss. I'd rather just go Sun Room. All right, we got Pikachu. Pikachu's not bad. People like to think Pikachu sucks. It doesn't suck. Pikachu gets Static and Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod's a great ability. Anything that can mitigate things is great. And Light Ball, or even Sash on Pikachu is good. Light Ball is going to give your attack and speed double on Pikachu, which like would double this 55 and 50 into a 100 and 110, which is good on a 90 base speed tier. It's a good move. It even gets like Volt Tackle, which is a 125 base move. It gets access to like Fake Out and Encore. Like Pikachu is definitely something that is usable. I built a team for Series 1 that had Pikachu on it. It's a good Pokemon. I think it's a lot of cool stuff. It gets access to Surfs, Grass Knots, Protects, so many cool things on the Pikachu. I think it also gets Faint as well. Yeah, good stuff. So Pikachu's a good Mon. And yeah, I like Pikachu. I think Pikachu is definitely better than most of the Mons in the C tier. I see. I can't put it in the B tier though. I can almost put it in the B tier. I think Raichu goes into B, but I don't think Pikachu does. I think Pikachu's better than Houndoom. Pikachu's better than Houndoom. That's as high as I'll put it. Because Pikachu is 90 base speed at the end of the day, and it's a glass cannon. I think there's going to be a lot more people that are going to be running like extreme speeds and like sucker punches, and they kind of just delete Pikachu. So you'd have to use Sash, and I don't think I would use Sash. Using Lightning Rod, Fake Out, Protect, Faint, Volt Tackle. Yep, with Gyarados. See, I think that's like the best way to do it. I think I would still rather just play that same Pikachu with a Raichu. So that's just me. And I think Raichu's going to probably be in the B tier. But yeah, Pikachu's definitely usable. More usable than all these other things, you know. Pincurchin. I feel like Pincurchin is okay. It activates, so it has Lightning Rod, which is alright, but it gets Electric Surge. You can use it to activate your Quark Drive on a lot of your Paradox Mons. But the problem is you also activate your opponent's Paradox Mons that are of the Violet variety. And the issue with this is, if they, let's say, for example, they have 4 Paradox Mons. This is the worst case scenario. And you have 3 in a Pincurchin. At the end of the day, you have 3 in a Pincurchin. So even if they only have like 3, if they have 3 in like some other Mon, Well, you have 3 and a Pincurchin. So it's like, Pincurchin's pretty much like, yes, you're activating this. Yes, you can do stuff, but you are basically a Mon down for activating abilities, which it's kind of like the same thing behind like a Suicide Lead. You're basically foddering something early to regain a potential board state a little bit later on in the game. So it's okay. You can also use it to stop Amoonguss, so in some situations with the Electric Surge. So it's like usable. Like it's like Sucker Punch. It gets like Hydro Pumps and other special coverage. It has low enough speed to actually work inside Trick Room. It just isn't really that strong, right? Not you missed it. We talked about Grumpig. What was your Grumpig set? Did it have Snarl? We were talking about Grumpig a little bit earlier, but let me know. Let me also just go take care of that cat in 1 second. I don't know if you guys can hear the cat. But yeah, Pincurchin's decent. I think Pincurchin is like definitely an almost usable Mon, but it's hard. It takes a lot of resources to make it work. So I would put Pincurchin in C tier, but like better than most of these. It's not as good as Copper, I don't think, and it's not as good as that. It's not as good as that. It's better than Colossal, I would say, just barely. Rising Voltage, yeah, if it had Rising Voltage, that'd be nice. Who's better, Miraidon or Koraidon? I think it depends on what you want to do and the way the format's going to look when those Pokemon are actually legal. All right, Grumpig, Thick Fat, Flying Terra, Snarl, Icy Wind, Power Gem, Psyshock. That's what we said. We were looking at like what made Grumpig like viable, because we put it in C, right? But like, because I was like, it gets like anything with Snarl and Icy Wind on AV with Thick Fat is viable, you know. So there you go. But we mentioned you when we went over it. I tried to make Trick Room Pincurchin team. Turns out it's actually an Iron Hands team. There you go, right? My only issue with Koraidon is it's 4 times fairy weakness. Just tear it away. Tear it away. We got Poltegeist. I feel like Poltegeist is basically like a shittier version of like Armarouge, right? Because it gets like the weak armor or like weakness policy thing, but it has like 0 coverage and has a really low speed. In singles, it can go for like Shell Smash strats. But like the issue is after you get your boost through anything, you don't really get any coverage. You have to go like Terra Blast to get coverage, and that's just not really great. It has like 0 AoE options as well, so it's not as good as it makes it look on paper. It gets things like Curse and Ally Switch, but it just has absolutely no coverage that is like of the AoE variety. So I think, does it get Imprisoned? Yeah, so it gets Imprisoned Trick Room, which like I would say is probably one of the better things they could get. But on your Imprisoned Trick Room users, you don't want them to nuke you off the board. And nothing says getting nuked off the board more like using Poltergeist because they want to stop Shell Smash. I guess you could imprison Shell Smash, but that's not that great. I've had really underwhelming results with Poltergeist. I'm going to put it in the C, but it's very, very low. It's worse than Sylveon, but better than Persian, I would say. It sucks because this thing has like really, really cool like aesthetics and high special attack. Like it sucks putting a Shell Smash user this low, but everything just kind of goes down to have this thing get killed by like literally everything. So it happens. Pyroar. I have a rental team on my Patreon right now that uses Pyroar, and I think Pyroar is actually a cool Mon. Pyroar is actually really cool. It gets Rivalry, which you're not going to use. Moxie, which you don't really use. Unnerve, though. It gets like a Stab Hyper Voice and like Stab Heat Wave. And the cool thing Pyroar gets that a lot of Pokemon don't get anymore. Let me see if I can find it. It gets a couple of things that a lot of these guys don't even get anymore. It gets like a Terra Blast if you need it. There was one other move that it got, I thought. You get Snarl, yeah. So you have Snarl, and then there's one other move on like a Scarf set. I think I just went with like a unique Terra Blast or something like that. Or like an Overheat or even like a Hyper Beam. But it gets a bunch of cool stuff. Oh no, it's on like a Scarf set. I think it's a cool Mon. And then the thing about Pyro is that has a 106 base speed, which outspeeds like a lot of cool stuff. 109 special attack. It's not like a bad Mon, right? It's not bad. It turns off berries. So like I liked this thing. I thought it was pretty cool. It used to be really good back in 2014. It's almost 10 years ago. So Pyro's like not terrible. But that being said, there's probably better options for a lot of things. I'd put it in the C tier, but definitely on like the way lower end. Like it's better than Muck. It's better than Persian. But Poltergeist is better than Pyro, and we just did Poltergeist. Yeah, I put it right around here. It's definitely the lower end. It's cool, but it is really, really hard to use. And there's so many other mons. Like any Scarf Mon could do its job better. But that being said, it's surprisingly good if you've never calced against it. Yeah, in singles, Poltergeist is fine. Qualcoval, talking about other mons better in singles and doubles. You can pair Qualcoval with like things like the dancer mons and things like that because it copies all these dancing moves. Like Aqua Step is a dancing move, and then it'll copy the Aqua Step and do a bunch of cool stuff. This thing gets Moxie. It's just way better in singles than it is in doubles. It doesn't have enough base speed, doesn't have enough special attack. Sorry, enough attack to actually work. It would require a Terra. It requires a ton of babysitting. That being said, it's in the C tier and more near the upper end, like way more near the upper end. I would say Pikachu's still better than it. Houndoom's still better than it. Pachirisu's still better than it. It's better than Magnezone, though. I would say Qualcoval goes right here. It's definitely like a C-tier mon that like could get out of control, but it would still like lose to the same things that other mons that are already being checked lose. Just like if Qualcoval pops off, it still loses to a Haze. It gets checked by so many things. It was definitely way better in Series 1, that's true. Quillfish. Quillfish gets some really good stuff. Right? Where is Quillfish? Does it even want to come up? Oh, it's Quillfish. There it is. So it gets Poison Point, it gets Intimidate, and Swift Swim. So they're all good abilities. This thing used to be usable in like 2017 with Z moves, because you would just put Swift Swim on it. It has a decent base speed tier 85, 95 attack. It's good. It gets access to poison moves. Barb Barrage seems like a pretty cool move. It gets access to like Aqua Jet, Destiny Bomb was cool, Gunk Shot, Icy Wind, Liquidate. Like it gets a bunch of cool stuff. Taunt. There are things that Quillfish does get. That being said, I do think that there are better options nowadays, and when it gets an evolution, it's going to be pretty decent. But I'd say it's definitely bottom of C. I'd say it's probably better than Ice-Coup. Maybe not better than no, it's still better than these guys. No, it's not. Quillfish just really just gets turned off by so many things in this format. What is this Revival Blessing bug? Revival bug. So Rabsca, right? It's weird. It's the only other Pokemon that we got Rabasca and what's that other thing? So there's two Mons, the Relior and what is it? Vivillon, whose like unevolved forms have like Compound Eyes, which evolve to gain like different abilities, but like Compound Eyes would still be better. But anyways, yeah, it gets Telepathy, it gets Revival Blessing, it gets Trick Room. It tries to do a little bit too much. I feel like in some situations it can be really good, but most of the situations this Pokemon's gonna be really, really underwhelming. It's not slow enough to really work in Trick Room. Great special attack, great speed F stat, but you basically just want to get up Trick Room and go for Revival Blessing with this thing. And I feel like realistically they made this Pokemon try and do a little bit too much because it can't really do that much. It gets access to like all these good moves. It just feels like it's a one-trick Revival Blessing mon, and I feel if it's also trying to be your Trick Room setter at that same point, it just kind of falls short just a little bit. So I would probably put it in the C tier as well, because it's definitely usable. I'd say it's better than Greedent, but I'd see Blissey being like just a better Pokemon. Rest, Sleep, Talk, Revival Blessing spam. Hey, that's cool. That works. I would say for those of you guys that are watching on YouTube after I upload this to YouTube, if you're still watching this video, you guys are champions. Everyone should like this video when it goes up on YouTube, because this is going to be like a 5-hour video. We're finally at Raichu. Raichu, I think, is better than Pikachu. Basically, for the same things that make Pikachu good, Raichu is just it, but a little bit better because it just has a higher base speed tier of 110. So you have a faster fake out speed tier, faster feint speed tier, faster moves. You can sometimes even weave in the Volt Switch here. Yes, it doesn't have the, the Volt Tackle that Pikachu has with the same amount of damage, but it's just a little bit faster, so in some situations it can be a little bit better. I would put Raichu near the bottom of the B tier, though, I think. I think Raichu's still really good. It's a faster Encore user as well. I think that's the big thing about it. Raichu, probably better than Forretress. I'd say better than Smagus. That seems about right. Yeah, I think Raichu's probably just pretty decent. Good Encore user. Gets access to like Fling's King Rocks, which is one of my favorite sets of all time. So I've taken Raichu to a lot of tournaments, won a lot of tournaments with Raichu, and I think it's just a pretty decent mon overall. All right, how come Raichu doesn't get Volt Tackle? I think you still can get Volt Tackle. It just doesn't get it doesn't have the same, like you still can get Volt Tackle, I think, because you just evolve your Pikachu, right? It just doesn't have like the Light Ball boost, right? Yeah, you can. Yeah. All right, so we got Revavroom. Revavroom. Overcoat's an amazing build on this thing. It gets access to Spin Out. Most people tend to play this thing, though, as like a normal gem self-destruct mon with like a choice, or sorry, normal gem, right? So they play like normal gem, self-destruct, and they just absolutely pop off next to like a telepathy or a ghostmon in Trick Room. And it's not wrong. I think this Pokemon's still like really, really good. 119 right there. Normally it's a steel poison Terra type, which is really, really good. I think this Pokemon actually brings a lot to the table and requires a lot of respect in like late game situations. If you don't just open up that way, I'd say it's better than most of the mons in the C tier, but it's not B tier worthy yet. Is it better than Luxray? It might be. I think it's actually better than most of these. I'm going to put it right behind Pachirisu because like, I think for all the things it brings to the table, it's still not as good as a Follow Me user. And we got Roaring Moon. I think Roaring Moon is one of the most slept on Pokemon. I've said it for a while. I think Roaring Moon has the highest base stats out of all the Paradox Mons. Great speed, great attack. Can be a wall, can be a sweeper. We're starting to see more Roaring Moons that are like Tailwind, Snarl, walls. And I think that's really cool, like with Snarl and Breaking Swipe. So I think Roaring Moon's actually really, really good. And I would rate this Pokemon very, very high. You can also just go like Dragon Dance, Throat Chops. It's one of the only mons in the game that also gets like Scale Shot still too. So you can go for multi-hit moves that can give you a speed boost on top of that if you wanted to be more aggressive set like in singles. So I think Roaring Moon's going to be really good. I would definitely put Roaring Moon at least in B. And I'm going to put Roaring Moon in A. I will. I think Roaring Moon's better than things like Klefki. Better than things like Ditto. So I would say I'm going to put Roaring Moon in A tier. I think it's a dark type. Yes, it does fall prey to that. But Roaring Moon Terra like can punish a lot of these mons. It does force a Terra, but it's one of those mons that actually can Terra and then just still carry the game from there. It's really, really good. I think it's really, really good. And I think more people should use this Pokemon. It's very, very good. It can use Clear Amulet sets, it can use booster sets, vested sets. Very good. Taking away these Rotoms. Rotom's a really, really unique Pokemon. It gets Levitate and all these different types. I think the one thing about Rotom that I think most people haven't really caught on to yet is you can just put Terra Blast and make your like Fire Rotom have a Water Terra, or your Water Terra Rotom have a Fire Terra, and check everything. We're just going to very easily rank all these guys. I think Water Terra Rotom is still probably the best. That's definitely a B tier mon. That's going to go probably behind Satitan. And then Fire Terra, it's okay, but there's a lot of like water in this format, and so I would still put it in the B tier, but I would put it... I'd put it behind Pelipper, but better than Kukada. And then Electric Fan Rotom, Water Rotom, or not water, Flying Rotom, I would put in the I put it in the C tier, probably middle of the pack. It's better than things like, it's better than these, it's better than these still. See, people have actually top cut tournaments with this Rotom form. And then Hail Rotom is actually better than that one, so I would put that one probably up here because like Blizzard's actually not bad in this format, probably worse than Golduck. And then Motom is actually not bad. We'll put Motom back in the B tier. It's probably just a little bit better than Hippowdon. Yeah, that seems like it works. And we got regular Rotom. Regular Rotom doesn't have the same stat boost, so it's going to be in the D tier, but it's still better than a lot of the mons in the D tier. So like I would put it above Cloyster. All right, and then we got Sableye. Sableye is actually a really good mon, but it falls prey to like what people were talking about earlier, in that Sableye with Prankster, there's going to be so many dark types in the format that it's going to kind of fall short. It's going to be hard to quash, Will-O-Wisp, things like that. So I think Sableye is going to fall off. It does get things like Encore and Disable and stuff like that, but it also gets like things like Fake Out and a big like Stab Foul Play. So it's a very good Prankster mon. That being said, it's definitely going to fall off. I would have definitely put Sableye in the B tier, but with how this format's looking, I'm definitely going to put it in the C tier. I'm going to put it above Houndoom. I think it's still a good mon, but it's just going to fall off like a lot. I think it's going to fall off like quite a bit. Salamence. People are starting to use Mirror Herb Salamence. So they're using like Mirror Herb Salamence to like beat up on Dozo teams. And they're also just starting to see a little bit more like Scarf Salamence. So Salamence is like picking up, but I don't think it's like an A tier pick yet. Don't you think a Frost Rotom ranks a little higher? I don't actually, because like it loses to it loses the fighting moves, which everyone's teching to beat the Ruin Mons. I think Salamence is definitely like a C tier pick right now. There's arguments to be made for putting it in the B, but I don't think so. I think it's actually like better than Phalanx, but worse than Revavroom. I think Revavroom brings a lot more to the table than Salamence does. You got Mirror Herb, Tusk, Swagger, Fluttermane wiped yesterday. What happens, man? The Mirror Herb's a good item. Yeah, Dark types wall Prankster so badly. Yep, definitely. We got Salazzle. I actually rank Salazzle higher than most people because it's a very fast Fake Out. Very, very fast Fake Out. And it also has Corrosion if you wanted to do that, but like being able to go for like you know, Sludge Bombs and Heat Waves on a Mon that has like Fake Out Encore is very, very underrated. So Fake Out Encore here. Very, very underrated. Like a 117 base stat, like that's a good stat line on like a Sash user here. Very, very good stuff. So I actually think this Pokemon is going to not be bad in this format. That being said, I'm not going to make it like A or S tier. It's definitely a B tier Mon, but it's higher than you might think. I'd put it above Kilowattreel for sure. Yeah. It's just a decent Pokemon, you know? Sandaconda, dude. These Mons coming out of nowhere. I don't really like Sandaconda that much. I think that you should just generally get your ability active, very similar to like Arboliva. Like Sandspit just takes too much time to activate. Sandveil is probably better. It does get the Minimize, which is one of the few Pokemon that get it, and it's probably going to be its best set is with Minimize. And after that, you don't really have that much to really go with. You have Glare Minimize with like, you know, high horsepowers and stuff like that. Or it doesn't even get it anymore. It gets Stomping Tantrum, right? Dude, doesn't even get Stomping Tantrum. Oh my god. See, like, it doesn't even get anything. It has to like Earthquake, right? So it also, I think it would get Coil probably, right? So stuff like that's so much setup. Like you just haze away all these things. So it's a little bit too fast. It's a little bit too weak. A little bit too much defensive. I think like, oh yeah, Echec-Pat Slazzle is also pretty good. Slazzle is cool. I think like Sandaconda is definitely like a bottom of C tier. And you know what? Just because Nighted Squirrel's in the stream, I'm gonna put Sandaconda below Grumpig. Drill Run, there we go. Drill Run sucks, right? Sandy Shocks. Sandy Shocks does not suck though. Sandy Shocks is fine. Good booster. Not Sandy Gastel now. Sandy Shocks. Photosynthesis. You usually booster energy this thing, and you put like moisture points into speed. So like a timid one of these. If you take some of these points out, like that, you still get the speed boost there, so you can then go for things like Gravity, and you can enable with your Espathra, right? So that's what most people do on this thing. Then they get things like Earth Power, they get things like Thunderbolt, things like that. It's a decent Mon. It's not bad at all. It's just it's pretty fast too. It outspeeds Garchomp. So like I think Sandy Shocks is a good Mon. I think it's definitely going to be in the A tier, but it's just hard to say. Oh, whoop. All right, we lost him. Sandy Shock's definitely gonna go in the did I say A tier? We can put it in the A tier. It's better than things like this. It's better than things like this. I don't know if it's better than Ditto, but I'll put it right here for now. I think Sandy Shocks is definitely viable enough to be in the A tier. Most of the Paradox Mons are, other than things like Brute Bonnet probably should be in A, but it's fine. I'm fine with Brute Bonnet still right there. I think Brute Bonnet's worse than Amoonguss in a lot of situations. Saucebuck. So Saucebuck does something that not many Pokemon can do. It gets Chlorophyll and Sap Sip, which are fine, but it gets Serene Grace. And I think that, like, the normal stab, headbutt, 60% chance para off a 95 base speed, just throw a Choice Scarf on this thing and you're good to go. And that's, like, what this Pokemon does. It's basically like a flinch bot. The equivalent of, like, Air Slash, Choice Scarf, Togekiss in previous gens. And so just for that, there are some situations where it can just be kind of good. So, like, I realistically think you can rank it just a little bit higher than normal. I'm going to put it in the C tier. And I'm going to put it behind Qualqueval, because I think Qualqueval has some stuff, like, it's a very easy to play Pokemon. Just go for flinch. There's some situations where you can just, like, deal with, like, you can just flinch something, like, a million turns in a row and just make the game into a singles game with the other Pokemon on your team. And that's what I would do with it. I'm going to make that team eventually, and, like, normal tear it and just do the big damage with the headbutt. It's going to be sick. Scizor is going to be an amazing Pokemon in this format, though. Holy moly. Scizor is going to be so good in this format with a Technician. Technician Bullet Punch, you just melt so many things. You have such a good matchup against all of the Ruin Mons. You usually go like Protect. Sometimes you want to go like Tailwind or Swords Dance, right? Nice that it gets Tailwind. And then things like U-Turn and Bullet Punch. You're going to be great against a lot of those restricted, or a lot of those other Mons. I don't think you go Choice Band in this format. Choice Band makes it so you just get repinned by something else. You need to be able to protect if you want to. But you're against almost all of these things and have a good match against most of these things. Or at the very least, you can even close combat to help pin things like King Gambits. So I think Scizor is definitely going to be a lot higher than... I think realistically, we put Lucario in A, and I think Scizor is better. So I'd put Scizor above Bax, I would say. Because Scizor has good match against almost all these. And I think Scizor is like really, really good in this format. So Scizor is definitely going to be an A tier Mon. Scovillain. All right. So Scovillain gets a Chlorophyll, and it has a 75 base speed, which is technically enough to make it work. Most people still play this thing with Sash. The Spicy Extracts, which is the move that most people know this guy for. Let's just put it in. Spicy Extract. Raise the target's attack by 2, but lowers suspense by 2. It's a bit of a meme, so people don't really use it that much. People don't know this guy gets Rage Powder, right? So it gets Rage Powder, but it doesn't get the Sleep Powder, right? So that's what makes it kind of meh. It can be a physical or special attack, which is kind of cool. It gets access to like flamethrowers. It gets access to stomping tantrums, access to like wisps and other weird stuff. It also gets like Leech Seed if you wanted to do that. But that being said, I don't really think this thing is like that great. And it's definitely C tier, but not like very high. Probably middle of the pack. I would say it's better than Electros. That's what I would say. All right, Screamtail. Okay, Screamtail. We're finally here. So taking a look at Screamtail. I think Screamtail is actually gonna be pretty decent in this format. I think its best role though will probably be an Imprisoned Trickstermon. And that's just how I would probably play it in this format. And then you just basically make the rest of your team like really hyper-aggressive if you want. And if you wanted to set Trickstermon against other hyper-aggressive teams, you could. Screamtail's really good. It gets Encore, it gets Disable, it gets Perish if you wanted to Perish. There's a bunch of different things Screamtail can do. And it's just a solid mon. Great stat line. I think Screamtail's great in this format. You usually pair it with a booster and just pick a stat that you want. Normally I would say speed. I'm going to put Screamtail in the A tier. I'm going to make it better than Abomasnow. And that's just my opinion. Chi can delete things, but it forces the Chi to delete it, and you can just tear it away, and it still doesn't delete it, right? Screamtail appears, everyone must fear the pink puff. Screamtail's really good. I also think that like Screamtail, like with Howl, enabling like a lot of these like Shen Pows and other things is very, very good. I think it's a very underrated mon for sure. Seviper. There's only one set that Seviper, 2 sets Seviper can do. So Seviper can be played with like Infiltrator or Shed Skin, doesn't really matter when you want. Sketchin's probably better in this format. It's not that fast, so you can use like an Assault Vest set with like Feint, right? And then just go for a couple other random moves. Like it gets, you know, you don't have to use Assault Vest. You can go with like a Haze set and do everything you want, but like, you know, just Psychic Fangs. You know, you do have like Bulldoze on this thing, like Bulldoze, and then maybe like a Poison attack, like something like that. It's not great, right? I'd say it's not great. The only other option is something like a Choice Scarf, and you go Final Gambit. Not Gmax Finale. Final Gambitito. 73 base HP is not that good, but something like that. And so that's probably one of the only ways you could really use Seviper, and I just don't think it's that viable. So it's definitely gonna be, I don't even think it's a C tier mon. I think it's in D tier. It's better than regular Rotom though, but I still think it's worse than Orantis, because it doesn't really have any abilities that help it. Skeledirge, the Dirge. So Skeledirge is actually going to be okay here. It's going to be okay because it gets Unaware, which is one of the best abilities in the game, and it gets Yawn, right? So that's it. And it also gets like Torch Song, which is actually just a pretty decent move for those longer games. But the fact that it gets Yawn and it gets like Slack Off, like it's going to be viable. It'll definitely be usable. And I also think like Pledges are going to be decent in this format. So it also gets like things like Encore, can go to multiple different good Terras. It gets Wisp if you want to play Wisp as well. I think Skeledirge is going to be viable. I just don't think it's like A tier viable, but it's definitely B tier viable. I think it's right behind Hydreigon. I think it's like better than Dashman 2. I think Skeledirge is like good. Skeledirge is just a standard like good solid mon that it slows the game down to like whatever tempo you want it to be played at. And it's great at closing out those late game situations. Yeah, Dirge is good. I think it's really, really good. There are arguments for making it into the A tier, but then you'd be focusing more on the Skeledirge and less on like the other really good mons the team is built around. And I think that if you just use Skeledirge to help support the other mons and build more of like a supportive set, it can be a good Pokemon. It's just a really, really solid mon. Great defensive typing. Skuntank. Okay. I want to show you guys this Skuntank set. Right? Skuntank with Stench. Stench makes it so this Pokemon's attacks without a chance to flinch, gain a 10% chance to flinch. Make it like a Assault Vest set. Or maybe an Assault Vest set. We're going to make it a Black Sludge set. Right? I want to use this. So you put Protect on it. Right? And then this thing gets some sick moves. It gets Haze, bro. It gets Feint. You can use that to go for the Stench and break Protects. And like your last move, you could throw a Stab Foul Play on here. Like, dude, this Pokemon, I want to use this. If you can't tell, I want to use one of these. Like, this Pokemon is cool. It has a good HP. Like, oh, this Pokemon's going to do something. With, like, a dark type, dude, with the Stab Foul Play. Like, dude, this is actually like, probably okay. It's probably okay. Is it Is it B tier? Okay, no. But is it like better than Bisharp? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. Skuntank. The truth. Coming in hot. I want to use it. It gets like Flamethrower and other weird stuff too when you go special. Slacking. Slacking is like a meme that basically it has Truant, right? So Slacking. It has Truant, so basically every other turn it's going to have to skip its turn. So basically you can just come out with like absolutely massive like attacks. You can go like Ice Punches, Facades, Giga Impacts, Gunk Shots, Knockoffs, Earthquakes, all those things. You basically have to pair it next to that Doodle Pokemon. And, not Doodle right there, we're just going to show you what it is. You have to pair it next to the Pokemon that uses Doodle. And use Doodle on something that is not a Paradoxmon or something like that. Because you have to target something else and then your abilities all become that ability. So you can't target Paradoxmons like Photosynthesis or Quark Drive and stuff like that. And then your Slacking loses that ability. I'm going to put it right next to that Pokemon, but right under it. Just because I think that these two have to basically be paired together. So it kind of works like that. What if you gave Skuntank a King's Rock? So Skuntank, your moves that don't normally have a % chance to flinch gain 10% chance to flinch. It says it right there. Slitherwing. All right, so one thing about Slitherwing, I think this is one Pokemon that a lot of people are interested in. It checks a lot of these Ruin Mons really well, and just as a general, like, really, really good Pokemon. Slitherwing is going to be good. I don't exactly know the item people are going to use, but it gets so many good moves, right? It gets access to, like, Dual Wing Beat, Earthquake, Bulk Up, Brick Break, First Impression, Flare Blitz, Leech Life, Morning Sun, Stomping Tantrum. I think a lot of people are probably going to run this thing with safety goggles. And they're going to go like hard in with this Pokemon. It gets Wild Charges, U-Turns, Terra Blast, Superpower. It gets everything. Love you brought Psychos out of Charlotte. Yeah, that was a fun team. That team was super cool. I think a lot of people are going to run this Pokemon. That being said, is it S tier? No. But I'm going to put it at the very bottom of A for now. Because I do think it's going to have a great matchup versus all of the Ruin Mons. And it's usually always a Pokemon that trades like effective. I'm going to put it above Abomasnow. Just because I think it's going to always trade effectively and force people to switch and do stuff like that. Assaultvest is a very common item on this thing as well. I think this thing's going to be good. So like, you know, if you want to go AV, you'd use something like U-Turn, First Impression, like maybe like a Flare Blitz or like a Fighting Attack or something like that. Or even you could even go with like a Flame Charge set that could actually see some play. So it's pretty good. I think this Pokemon's not bad. You're going to see some in the format. I guarantee you. We have 43 Pokemon left, guys. I've been doing this for 4 hours and 40 minutes. My voice is completely shot. Let's do Slowbro. Slowbro's really good. I think they're both really good. So Slowbro, the things that set these guys apart is, yes, they could have like Oblivious, but they usually go Regenerator, and they're just good Trick Room users. They just have, so one thing about Trick Room users, if you ever want to use Trick Room, you should try your best to make your other Trick Room users, you should usually have more than one, have different defensive typings that are different from the things you were normally weak against. So for example, if you pair this with like a Ghostmon, yeah, they both still share the weakness to like Ghost and Dark, but like Slowbro would have like different resistances and stuff like that because it's adding a water type in there. So if people wanted to overcommit to check Slowbro and you just didn't bring Slowbro and maybe you brought like a normal Psychic Pon or like a normal Ghostmon, they wouldn't be able to hit them in the same way. Maybe just throw like a Dark Reduce Berry on one of those guys because they still share that weakness, but you get the idea. It's a standard Trick Room Mon. And I think it's definitely viable. Like Regenerate is one of the best abilities in like any game, any format. So I'm going to put it in the B tier. I'm going to put it below Mischievous for now. And I do think that when you take a look at Slacking, I think Slacking is a lot better than Slowbro in this format because it also gets, I don't think they both get Chilly Reception. Yeah, so just Slacking does. Right, so Slacking does get a pivot move. Slacking. Or not Slacking. I can't even type anymore. Slowking. Blech. It does get Chilling Reception and still has that Regenerator. So it's a little bit better. And so this is going to set the hail, the snow, and it forces you out to give you a Regenerator proc and then rebring in something at a really slow speed tier. So it's much better. And also, like I said, a lot of the Mons that punish are going to be special attackers in this format. So things like Goldangos, things like Mischievous or Fluttermanes and Bundles. And you have weaknesses against those, but you have a much higher base of death. So I think Slowking is going to be very viable compared to Slowbro. I would say I'd probably put it in the B tier, but I'd be putting it more like up here. Just because like Chilly Reception is like that good of a move, and then you can even pair that with like Blizzard bundles and stuff like that, like really really cool stuff. And you can use Slowking and Slowbro as like Imprison Trick Room mons as well, so they're viable. Spidops. Spidops has Insomnia, which is good versus Amoonguss. You can switch it on it, and then from there, like realistically, it doesn't get that many moves. It gets Circle Throw to be able to negative speed and stop like Trick Rooms and stop anyone from setting up. It gets First Impression if you want to use it. But realistically, it gets like Sucker Punch, it gets U-Turn. These are all pretty bad moves. That has a pretty low speed, but it's not like great. I would say Spidops is pretty D tier, right? I'd say pretty D tier because it has like good moves on a Pokemon that's shit, right? So I'd say it's worse than Basculin, right? Did you miss Sylveon? Nope, Sylveon's still coming. It's in alphabetical order. We got Squawkabilly. I think Squawkabilly is okay. I would say I've been pretty fair with a lot of the Pokemon I put in the C tier. Most Pokemon I would say are usable. These ones aren't that usable. They're like really one-dimensional, but Squawkabilly is okay. It gets Intimidate. It also gets like Hustle and Guts if you want to do it. Yo, 400 bits. I appreciate it. I'm grinding through the whole Paldea Dex. Yep, 4 hours and 43 minutes into it. It gets Final Gambit. That's basically what this thing does. It has a decent base HP though, 82. But if you didn't want to use Final Gambit, you could use things like Parting Shot. It's Incineroar at home. It gets U-turns. It gets like Brave Birds, bunch of cool stuff. Like decent attack set. This Pokemon's like not bad, but I would say the best moveset that this thing actually just gets is like Choice Scarf Final Gambit. And it has like so if we were to plug in like Final Gambit, right? Let's plug it over here. And you can sort all these Pokemon by like base HP. So like obviously Nidoq and Vizsla and Straptor are really good Final Gambit users, but like this is better than like the Sevipers and the Zangooses and the Basculins and stuff like that. So it's definitely usable. That being said, where would I put it? Probably in the C tier, but I put it much higher than a lot of these other Pokemon. Probably right above Greedent, I would say. Yeah. You get to pick a variety of colors, yes. I love how a usage of Pokemon has drastically changed between doubles and singles. Cloyster, amazing singles mon, really bad in doubles. I mean, that's the point, right? Spiritomb. Spiritomb actually cool in all the other formats, but it's not that great in this format. Because I feel like just being dark type, it gets kind of rolled by all the people checking dark types. That being said, it's a ghost Gark, so it's immune to fighting and it's neutral to bug. I can't even talk anymore. Infiltrator is good, Pressure is good, they're both good. It gets Trick Room. It's a unique Trick Room setter that a lot of people don't even know gets Trick Room because it's new to this format. And then from there, it still gets Ally Switch. It gets Icy Wind if you don't want to play that. It gets Phantom Force. It gets Wisp. It's usable, definitely usable, but I wouldn't say it's much higher than the lower tiers of C in this situation. And I'd say it's better than Dedenne. It's better than Muck. I wouldn't say it's better than Persian here though. I wouldn't. I put it down here. Yeah, just right in the C tier. And Squawkabilly came back again. There's 2 Squawkabillies on this list. All right, Stantler. Stantler's okay. It's a Trick Room setter that's a normal type, right? And it gets Intimidate. So Stantler it's Intimidate for a Sap Sipper. I think Intimidate's a better ability. And you can go like Trick Room, Imprison, and then like I liked it with like Facade in case people wanted to like burn it or something like that. It's probably the best that Stantler can do. I don't really think it can do much more. Since I started playing VGC, I really get why it's the competitive format. So much knowledge and snap decision making, make or break the game, instead of, I didn't bring my Cloud to counter, now I lose this 3v3. Why? I still think 6v6 singles is really good, because it promotes like full 6v6 team building. 3v3 is like not as competitive, I don't think, but 6v6 is. Skill Swap, yeah, I get Skill Swap for Intimidate. I think Stantler, though, is viable in like the C tier, but it's better than Medicham. It's better than Oink Cologne. It's better than most of these, actually. I would say it's worse than Dragalge. That's fair, I think. 4v4 singles. No, I don't like 4v4 singles. I wouldn't do that. Straptor, another Final Gambit user. I'm going to say this is exactly the same as Squawkabilly, but it has a base 100 speed. I really like this Pokemon. It's one of my absolute favorites. It also gets like Reckless if you want to go for like big normal attacks and stuff like that. So I would actually put this like 3 or 4 spots higher. I would put this probably up. I would rank Straptor way higher actually, because it gets Tailwind too. But it's basically the same as Squawkabilly, which just with much better stats. I would put Staraptor probably up here in the C tier. I just think Straptor is still a very, very good mon, and base 100 speed is very good. There was a 5v5 singles tournament that happened one time. I took part in it, and I got really far. So I think I got to the final. I got to the final. I got to the final of the only one. Larry uses it, so it has to be good. There you go. Stonejourner. So Stonejourner is another Pokemon that like is pretty decent. It basically gives your teammate a Life Orb on Power Spot. That's the ability. It gives your teammate a 1.3 boost to their attacks. Most people like to sash this thing. The difference that Stonejourner gets though is it gets access to like Wide Guard, right? And then it like Big Stab Rock Slide. How would 5v5 work? Check out the VOD. It's up on YouTube. It has a decent base speed, decent attack, shit, Spadef, but like good defense and good HP. It gets access to like, does it get close combat or just superpower? Oh, they took superpower away from it. Bro, I used to get superpower. You could use body press. It used to have superpower for some extra coverage, but yeah. Basically, this guy, if you had like a different Terra on it, you can go like Terra Flying and hit Amoonguses and stuff like that too, and then rock like a Protect or something. But like realistically, it's like a real budget version of the Ruin Mon. So if it was ever used before, it's not going to be used now. That being said, it's still at least, I would say, a B tier Pokemon. Wide Guard with that ability is good. I'd probably put it above Bellybolt, probably. I'd probably put it above Bellybolt, right? Like right there. All right. Sudowoodo. Oh my goodness. These meme mons. Sudowoodo gets sturdy, which is how most people would play it. Rockhead's somewhat decent, but Rattled's also decent. I think the thing that Sudowoodo gets is, like, realistically, a lot of people don't know, like, Sudowoodo calcs. So, like, if you protect on it, it gets, like, Sucker Punch. It gets access to, like, counter on the sturdy, and then, like, it just gets a bunch of really weird moves. We're not using, it gets Taunt, which is weird as well. There are a few, it gets Woodhammer if you wanted to go with, like, the Rockhead one with, like, I think it also gets, like, Head Smash too, right? Yeah, it gets like Head Smash. Or maybe nowadays people are using like the Rockhead one with like, because I didn't know it got Woodhammer. Decent attack stat though, pretty good defense, and that's that 30 base speed. So I'd be playing this thing on Trick Room usually. And yeah, I think Sudowoodo is like a decent mon in the C tier, but more so like down here, probably right here. Yeah, so 5v5 was you banned one of your Pokemon's mons. That was the format. And I thought it was actually a really fun format. So you couldn't just like go all in on like a Zacian or something. You banned something. Sunflora. People sleep on Sunflora a lot, and it's not as bad as people say. Sunflora is one of the only mons in the format that gets Solar Power, right? And so you can go like a Life Orb or something like crazy on it. And on like a Trick Room team, this thing has a 30 base speed, which is that threshold we talked about multiple times about you need to play that to underspeed things. It's immune to Amoonguss Spores because it's Grass type. And then, like, from there, if you're playing it on, like, a Sunroom team, you have access to, like, Sludge Bombs. You have access to, like, Solar Beams. You have access to Encores to punish people from protecting. You have it all. You Terra Blast in, like, a different type if you want. Like, Earth Powers. Like, so many cool things. I actually really, really like this Pokemon. It's one of my favorites in Sunroom. And, because Sunkern's one of my favorite Pokemon. So, I'm going to put it higher than I probably should. And I'm going to put it above Electros, but behind Scoville, and I think that's probably a safe place to put it. It gets Leaf Storm, yeah, it gets a bunch of stuff. Choice Spec, some for. I think you need to go Protect, just so you can go Protect, set your Trick Room with something that's like really safe, but that's just me. Swalot, oh my gosh, this Pokemon can't do anything, right? Swalot, Liquid Ooze, Sticky Hold, Gluttony. So it's pretty not great. 55 base speed. Decent stat line, but like realistically, I don't think this thing gets that much. It gets Clear Smog, Curse, Destiny Bond. It gets Encore, but it doesn't have any good stats to like back this stuff up. It's like a really, really bad Garbodor, right? It gets Pain Split. Maybe everyone doesn't know anything about this Pokemon. They might be able to lose to something. I didn't know this thing got Yawn, so maybe I'm the guy that is losing this stuff. I didn't know this got Yawn. The fact that it can go Yawn, Protect with like any other combination of moves, like Body Press, Acid Arm right there, like. That's the set for this guy, guys. And that's going to be enough to put it in the C tier. And enough to put it above probably Copper, I would say. That's just enough usually to make a Pokemon like actually just usable. Yawn and Body Press with Iron Defense or Acid Armor is just good. All right. Sad Pred Dog. Yeah, so Sylveon. I think Sylveon's going to fall off a little bit, believe it or not. You're like, what? All these dark types, Sylveon's going to be so good. Sylveon just has a really low base speed, 65 is pretty... Sorry, it's just 60. It's not great. Obviously, it has the Pixelate and being able to go for like those Hyper Voices, which turn into Fairy attacks, get the Stab and the 1.2 boost from the Pixelate. It's really, really good. It's too combo-based to use like Throat Spray here, so something like I would go probably something like Hyper Voice, Detect, Yawn, and then like a Terra Blast from like a weird choice, maybe like a Fire Terra or like a Round Terra or something like that. That's what I would probably do on this guy, with something like a Leftovers to weave in between. So you basically make it a good Yanmon. I think a lot of people thought Sylveon was going to be really good. It's definitely usable for sure. But I don't think it's better than something like Skeletor or even, I'd say this is a good spot for Sylveon. Like the upper top, like the B+ tier, you can't go Calm Mind because like it's way too slow. Game's gonna be way too fast for something like that to work on a Sylveon, because that would take so much investment, and Sylveon does not have the speed to actually keep up with that. So I'd put it right there. Talonflame. Talonflame's gonna be great, right? Talonflame's gonna be really good. Talonflame literally just won a regional, right? Talontus with the Gale Wings, like really, really good. So you go like Tailwind. You can still go Faint on this thing if you wanted. Most people tend to go with things like Will-O-Wisp, and then you can go Fire Blitz or Brave Bird, but you know, it's really, really good. You lose your Gale Wings upon like taking damage, so things like Brave Bird or any sort of chip damage, but I still think it's really, really good. 126 is an amazing speed tier. Talonflame's going to be great. And so I think Talonflame's definitely going to be in the A tier. If Murkrow is this high, I'd put Talonflame 1 above Murkrow. That's where I would put it. I don't think it's as good as like these ones either. I think that basically you're going to be picking 2 or 3, maybe 4 of the mons from this S tier, and then like 2 or 3 mons from this team, and maybe like 1 from the B tier, and that's going to be how most people would build their teams for this format. Tatsugiri, I'm going to put it right behind Dozo just because they go together. But Tatsu can go Storm Drain. It gets access to Icy Wind, Dragon Pulse, all those other things. Tatsu's still really good. People sleep on Tatsu, but it's definitely still viable. Tauroses. I'm just going to use 1 Tauros for this. Like, basically, all the Tauroses are the same, in my opinion. Fire and... Tauros is actually a decent mon in this format. It gets Intimidate. I think Fire Tauros is going to be better, but we're getting down to the wire. I think Tauros is realistically going to be in the B tier. I think a lot of people are going to start using Tauros again. I think it's going to be much higher in the B tier. I think Tauros is probably going to be right behind Breloom. Like, if we take out Tauros here, Fire Tauros is good. Water Tauros is good. They're both good. They both get the Intimidate, and you see their stat lines. They base 100s there with base 110 attack. It's just a good, solid mon. And I think that they're just going to be good for mitigating what a lot of the Ruin mons bring. Yeah, it's a lot of work to make Tauros work, too, which is one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of it. Let's just put this down here. All right, we got another Ruin mon. We got the Ting-Lu. All right. Ting-Lu. All right, so this thing has Vessel of Ruin, which cuts your opponent's special attack. People play this thing with a wide variety of items. You got Vests, you got Lefties, you got Citrus, you got Lum, Safety Goggles, all those different things. A lot of people like to go Water Terra on this guy. And then they go with a mixture of like Stomping Tantrum and Fissure, right? And so Fissure fails, and then Stomping Tantrum deals double damage. And then Fissure fails, and then Stomping Tantrum deals double damage. And that's kind of how this guy works. Other than that, you can go Protect if you're not using. If you can go Protect if you want, you can go Ruination. You can go Throat Chop. You can go Taunt, Earthquake if you want to do Earthquake. It gets a bunch of just different moves. It's a good mon. It's a good mon. I don't think it's like S tier quality. I think that we have better damage mitigation from like Mousehold already. So like, I'm gonna put it in A, and I'm gonna say it's better than Arcanine, but worse than Gyarados. And it's like, what? But it's a Ruin mon. It has to be really good. I just don't think it's gonna be really good. I think that like if you're built around like Fissure and like doing ground type damage, and that's like your thing, multiple Flying Terra mons would force you to use like Gravities or not even bring them on, and then it's just not great. How do you check it? Well, what does it do? What does it do? Tell me what it does. Like, it loses to like Flying Terra Mousehold redirection, and then you just kill its teammate every single turn, you know? I mean, that's obviously an extreme example, but like, I feel like Gyarados is a good check to it. You can burn it. You can do so many different things to it. You can Encore Lock it into the wrong move. You don't have to use Prankster Encores. Yeah, you just kind of play around it. It's good. It's like the 10th best Pokemon in the Dex. It loses to a substitute. There we go. You know what I mean? Right? So it's like, yeah, I feel like it's a good mon. And like, I'm not going to lie. I played one game against it on stream the other day. Hit the first Fissure against me, and I still won the game, you know? Like, Fissure strats... All right, so if you're built around, like, needing Fissure to succeed, and you're playing in, like, a regional setting, you might win one game. Can you win a best of 3? Can you win a second best of 3, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth? Realistically, by rounds 4 or 5, people that are built around Fissure are, like, 3-2. And people that are 3-2 are only one Miss Fissure away from just being out of the tournament. It's not consistent enough to like be 6-0. So you can have Ting Lu and it can have Fisher, but if you're built around Fisher, if you're built around enabling Ting Lu to do well, you're not someone that's 4-0, 5-0, 6-0 with the regional. You're not going to make day 2. If your team's built around it, it can be a part of it. That's why you still see teams with like Fisher Dozo or like Fisher Garg like in top cuts, because like it's just there if they need it. Like that Fisher Torkoal team that we saw John Hu use. It's there, it can be used, but like if it's the reason you're using this thing, it's not worth, you know? And we talked about this on ladder. You can get to like rank 1 on the ladder and switch your team from a consistent 1 to a Ting Lu and say, like, look at me playing rank 1 on the ladder with Ting Lu. You didn't get up there using the Fisher Ting Lu, you know? Because you can change your ladder team whenever you want. Tinkaton. Tinkaton's actually not terrible. A lot of darks in this format. Like, Tinkaton might be able to do something. It gets good moves. It gets Encores. Gigaton Hammer's cool. Ice Hammer's cool. It can Thunder Wave Goldangos because it has Mold Breaker. It's immune to Intimidate from own tempo. It's not terrible. It has a good Spadef, like decent speed. It's pretty much like a already intimidated Mega Mawile with a little bit more speed, right? So I think that it's like, it's definitely above C tier and not too far into B. I think it's better than Hippowdon, but I would say Rotom Mo is actually a little bit better. Rotom Mo could actually be really good. So yeah, don't be afraid of Ting Lu. It's not that big of a deal. So yeah, that's where I would put it. I put it in B tier, bottom of B. Toedscruel. Oh man. This Pokemon's really cool because it gets moves that people don't know that it gets. It gets Trick Room, which is just weird. I don't know why it gets Trick Room. It gets Spore, which has that reduced speed or reduced priority, but will still hit things. But it also gets like Rage Powder, right? Those are really weird moves that make those are good Pokemon moves. Those are like Amoonguss moves. Imagine if Amoonguss got Trick Room. Like, oh my gosh, the typing is a good Pokemon. It gets access to like knockoffs. Obviously a bunch of different weird stuff too. I think it's an okay mon. And if used on the right team, what's the point of the delay on this thing? Otherwise it would be cracked because it has 100 base speed, right? It has to go last, but it lets them hit with like through situations they wouldn't normally be able to hit. So you can hit Garg too, I think. So that being said, where would I put Toedscruel? I don't know if I would put it in B yet. I wouldn't. I'd put it above Phalanx, but like behind Salamence. I think Salamence is a little bit better. All right, Torkoal, the boy, the GOAT. Torkoal's still going to be everywhere, guys. Torkoal's still going to be everywhere. Like, we all know Torkoal's still going to be everywhere. Torkoal gets that big drought, activates the Paradox Pokemon's all their speed, all their photosynthesis. Torkoal gets the yawns that you want to use, but it's also like the de facto mon that closes out hard Trick Room games with like big eruptions on like spec sets. Torkoal's just great. It also gets like Clear Smogs and stuff like that for Dozos. Yeah, Torkoal's still really, really cracked. I still think so. So like Torkoal, we're not putting it in S yet, but I need to put it somewhere. Where'd Torkoal go? Did we lose him? Oh, he went on to D. He's not D, he's Torkoal. Alright, so Torkoal I would still definitely put in the A tier. But like I'm trying to wonder where I'd put it. I think it's better than Ceruledge. It's better than Murkrow. I think Torkoal's better than Hands as well. I'd say Torkoal's better than Hands. That's just me. Yeah, I like Torkoal. Why is Palafin S tier? Because it's won like 4 regionals already and an international, and it just kind of works in every single situation. Yeah, the meta's kind of built around like Palafin, but yeah, I'd put Torkoal in the A tier. I think Torkoal's still really, really good. Toxapex. Toxapex is actually like almost viable in this format. Because there's gonna be a lot more stall with things like Wo-Chen and Ting Lu and stuff like that. And so if you give yourself Regenerator, Toxapex could actually be viable. I like it with Infestation, but you can just go like Toxic on this thing and just play like a Recover, like weird long game. You also use Protect or Baneful Bunker, but it also gets access to like Wide Guard. So that being said, I think Toxapex is in a better spot than it's been in like the past year or two, maybe in the past couple years. So I would actually put Toxapex in the upper echelons of B. I would actually put Toxapex right behind Pult. I think Toxapex will actually see play at regionals. Case in point, like things like Gyarados are coming and like popping up a little bit more. Toxapex is good at breaking a lot of these little things up, and Toxapex in the right situations can be good against Amoonguss too. So I like it. It doesn't need Scald. Scald was really good. I didn't need it. Toxicroak, on the other hand. Toxicroak's a good Pokemon too. Toxicroak gets dry skin, which is really, really good. Basically makes it so you can swap in a water move. So Toxicroak might see play. It gets Fake Out. It gets access to like a bunch of different things. It finally gets like close combat. It gets like Ice Punch. It gets, I think it gets Vacuum Move. I don't think it gets Bullet Punch, right? No, it doesn't. But he had some good moves. I think it's a decent Pokemon as far as like Fake Out users go. I think there's no reason to use this over like an Iron Hands. But that being said, it's still probably in. I'm gonna put it in the B tier because it can create like auto win conditions in the late game. I'm gonna put it above Electrode. Oddly enough, I think it's still like a really good enough Pokemon to use in the B tier. And you can just throw this on a rain team or throw this on a team that has a big weakness to water. Give it a free switch and a Fake Out pin on top of it. It's good. All right, we got Toxtricity. Toxtricity is actually like still a good Pokemon. It gets access to like Punk Rock or Technician, or even Plus if you want to use it on that Plus team we're talking about. It's a good mon. It gets access to Boom Bursts, which can be boosted by all these sound-based moves. Overdrive is a AOE. Anything that gets like AOE moves with like 80 base speed or 80 base power up is just good. 75 base speed's good. 114 special attack's good. It can be built Life Orb, Scarf, Specs. So many different ways you can play Toxtricity. It's definitely just like a standard like good mon. I think it's definitely like B tier level. I think it's better than Gengar. It's probably better than Haxorus too. And we're just going to put it in the B tier right above Haxorus because I think that things like Jolteon can still be a little bit more harder to deal with for the meta. And so I still think it's a good mon. So, yeah. Tropius. All right, I think Tropius's time in the sun is probably over, but I was generally surprised by how well that like Harvest Tropius did when it had like Protect, it had like a Citrus Berry, right? And then it had like, did it have Leech Seed still? Yeah, it had like Leech Seed, and then did it have Roost? No. It had like other dumb moves, right? It had Wide Guard, that's what it did. Yeah, it was like we have a Celesteela at home, and then it had like Giga Drain, right? I think Tropius' time in the sun's basically done, but like it was cool when it worked. The one that we saw the other day, we used a rental for it. I would definitely still put Tropius in like the C tier though, but probably in between things like Oinkologne and Mabostiff. That's probably where I would put it. But generally good C tier mon. Serena's gonna fall off a lot, I think. Actually, maybe not. Because there's going to be a lot of priority moves, and you can't Ice Spinner away Serena's ability, but it's weak to Ice Spinner, right? That's the issue with it. So, like, people usually use it with Queenly Majesty, and then, like, it has just a decent stat line. It's a good attack, but it's a little bit slow, and I feel realistically, it just doesn't get enough stuff to make it worth it. You can't really vest it in this format. You can't really, like, Bandit or Scarf it in this format. So, that being said, it's at least a C tier, but it's more near the higher end. I think it's better than Qualquaval. I think it's better than Sally, too. It's probably around there. Top of the C tier. Yeah. I'm still on the tier list. Yeah, dude, we're doing it. We're almost done. T-Tar. I think T-Tar is still very, very good. Very good. There's so many mons that hate... There's going to be so many mons that hate dark types, but Tyranitar breaks all their sashes. That's the thing. You can go Flutter, you can go Shimpow, you can do whatever the hell you want. Sandstream breaks that up. A lot of people like to go Flying Terra AV T-Tar. I think that might change just a little bit. But T-Tar has a good stat line, and it forces people to overcommit to beat whatever type it currently is, which means it can force a Terra type, which means you can steal a KO you wouldn't normally have. So that means T-Tar is definitely going to go in at least the A tier. And I think T-Tar is probably going to be around King Gambit level. I think T-Tar is going to be better than Garg. Like, all these mons like Sash, you know, broken. You know, like, absolutely broken. And, like, setting that dot on a lot of other mons is really, really nice for also being able to see their speed tiers and stuff like that, too. So T-Tar is still going to be a really, really good mon. Alright. Did I say water was an unplayable type? Did I? I don't think I said that. Umbreon. So Umbreon's a decent one. Basically, Umbreon gets Inner Focus as its hidden ability, right? So you can just go with that same like Yawn Detect type thing, but it also gets access to like Moonlight and Wish if you want it, but it also gets like a big stab foul play. So as far as like the evolutions go, Umbreon's one of the better ones, and it can also get things like Snarl as well, right? So it gets good bulk. You can also Moonlight if you're going to be pairing it in the sun. Umbreon's just a good mon. I think it's former World Champ or World Top Cut. What is it? Palafin just beats Bundle, dude. Like, What is that? Wave Crash probably does like 80% if you water tear it. So if your bundle's been chipped at all, or not bundle, it's good for his bundle. It's good for his hands too. Yeah, water's good. Anyways, Umbreon's gonna be a good mon. It's gonna be definitely good. I would put it above Pex, but below Pult. Just it's a really, really good Yawn mon. I think it's really, really good. So, yeah, I think it's a just Beamon, standard Beamon. Ursaring, not great. I've been saying for a while, like anytime you want to use like an Ursaring and anytime you want to use like Guts, it takes your item and your ability to put a dot on you. That yes, you get a 1.5 for both of them, but like it also takes your health away. Like you'd be much better off just using like any of these other abilities and just putting like a choice band on yourself. Because it also it can activate like immediately. So this thing's really, really bad. Ursaluna might be better, right? But this thing itself is going to be not great. Yo, 100 bits, we appreciate it. Yeah, I think Ursaring's pretty shit. I'm putting the F tier. I'm putting it at the top of the F tier because like realistically Ursaring does have like a low enough speed stat. 130 base attack is not bad, but it's so much babysitting for something that's going to be really, really bad. Really, really bad. Yeah, Ursaring's base stats are going to be pretty good. Yeah, it's bad. Ursaring. I actually have an article on my Patreon that talks everything about Ursaring and just basically explains in like in full detail, like the situations that like so many other Pokemon are better than Ursaring. Vaporeon. We were talking a little bit about Umbreon, right? And how it got like Yawn and how it got like Detect and all those things like that. And I actually really think Vaporeon's a very similar thing. But Vaporeon gets one difference, and that it gets Water Absorb, so you're a better matchup versus Dozo. And so you would go something like this. It's super check against Dozo. You go Protect, Yawn, and then you go Haze. And then you can make this last move whatever you want. I wish I got Flip Turn. But like you can go something like, you can even go Chilling Water right there. It's still fine. It's a decent move for this mon. And I think Vaporeon is very similar to Umbreon. I think it's going to be just a little bit worse than Umbreon. But I would still put it in the B tier. I'd probably put it around the level as Quag. They basically do the same thing. They come in and stop the Dozo from sweeping, but this also gets Yawn. They both get Yawn, and I think Umbreon's just a little bit worse than Quag. But it's still a usable mon for sure. Vezula. Holy moly. This thing gets Fillet Away. It gets Mold Breaker and Sharpness. Both are good. I think a lot of people like Sharpness. It gets Fillet Away right here, right? +2 attack, special attack and speed for half your user's health. It's okay, but I still realistically think that like 70 base speed, 90 base special attack. This thing's best set is still, as lame as it sounds, it's still just a Final Gambit set. I'm sorry, Vezuia believers, right? But like this thing's best set is still just Final Gambit. And at that point, it's still just like worse than things like Annihilate or, Straptors and stuff like that. So, but Fillet Away is cool. You could pair it with like Redirection, but at that point, you just lose to like a random Deeply, a random Earthquake, a random anything AoE. So that being said, where are we going to put it? Probably in C, but it's better than most of the C tier mons. Better than Mudsdale. Yep. Do you think the Ruin Pokemon will create a healthy meta or an unhealthy meta? They're only adding 4 mons for 3 months. It's going to be the exact same game after like the first month. Venomoth. Venomatho. So Venomoth gets Compound Eyes, right? And that's what it it doesn't get. It gets Tinted Ones, which is worse than Compound Eyes. But Venomoth gets like Sleep Powder, obviously. It's definitely a better mon in singles. It does get Rage Powder. It gets things like Quiver, and it gets things like Baton Pass. So it's stuff like this. You want to have like one move there. I think it also probably gets like Pollen Puff. It's okay, right? It's okay, but it's definitely like a bottom feeder bug in this situation. I'd put it in the bottom of the C. I'd put it at the top of the D tier, I think. It's just really, really bad. It's nothing at all close to like Vivillon, who has like a higher base, actually has a lower base speed, but has much better abilities and moves. Venomoth's just better in singles. Vespiquen. Vespiquen's cool. It gets Pressure. It gets Unnerve. I'd say Pressure's probably better with something like a Leftovers set. One of the only mons that can actually use Pressure in this format. And then from there, it gets like Attack Order. It gets Destiny Bond if you want to play it on slow teams. It gets Pollen Puff, which is probably pretty good. It gets Roost. That's pretty much about it. It just gets it gets Defend Order, which is basically like a Cosmic Power, which would still lose to things like Haze, right? And so realistically, the only cool thing it has going for it is it's kind of slow, so you can actually slow Destiny Bond things. Other than that, it has just a million weaknesses, and it's probably not that great. I've used it in the past. It's definitely like a D tier mon. I would say it's probably a little bit worse than Cloth. Yeah. Vivillon, though, is great. Vivillon's actually really good. One of my favorite mons. I've top cut a regional with it before. Sorry, I've made... I got top 32 in an event where it cut the top 32, but... Anyways, Compound Ice is what I like, but it also gets Friend Guard, and it gets access to things like Rage Powder. And if you want to use the Compound Ice set, you use things like Sleep Powder, going for those 98.6% chance Sleep Powders. It gets access to like Pollen Puff, and this was basically Butterfree at home. It gets access to Hurricanes, Protects, Safeguards, so many different cool things with Vivillon. I like this Pokemon a lot, and I think it's going to be very, very good in this format. Like very, very good. I think it's going to be better than Jumpluff, and Jumpluff actually rated really high already because you don't know, like. I mean, you from the team preview, you'll know if it's going to be Friend Guard or Compound Eyes, but like both are really good. So it's like Jumpluff better. I think Vivillon's just very, very good. Yeah, I think Vivillon has like the skills to pay the bills in this one. And then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Top 8. Here we go. We got Volcarona here. Can you guys believe I actually did this in one day? It's been over 5 hours. Volcarona Flame Body is what most people use. It gets Rage Powder, right? So Redirection is going to be king in this format. Very, very good. It gets access still to things like Tailwind if you wanted to use it. Quiver Dance, you wanted to be a little bit bulkier, and things like Heat Wave or Fiery Dance. Fiery Dance right here. It's like a little mini torch song. And so I think like Volcarona is going to also be very good. You're starting to see a pattern where these Ruin Pokemon need a lot of babysitting to actually get things done. I think what is it? I'm going to put Volcarona in the A tier, and I think I'm going to put Volcarona right behind Bax. I think it's still going to be very, very good at mitigating damage, and it's going to have a good match against a lot of the Ruin Mons, while also being able to correctly like babysit the right things, and also things that like Checkamungus are still always going to be good, you know? So that's just my opinion on Volk. Weavile almost soft play for like a second at the end of Series 2, but now that we have Shenpao back, you appreciate the bits. Now that we have Shenpao back, it's going to be really hard to use Weavile. Most people like to use this thing with Sash. The fact that it's a 125 base speed and gets outsped by like Shenpao, like Flutter, Bundle, all those things, it makes it a lot harder to use. But it does get Fake Out, which is pretty good. And yeah, realistically, there's nothing that Weavile really does that something like a Shenpao wouldn't do. So it's a very, very budget version of Shenpao. That being said, it's still better than C. I would still put it in the B tier just because like Fake Out is good. I would put it above Crocodile for sure, but not above Rotom. So I like it. Whiscash, yo, the Fisher, the big Whiscash. What does Whiscash get? It gets Oblivious, which is not that great. Hydration, Anticipation, so I guess we're Oblivious, right? And then it gets access to like Dragon Dance off like a 60 base speed, so it's not even gonna make it work. And let's see, what else do we got here? I think this is an only Fishermon. Yeah, this guy's like an all-in like Fisher. Does it get Yawn though? It doesn't even get the Yawn. So it's like it's just Fisher, right? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that hot. I think it's an F tier. I'm gonna put it worse than Go-Go. I think that like Dragon Dance, there's no way, you need 2 Dragon Dances to even think about outspeeding things, and then it still gets outsped by half the meta. And then you need a Tailwind plus Dragon Dance to actually do anything. It's just not viable. If so, maybe Mercury or Moxie Boost could prove me otherwise. I'm gonna think Whiscash is a bad guy. Wigglytuff though, I think Wigglytuff's kind of cool. Wigglytuff, it has one of the coolest shinies, I think. Look at the eyes. Look at those eyes. Bam, green eyes. Here we go. And then it gets competitive, which is good ability. Wigglytuff gets a lot of cool stuff. It gets like a stab hyper voice. Being a normal fairy, not hail. Being a normal fairy is actually really, really good defensive typing. So it gets that hyper voice here. It gets access to things like Encores. It gets energy balls, flamethrowers, ice spinners, icy wind, perish song, taunts, thunderbolts, wishes. There's so many cool things that Wigglytuff can do. So I think it's not terrible. I usually like to run mine with a vest set, by the way. I'm going to put it in the C tier, and I'm going to put it behind Espeon. I think it's just a decent Pokemon. I think it's just a decent Pokemon. And yeah. Yeah, I think it's just decent. All right, we got Wo Chin. that's the last question. Everyone waited this whole time to see where would I put Wo-Chen. So Wo-Chen, I think most people are going to be building this thing with Fairy Terra for now. Just because you want to be able to stop those bug and fighting attacks. You can build this thing with like Leftovers, Citrus, or Covert Cloak. I've seen Covert Cloak being decently used on this thing. Tablets of Ruin, Losure, everyone's attacked by by a quarter. And so this thing gets like Pollen Puff, which is really, really good. It gets access to like Ruination, and you can play this on like a really, not Drill Run. You can play this on like really, really good stall teams, right? It's a good stall mon. It gets access to like Leech Seed too. Like that's what a lot of people do with something like a Protect, or maybe they go Foul Play, or maybe they go like Knock Off, or sometimes they go Taunt. It's not a bad mon, right? Terra Poison is also another viable option on this thing. It's not bad, right? But if we take a look at what's in the S tier, what does it do to beat those mons that doesn't like, that lets it function at the same, like, I feel like Wo-Chen has a lot of cost. You need to have like Fake Out, you need to have Speed Control, you need to have Redirection to actually functionally use Wo-Chen. So that being said, I think it's an A tier mon, but like where in the A tier would I put it? I realistically think this Pokemon requires too much babysitting to actually like, functionally work. It plays the game too slow. It ends up losing to flinches. It ends up losing to crits. I'm actually going to put it right here at the very top of the A tier. I don't think it's S tier. I think that like 90% of the things that like Wo-Chen and Ting Lu do, like Mousehold does already, being able to redirect while having Friend Guard for your teammates. It doesn't have like game finishing effects like Palafin, Goldango, like for those of you guys who can't see Goldango up there, we have like a Goldango and Gothitelle. It ain't Dozo, it ain't Indeedee, and then it's not these other Ruin mons, these other Redirection and Paradox mons. I think it's just here. Yeah, I think Wo-Chen just loses hard to taunt. Yes, it has Pollen Puff, but like so does Amoonguss. Like why would you ever really use a Wo-Chen over an Amoonguss? Leech Seed, you know, I don't think it's enough reason to do it. That's just my opinion. I'm willing to be proven wrong. I just think it's a good mon. I just don't think it's like meta breaking. All right. So I think Wugtrio here. Wugtrio. It gets Gooey, Rattled, and Sandvale. I think that like Gooey is a really good ability, so I would still use Gooey on this. It gets triple. What is that? What is that water move? Triple Dive. Hits 3 times. What is it? Urshifu Water at Home is okay. Yeah, I think like. I think it's just pretty bad. This thing's pretty bad. I used it in my Twitch Rivals run. It's not that great. Yeah, I don't know. I think like realistic Pokemon's pretty shit. Let's see. Let's put it. It has to be an F tier, right? It has to. I think it's worse than Whiscash. I think Fisher 1 out of every 3 turns might be better. And then we got 2 more Pokemon. Zangoose. Zangoose is going to be built exactly the same as Viper, right? It's going to be a Final Gambit mon. Yes, you can go like Toxic boost sets. But like realistically, Zangoose is going to most likely be like a Final Gambit mon as well, with like a full speed set. It's not that fast. It gets Faint. It gets like Swords Dance and stuff like that, but you don't really need that stuff in this format. It gets Close Combat. You can go Sash Counter, Gunk Shots, Knockoffs, but realistically, Zangoose is a little bit too slow. It's one of my favorites. I think Zangoose looks really cool, but it's definitely like a C tier mon, and I would say in VGC it actually might even be a D tier mon, just because like it's so one dimensional and just loses to Intimidate. Hisuian Zoroark going to be interesting once it's legal. Once it's legal. Right now we're looking at the last mon. It's going to be Zoroark. We got all the way to the end of the list. Zoroark, one of the coolest mons in the game. Zoroark is actually getting a little bit nerfed in this format because it's going to show if it's copying a Paradox mon because it wouldn't activate the ability. But Illusion copies the last Pokemon in your party, which is pretty cool. Problem is, Zoroark loses to a lot of the same stuff that all those Ruin mons lose to, and he gets outsped by a lot of things. So you kind of have to run like a Sash set. But that being said, it gets things like Night Daze, which can drop accuracy. It gets things like, you know, Flamethrower, which are good against some mons. Zoroark's cool. I would say it's going to be a lot better in singles than it is in doubles. That being said, I would probably still put Zoroark in at least the C tier. I'm probably going to put it in B since I think it has a lot of like utility. I'm going to put it right above Heracross. And that is the whole freaking list. Save my list. Oh, there it is. We did it. The whole freaking Dex. It took 5 hours and 22 minutes. to do the whole dex. And we did it. If all you guys have gotten this far and you're not following the channel, drop a follow on the channel. And, yeah. 5 hours. Like a while. So hopefully you learned everything that there is possibly to know about this. Let me know if you guys want to see me make more little tier lists or educational content like this. And, yeah. That's going to be it.